Chad, it's gonna happen any second now. It's gonna happen any second now. I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it to strike. It is going to occur at any moment, but hello in the meantime, how's everyone doing? I'm waiting for it to hit. I'm waiting for it to hit. Kills you with a rock? Real. Oh, I've already been turned into a furry. I've already been turned into a furry. I see how it is, and there it is! Hello, hello, welcome on in, everyone over from Celerity sides of things. You've immediately come into me as I've been forcibly turned into a furry, but hi! How's everyone doing tonight? Thank you so much, Celerity Dust, for the raid. Don't mind me, I'm still getting a couple things together, but let me give you that shout out. I was there for most of your stream. I don't think I have to ask too much about what went on, but congrats on 1,000 Twitch followers. Folks, if you're not already following Celerity Dust, I don't think I'll resolve that fact. They are a good friend of mine, a very wonderful individual. They mean so much to me. Give them all your love, give them all your support. Go watch them. They just had an amazing celebration for 1,000 Twitch followers. Go bark, bite, bite. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Oh goodness, I'm a bit belly achy. I imagine you would be, but hello, if you don't know me, hi, I'm Archivist. I'm your resident chaotic Enfield. I stream early 2000s games and to do art here on Twitch.tv. We're about to chat for a bit before doing some Ace Attorney. But I want to talk a little bit about rigging before we do that, because I've been rigging a lot recently. Need the curl up in blankets and relax. Go take care of yourself. Go self-care right now. Right now. It's obligatory. Self-care. Right now. But welcome on into Danger Safety, to the Redheaded Menace, to JM, to Riolu, to Royce G Gaming, to Arrow, to Jinja, to Octopus Incorporated, to Celerity Dust, to Araya, to Dykso, to Lyrical Mix, to Verochi, and to anyone else who may be out there lurking or have come in with the raid. Do you guys want to see what 2.0 is looking like? I want to show. If not back to the drinking related complications, all my love, AE, take care. Really happy that you're still in my life, as am I. As am I, Celerity. As am I. So happy for you. As per always. It's not morning? Wait, did I say morning? Did I say morning? Listen, in my defense, I'm very sleepy right now. In my defense, I'm having sleepy guy hours. I need to turn on V-Bridger real quick. I need to turn on V-Bridger if I'm going to show this off. I have been working though on a 2.0 model recently, and we did manage to get this exported, but I did a little bit of playing around with it after stream. I said morning? Well, shut up. It's morning if I say it is, okay? Actually, I control time. That's not Nyx's job, that's my job. It's not Nyx's job, it's mine now. Who wants to bet Dust ends up, worshipping the porcelain throne? No, I doubt it. They'll be fine. They'll be fine. They handle alcohol better than I do. They'll be okay. I need to turn off my camera, actually. Camera off, turn on V-Bridger, so I can show you this off to you guys real quick. This, has been a recent project that I've been doing on art streams. You decide whether or not you want the eye patch to deform a little bit the eyebrow. I think I am going to have it deform a little bit, but I haven't actually set it up to do so yet. But here is the current state of all of the mouth forms and the eye forms. So there's a lot of detail. No, I don't handle alcohol well. For those who don't know me, I don't handle alcohol well. Also, hello, Araya, if I didn't greet you already. Ad timing was so funny in my defense. Also, I thought, also I just listened to Epic the Musical all the way through for the first time, and I blame AE for the brainworms that have ensued. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. No, it's looking so good so far. I'm actually really happy with how the mouth forms have turned out with a little bit more tuning. There's still a bit of tweaking I want to do. I think I need to redo the mouth X. Because it's not quite capturing the kind of smirk that I wanted to capture. But I think I'm pretty happy. I'm pretty happy with just the general mouth forms and how active the mouth is on this. I think it's capturing my facial movements pretty well. The eyebrows aren't quite doing what I want them to do. I wish they would rest in like a middle place instead of these two extremes a bit more than they are, but look at how like mischievous I can get. Look at how mischievous I can get. Very, very happy with all of this so far. VBridger is absolutely insane for having like very detailed lip flaps. There's 5 different parameters, I think. No, 7 parameters for my mouth right now. So smoochable bites you. Bites you so hard. You're getting bitten. You're getting bitten so hard. Yeah, I get to be all smug and mischievous. I can be angry. Like, I can be all angry. Like, how dare you? How could you? How could you do this? I can be kind of sad. Come on. I'm having trouble triggering sad. I'm having a little bit of trouble triggering sad. There's definitely a little bit of tweaking I need to do with the eyebrows. They aren't quite tracking the way that I want them to, but I like the concept of being able to trigger the kind of softer and the narrowed eyes like that. So there's still experimenting to be done. But like, I'm so happy with how all of this tracks. I'm so happy with how all of this tracks. Anyway, how is everyone doing today? I'm currently being punished for my crimes. By my crimes, I mean staying up too late. I'm a very sleepy guy today. I'm a very sleepy fox. But we're gonna suffer through that together. We're gonna hang out for a little bit, and then we're gonna play some Ace Attorney, because you can't stop me. I will play Ace Attorney no matter what. I will probably, again, stay up too late, because you can't stop me from doing that either. I'm not normal. I'm in fact insane. I am crazy. God, I'm in love, particularly with the eye movements. I like the eye movements better than the mouth movements for this model. And I need to figure out exactly why that's the case, if there's anything I'm missing with how to make particularly smooth mouths. It's definitely very expressive, it just lacks kind of the fluidity and the bounciness that the eye has, but that's because the eye has a lot of physics parameters. And I don't know if there's any particularly common physics parameters people do with mouths for VBridger. But for a start, this is pretty solid. And it all works so well. There's like no scuff with it whatsoever. So EP, we're all EP. We're all EP. I don't know how many of you, I don't recall how many of you stayed up until 4 in the morning with me. But I don't know why you guys let me do that. No, y'all were begging me to sleep. Y'all were begging me to sleep. I was stupid and stayed up. Hello, Hero, 2 days in a row. How are you doing? Lovely to see you. Hi. Doing a little bit of model testing. I was up to like 1 o'clock, last night with the wake up time of like 5:30ish. Jesus Christ, why do you do that to yourself? At least I slept in until noon. At least I slept in. What the fuck is a circadian rhythm? I don't have one. Mine's wrong. I'm nocturnal, chat. Eyes are definitely very lively. Yeah, no, this is still in the testing phases. All I've done so far, like I did the mouth last night and fixed some things with the eyes last night. This is my first time testing it. So there's definitely some scuff to be worked out, Hannel, but I like the concept. It needs a bit of work, but I like the concept. Jenga 2.0 stretch test. I can do that. See, here's the thing. It doesn't have any actual movement yet for the face. It is entirely just mouth and eye forms. But it's VBridger mouth, and VBridger mouth is so fancy. Also, I can show this off. I haven't rigged it yet. But I can show this off real quick. I need to go into my expression editor. Create new expression. I need you. It's not rigged yet, but... It's gonna be so good. Look at the way that it dribbles when the tongue pops out. Oh, it's gonna be so good. The drool! I'm so hyped for that. Just a little bit of drool. Oh, it's so good. Some of us can't shut our brains up to rest properly for jobs. Need to work on it. On the bright side, makes catnapping easier. Valid. No. I am unemployed at the moment. I live in an abandoned building. I am a scavenger, revolutionary, a insane person. So I don't have to worry too much about having to be anywhere at any particular time or place, but you know. What did I walk in on? Just a little bit of model testing, Goblin. I wanted to show off now that I had actually edited all of the parameters to suit my facial movements and what things look like for the mouth forms in the model. And oh my god, the level of detail. The detailed movement that can be captured by a V-bridger mouth. Can I ask, is it on pace in the VOD? Because I might have to adjust my lip sync just a little bit because it might have a little bit more delay. But oh, the pure detail of all the mouth forms. I don't even have to exaggerate my speech that much for it to work. It just works. And the smile! I'm so happy with this model. I'm so proud. I'm so proud. You went from nice to meet you, sir, to your son. Not my kink, but... Blah, drooly. Gonna make it a gradual tongue reveal or just an in and out extreme? It will eventually have an animation when it actually comes out. I just wanted to implement like a simplified version of it for now. A lot of my toggles right now, they're going to have animations eventually. In fact, I have like an entire animated eye thing going on that I can't show off right now. There will be a lot more details later on. This is just extremely cute-ass smile. What the fuck? I'm not cute, but blep redeem when? Maybe someday. I want tongue tracking so bad. Gonna skedaddle to settle Japanese? Will you be on past midnight again? Most likely. I usually aim for 6 hours, but I'm not gonna let myself go past 7 tonight. For the sake of my own sanity. I'll probably still be here, though. You take care. Best of luck. Flip redeem when. I want tongue tracking so badly. I want tongue tracking so badly. One of these days I'm gonna get an iPhone. In fact, I'm really tempted to ask Cell if they'd be willing to let me send them the model and have them test it with an iPhone just to see how the mouth forms track with like a iPhone V-bridger setup. Because I think that might be a bit more sensitive to some of the parameters that my webcam is having trouble with, namely the, it's mouth funnel. It's mainly mouth funnel that it has trouble tracking, and also a little bit of mouth X. I do need to make some fixes to mouth X in general, though. You'd be happy to. Noted. Alright, I might have to send you the model files. I'll probably do that once I get the head movements and the ear movements down. But once I do that, I'm probably gonna send it to you and be like, hey, can you do a phase tracking test for me? Hello, Monster Kicker, doing well. Lovely to see you. Limiting step for 7 hours got you. Exactly, JM, exactly. I'm not insane. This model looks so good so far. Awesome work. Thank you. I'm very happy. Rigging on stream I have found is a bit difficult because it's something that requires a lot more, like, how do I say? I have to think in words, or I have to process words a lot more than I have to do when I'm just drawing. But it's fun. The soda went down the wrong pipe. I'm so sorry for you. I was trying to come up with something funny to say. He grew 2.5 years all at once. Listen, I needed a glow up. I do really actually like when you compare my older, like, PNGs to how I look now, just how much I have clearly grown up and aged. Let me see if I can pull that up real quick. Give me a second. Can I pull up my old model? I think I can pull up my old model as an object real quick. Let's see. Yes. So this was actually my first attempt at rigging. I did re-rig my 1.0 model later on. Oh, it does not want to work with V-bridger. V-bridger is not happy with me right now. Never mind. Goodbye. Oh no. I grew up a little bit. Oh, please don't break on me. Oh, please don't make me restart VTube Studio. Please? Please? I'd really like it if you didn't. I'd really like if you didn't do this to me. Hi, Sky. Thank you for the hydrate. How are you doing? Hi, Strap. Lovely to see you as well. And hello, Pyro. Twitch said my last message failed to send. Can somebody say if they can see what my last message was? Oh, sorry, I missed it. Apologies, Pyro. Hi, welcome on in. 12-hour stream doesn't seem too far off these days. Honestly, a 12-hour stream seems feasible these days with how long I go. I'm gonna be honest. It seems feasible. I think a 12-hour stream might be a possible thing for me to do at some point, if I just start like an hour or two earlier. That was not your last message. Okay, it did fail to send. I'm so sorry, Pyro. Sorry for the technical difficulties. The Scuff is here. Lovely to see you. Lovely to see you. Don't get me started. I've been working on a Naruto fanfic with Noel. Oh god. Oh dear. No, I'm in love with this model so much. And just there's 4 different outfits for it. And I really kind of like this 4 different outfits because I've got this one. I've got a more casual outfit. I've got the formal outfit. I've got the Pokemon trainer look. But can I pull up my old PNGs? Do I still have VOD? Did I ever install VOD on this PC? I think I did. Supposed to be like, you look like a PNG tuber kind of with how your mouth and eyes only move. It kind of does give that energy. Honestly, this wouldn't be a terrible way to stream for folks who like need a cheap who want something more fancy than a PNG but needed to be cheap. Having a model that only has like the face and eye parameters done. Honestly, that might not be a terrible option. Okay, I've got the original PNGs here. Look at how much I've grown up in the past 2 years. That's the fox I fell in friends with. Look at how much I've grown up in the past 2.5. When did I start? I only started using these PNGs, this particular set of PNGs, back in May of 2022, because I finished them, I believe, a week before the Among Us collapse. That would have been like the 14th of May 2022. These are a little bit over 2 years old. Look at how much I've grown up in 2 years. Oh, I can only imagine what Fennel would say. I can only imagine what Fennel would say right now. What do you mean the horns are back? They never left. I just, you know, they've grown a little bit. Yeah, PNG tuber plus kind of vibe. Yeah. Like there's some advanced PNG tubers that have multiple mouth forms and can do limited eye tracking. But having like a more detailed mouth, something like this would probably be too detailed because VBridger is fancy and complicated. There are, again, 7 parameters on this mouth right now. It is tracking... So, it's tracking mouth open, mouth form, which is, you know, frown to smile. It's tracking mouth funnel. It is tracking lip press, lip open. It's also tracking pucker, mouth X, and mouth shrug. I have so much trouble triggering mouth shrug, and I don't know if that's a limitation of my webcam or my face. DM'd you? Put me next to your 0. Let me do that. Let me grab that. Oh my god! This is iconic. Give me a moment. I need to save this. Save image. So, okay, Cell fans, Celerity Dust viewers. Most of you are not going to have any memory of this because you probably started watching them within the last year. If you started watching them within the last 2 years, in fact, you wouldn't remember this. You'd only remember this if you started watching them within, like, 2 months of them starting streaming. If you have been following them for any less than, like, 2 years, you're not gonna know this. Also, hello, Hydnelium. But does it bark? Of course. Arr, arr! Of course. Also, apologies if I'm missing anyone. No, it's so wild just how clear it is that I've grown up. Let me just save this file real quick and open this up. Oh, I accidentally switched to the fur. I actually really like these PNGs still, the furry PNGs. I actually really like those still, but let me image. It keeps doing it because I'm typing. My face has gone angular as well. You and I genuinely aged 3 or so years. It is fascinating. It's fascinating. It's kind of fitting though. You know, I was what? How old was I when I started doing this? I was 20. I was 20 when I started doing this, which is, if we're being frank, still a little bit child. Like it's a legally an adult, but I hadn't been interacting with humans for that long. But this is what you would have seen if you hopped into a Celerity Dust stream, like 2.5 years ago. when they first started, this is what you would have seen. I remember talking to them when they were redoing the hair of their model and trying to give advice. Oh god. It's so... Oh. I find it funny how the two mouths are slightly out of sync. Is the like live 2D mouth out of sync with my actual speech? Because if so, I would have to change the offset on my mic when using this model, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case just because it has to also go through, you know, VBridger and all that. But yeah, no, like Cell and I have both grown up a lot over time. Cell and I have both grown up a lot over the years that we've been doing this. I think it's visible in how we present ourselves and all that. Yeah, we both had glow-ups. And I'm excited for the future. I'm excited to look a little bit older and a little bit more like, I don't know if... Because people say my new model isn't twink, and I disagree with that. But it definitely looks more mask. I'm not that short, you can make me bigger. Cell, you reach like my shoulder. Shut the fuck up. You reach like my shoulder. Just to get the a twink, but you're much older masker. Exactly. I've aged a few years, and I am a little bit more mask. And I vibe with that. I also look a bit more clearly like anarchist and revolutionary, you know? Don't mind that I haven't fixed all the clipping yet, but even in this outfit, you know, it's not only clearly punk, but there's the revolutionary elements. I have a gun! You have yet to hit twink death? People keep sending me memes about twink death and I'm scared. I'm scared of twink death, Cell. I'm terrified. Androgynous? I'm still androgynous, don't get me wrong. I'm a mask-presenting non-binary person is kind of how I put myself. Like, I am non-binary, but there are certain elements of mask presentation that I do enjoy. It's a fun space. Masculinity is a fun space that I play around in, is what it is. I am a bit of a trickster, and this is my little funky performance that I put on, because I enjoy it. But do you have a bat covered in nails and barbed wire? Funnel has one. Fennel has one of those. What have you got? A gun! No! Okay, twink death. For those unaware of twink death, it's a phrase oftentimes used in queer communities to refer to when a like androgynous gay male gets old and looks less youthful and androgynous. I refuse to ever undergo twink death. I'm scared of it. I'm scared of twink death. Like, low-key, I'm a little bit scared of going on T because I don't want to undergo twink death. I don't want, like, a facial hair. I don't want to lose my hair. My hair's, like, my proudest trait. I don't want to deal with the twink death. I didn't know foxes could carry guns. Oh, it's not legal. The government doesn't even... I mean, they do know I exist at this point, but the government doesn't know me. I'm literally an anarchist revolutionary. You think I care what the government says? This gun is not regulated. This is not a threat, but a promise. Twink is what happens when I get my hands on a twink! What you doing? Hello, Shark and Cheese! We're currently showing off some developments of the model. So I've got, like, over here my first PNG compared to the current progress on my 2.0 model's rig. So you can see my development, and then I have over there the original model of my friend Celerity Dust. We've grown up. Hair thing a bit before 30 is not great. I am scared of that. I'm scared of that. My hair is honestly my favorite thing about me, about my appearance. I love having very fluffy ginger hair that like it curls when the humidity is right. Like it genuinely curls when the humidity is right. I adore that. Living somewhere very humid, it doesn't curl as much because there's always water weighing it down, but when it's less humid out, it curls. It's wild. I do actually think that rigged PNG is so top tier. Like, somehow just having the face rig really does a lot of footwork versus the bobbing PNG. Agreed! Like, I think this is something people should look into. I think this should be a service that people offer. Maybe not quite as detailed as full-on V-Bridger, because, oh god, I spent 8.5 hours on stream rigging this mouth, and sure, it would have gone a lot faster if I wasn't streaming, because I am not capable of not getting distracted. And I was very much paying attention to details at all times. I had pulled up a bunch of like symmetry rulers that I was using to make sure it was perfectly symmetrical. But like a PNG that has some amount of pretty blinking, and maybe like in idle animation, a breathing animation, because it's very, very common for Live 2D models to have some kind of breathing animation going on. A subtle rise and fall of the chest or even the head. You know, an ear flick or something like that. Like that could work really well. Yeah. Cell, let me pull this back out. I showed this off a second ago, but I think you missed it. Let me pull this out. Come on. Hehehe. Tongue piercing, and the little saliva dribble, how tall? I'm still 5'10". I'm still about 5'10". I mean, I'm closer to being 5'11" than being 5'10", but I'm still just 5'10". Yeah, just a little saliva. Just a little blip of saliva, and it has physics. I already rigged it with physics because I needed that in my life. I needed that in my life. Why am I seeing the AE I first started watching? Oh. Tongue piercing. Yeah. If I can be honest, I want a lip piercing so badly, but I just don't think it works. I feel like there's already too much going on with my face. I already have the eye patch, I already have the freckles, and I already have, you know, the horns, the fox ears, the fey ears. Adding anything else to the face would make it a bit too distracting and unreadable. But I want a lip piercing so bad. I've wanted a lip piercing for years. Fingers please work with me 6'2" without their boots. Ooh. Damn. Didn't know the fox was a redhead? I am a redhead, yeah. I'm a redhead. Was that not obvious? Excited to go from 5'2" to 5'6" when my model catches up with my age? Good luck, Sal. I'm gonna miss you being that short. I'm gonna miss you being shoulder height. I'm gonna miss being able to just, like, shove my elbow on top of your head. No. People over 6 foot, what's wrong with you? Get better. Why are you like this? I do get a lot of joy from being the tallest person in the room. That is a thing with me. Does the sun hate YouTube? Yes. Yes. So, okay, I've talked about this many, many times, but the reason why, so red hair is controlled by, like, or rather, hair color is controlled by 2 primary pigments. There's eumelanin and phosphomelananin. Eumelanin, which is responsible for, like, brown and black pigments, and phosphomelananin, which is responsible for yellow and red pigments, and the whole thing that allows, like, red hair to exist. People say, like, oh, it's a recessive trait. That's very much an oversimplification, but essentially you need to have high production of phosphomelananin and a dysfunctional version of the receptor that triggers the production of eumelanin. So there is no production of eumelanin in the hair or skin that allows the phosphomelanonin to show through, whereas normally it would get like covered up by expression of eumelanin. And it means you sunburn very easily. It means you sunburn extremely easily. There's a lot of things that are connected to this one gene. It's MC1R, I think, is the gene. There's a lot of things connected to this. Because of that, like, because there's no UV protection. Eumelanin is what protects you from UV radiation. It's why you tan when you're exposed to UV radiation. No protection from sunburns. Burn like hell. Think about the sun too long, sunburnt. Ginger and the sun become lobster. Exactly. Get boiled alive. But some interesting fun facts. Did you know that the MC1R gene is associated with pain perception? Pain perception, the way that pain is perceived, is mediated by this same gene that causes this specific variant of red hair. There's actually a couple other variants of red hair that do exist, but the most common one that we associate, you know, the whole phenotype of like, oh, you're super pale and have red hair that's associated with like Ireland and Scotland and whatnot, that is specifically the MC1R gene. There's actually some other variants that have evolved in other populations, but aside of that, disregarding that, the MC1R gene, the variant that I'm talking about and concerned about here, it is actually also involved in pain perception. Did you know that I just genetically have a better pain tolerance than you do? Fun fact, I just genetically have a higher pain tolerance than you. They've studied this in humans and in rodents. Bell said the constant pain from sunburns are real. I'm also a lot less sensitive to certain forms of anesthesia. We don't quite know the mechanics of that. Thank you for the hard sciences. You got humanities dynamic. I also talk a lot of anthropology. I love genetics and biology specifically, so. Genetics is so fun. Let me check. I know there's a couple other things that are involved with the MC1R gene. Yeah, MC1R. Remind me of everything that melanocortin-1 receptor does. Or melanocortin-1, also known as the melanocyte-stimulating hormone receptor, or the melanin-activating peptide receptor. So it's a receptor, essentially, like I was saying, that when stimulated, will trigger the production of eumelanin. Which I don't have. I think it was in Uncle John's bathroom reader. I'm not familiar with that. I don't know what that is, but valid. Yeah, redheads are just built different. We just understand pain differently. I'm also severely autistic, so we close in pain perception. Valid. I wonder if I get like a extra buff to, like, I wonder if the buffs stack for being autistic and being ginger for having increased pain tolerance. Random Heroes is being homophobic this summer. I'm kidding, they're not being actually homophobic, they're not giving me the characters I want. Bite them. Okay. Yeah, coloration, we went over that. Pain. In mutant yellow-orange mice and human redheads, both with non-functional MC1R, both genotypes display reduced sensitivity to noxious stimuli and increased responsiveness to morphine metabologic analgesics. I don't know how to pronounce that one word. I'm sorry. But yeah, it's pain stimulation, decreased sensitivity to pain. Essentially, it's all that means. Let's see. However, there's actually specifically temperature-related perception, temperature-related pain perception, and just temperature perception in general. People with, you know, this dysfunctional copy of MC1R are actually more sensitive to. Very acute perception of temperature, more so at least in the general population, and to temperature-related pain, but only that, for some reason, not other forms of pain? It's so wild. It's genuinely so wild. It was a book series meant to read during a bathroom visit. Think of it as what I did for phones. Oh, I see. It's actually, I kind of like the vibe of that. Just a book specifically meant to be read in those little downtime moments, because you need a distraction then. I think there's a reason people turn to their phones there. Pain resist maxing. Take ginger and a neurodivergent traits. Exactly. What did Dino say? Having a lucky day with writing muse. Where? I'm looking for message. I will definitely be keeping this in mind for my writing. Now I have an excuse to make a character I was going to write in a future story. To just not know how to stay down since I was gonna make a redhead anyway. Hell yeah. Take that inspiration. Who knew just hanging out other VTubers would be a bold mind for story ideas? It absolutely can be. Like, it's a great idea I have found if you are trying to build out characters or stories or narratives or worlds just to interact with either people or media that's very different from what you normally interact with, because you'll get exposed to a lot of new ideas. Whether those be directly related to stories or just weird science facts. I love talking about genetics and biology. Very, very beloved subjects of mine. I also talk a lot of anthropology and stuff, but genetics, neuroscience especially is my thing, though. Genetics, neuroscience, biology more generally. Looked up a lot of different interests in the series. Noted. Lovely to hear. Pick some old screenshots I have when I first came across channels on Twitch, and this old PNG is how Ian looked when I started watching him. I love that so much. That people, I don't know how people found this guy over here attractive. How did people find this guy hot? I guess I had my charm, and I still have my charm, but I don't know what folks were thinking. I never intended to even become the kind of content creator that people are like, oh, you're so hot. There was no intention for that in this initial design. In my first Live 2D model, sure, but everyone's really adorable. Not adorable. Clearly a young teen. Hey, I was 20. I was just still new to all this human stuff, okay? I'd really only been living among humans for like 4 years. It takes a while to catch up. No, completely fair. I was 20. I want to be very clear, I was 20. And I do draw myself, like, keep in mind I am also trans mask, and I do tend to draw myself with that in mind to an extent. Oh, the one with the mic, true that. I definitely, I do tend to draw myself in a way that while I am, you know, androgynous, mask-leaning, there is still a clear transness there because that's something that's important to me. I don't want to, like, I like the masquerade of masculinity. I like taking on some elements of that and playing around in that space, but I'm not a man. And I don't want to be like a perfectly passing masculine guy dude. Those really baby show them off. Let me find those. I know I have them on my laptop. Where are you? That was back when I was still, like, I hadn't opened up about being an Enfield yet, you know? In fact, that's not actually what my PNGs were initially supposed to look like. Did you know I was initially gonna go furry off the bat? Did you guys know that? But, like, I don't know. I get uncomfortable sometimes with the notion that, like, oh, because you don't look super masculine, but you present yourself in a masculine-leaning way. Like, you present yourself in a masculine-looking way, but you aren't a man, therefore you are childish and we can't find you attractive. I find that kind of uncomfortable sometimes being trans masks, because I've known a lot of trans masks who, like, they are full-grown adults, but they're pre-transition. And for that reason, yeah, they look younger, but they're still grown adults. It's complicated territory to navigate, but in a way, even if I understand where it comes from, it does take away a level of autonomy from them. A level of maturity that they're actively trying to sometimes fight for, but also not always. Like, a lot of trans masks do enjoy being pretty and a little bit feminine. What's your opinion on men and women's clothing for comedy? It's outdated. It's a complicated issue because for a long time, okay, I can go on this more in a bit probably to give a brief take. How do I say? For a long time, it was comedic concepts of like drag and whatnot, of gender nonconformity in media, particularly characters that were perceived as men dressing femininely in a way that was like degrading. And I'm glad that's something that we have moved past. But it's also worth noting that at the time, the only ways to present queerness in media were that. Like film codes were a thing back in the day. The only way you could have characters be visibly queer was to have them be punished for it or have them be a evil person in the context of the story. That's why you'll see characters like Ursula, who are so clearly taking inspiration from things like drag and whatnot. There's that one character in like Paper Mario. I know when I was playing through Paper Mario one stream that brought forth a lot of discussion on this as well. How you couldn't genuinely present these things in media for a long time. The only way to present them was by in some way making them a laughingstock or making individuals punished for presenting those traits. Hello, Mark C. Lovely to see you. And so I can't entirely, you never quite know unless, you know, there's been word of the creators on it, whether or not those were put in there with the intention to mock that or because that was the only way to present those experiences at all. But also a lot of people did find themselves through those experiences. A lot of why queer people like villains so much is because villains were the only place they saw their own queerness when they were young. It's complicated. It's complicated and messy. On one hand, by like modern standards, it is questionable and kind of gross, but at the time that's what we had. And so I can't entirely dismiss it as being inherently like I can't entirely, what's the word I'm looking for? At this point, Cell should just call AE and use their Year Zero model. Okay, I do need to switch over to this the screen. So these were actually the PNGs I started streaming with. Before I kind of opened up about being an Enfield and all that. MJ Rose, thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing tonight? / shout out at MJ Rose. Welcome on in. Hi. Nice to meet you. I'm Archivist. I'm your resident chaotic Enfield. I stream Not Quite Retro Games and do art here on twitch.tv. I'm currently talking a little bit about Live 2D and the old PNGs I used to use. Kind of how, like, I have grown as a creator and where designs have taken me. Oh, Tanky brought you here. Well, pleasure to meet you. What were you up to tonight? Guys, go give MJ over there some appreciation. Would you rather I call you MJ or Rose? Please do let me know. But this is actually what I'm showing off right now. I have, first of all, this work-in-progress Live 2D model here that I've been working on lately. We only have the eyes and mouth rigged, but this is kind of like the newest iteration of me. And right next to me, I have the original PNGs that I used when I first started streaming 2.5 years ago. MJ's the first name, Rose my last name. Understood, MJ. Well, nice to meet you. And thank you, Tanky, for the hydrate. Welcome in as well to Embers. Pleasure to meet you all. Pleasure to see you. If you need some food, some water, some rest, anything of that sort, go take care of yourselves. But feel free to stick around and enjoy the chaos. We'll be playing some Ace Attorney later. We're just chatting for the moment. Everyone, make sure you give some love to the raiders currently attacking us. Ashen, attack. Attack, right now. Ashen, attack. Jafar's also visibly effeminate. Yeah, like it's such an interesting subject. It's such an interesting subject. Legit wonder part of the reason people are so aware of queer issues is because of queer-coded Disney villains were just fun characters. I doubt that's why people are so aware of it, but like it's very much how we got to the like modern, how do I say? The reason why queer folk love villains so much is just because that's the only places they could see themselves represented, you know, and that's valid. That's valid. It is fully understandable. It makes sense why that happened. No, here's the original PNGs. Here's the original PNGs. And I don't know, like, I draw myself in a way that is very much... Ace Attorney. Damn, can't believe it didn't... Rome! How are you doing? Fucking hell. Fucking hell. I don't think I've ever had anyone calling me hot with these models, or with these PNGs, which is completely fair. But I have always drawn myself in a way that, you know, even if is more masculine appearing, like, the boyishness is intentional, because boyishness is very much where my gender expression lies. I am non-binary, but I like playing around with masculinity. I'm a lot more boyish than man. I feel a lot more comfort in terms like boy. So there's an intentionality of that in how I've oftentimes depicted myself. But I am transmasc. I'm transmasc. And I'm proud of that. And so I don't want to hide that fact by depicting myself in ways that are overly masculine, more so that I feel comfortable presenting. And I don't mind existing or appearing in that space that might read young to some. It's definitely a very complicated issue as a transmasc person to navigate that. Like I was talking earlier, I've known so many, like, I have very, very explicit memories of this one first interaction I had with a friend of mine who's transmasc. I met him. Where did I meet him? I forget exactly where I met him, to be honest, but I assumed at first glance that this was a high schooler. I was at the time, I think 17? No, 16. I was 16. And I ended up... He passed by me, and he saw that I was holding a DS playing a Pokemon Mystery Dungeon game. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky, if I recall correctly. And he immediately stopped, sat down, had a conversation with me. We really quickly hit it off, became friends, because, you know, we were both very fond of PMD, very fond of warrior cats, and also transmasc. I assumed at first glance that this guy was in high school, but he was, I think at the time, 21. And so it's messy territory. It's messy territory. I don't blame folks for hesitations around that, but a lot of transmasc folk don't necessarily care to present in very overtly masculine ways that we would associate with, like, manhood versus boyhood. Gender expression is complicated. I feel like, in a way, boy is almost a gender in its own right. In fact, I had a chatter suggest that same thing recently, and I agree with it, honestly. That, in a lot of ways, boy is a gender expression separate of man. And I'd say the same is true for girl from women. Your PNGs make me want to snuggle them. I'm biting you. I'm biting you. Well, of course it's not the reason. I'm more wondering where the line to that dominance is. And, you know, that's a fair question. That'd be a fair thing to analyze, like how much of people's perception of queer folk originates from those. Let me catch up with what Sel was saying here. In regards to Ursula, she was somewhat transparently inspired by Divine and Drag Queen. Egyptian/North American aesthetic, including liner and such, has been used as a means to further villainize, even in small ways. Characters by virtue of them not existing in Western normative ideals. Think the Pharaoh of Prince of Egypt. It's not explicit, but it's also not there. Nods. Lack of secondary sex characteristics can often be read as younger child, despite the fact that age can at times be not attached to physical, I'd say appearance, not development there, but feel as though I present very soft, but soft does not necessarily mean child. Think to some degree. Yeah, no, Sel has some good points and thoughts here. The takeaway is that shit's complicated, you know? So many people are realizing two genders just stuck in to define a whole person. I'm so down for it. Real. Gender is fake. I'm very much in the gender abolition kind of non-binary. I want to detach a lot of things from gendered connotations. There's many things I left behind because they were feminine and I couldn't engage with them without being read as feminine for that reason. That I wish I could enjoy. And there's a lot of masculine things that I take on but also have frustrations with because they also get me read in ways that aren't quite me. Gender's funky. Gender's funky. I don't want it. I want to be able to engage with these things outside of a gendered context. Hell, I want to be able to have long hair and still be read as, you know, not feminine. But it seems like the short hair's the androgynous option. So here we are. Justin Bieber's a good example of the difference in boy and man. As gender expression, I feel like there's a fair point there. Yeah, there's a fair point there. That's what I'm thinking, yes. I know for me, I did have a brief phase where I wondered why I saw similarities between myself and Scar. Why is there weird cuts in the music? Don't do that. Don't make weird static noises at me. Stop that. I just want to listen to the PMD soundtrack. I'm valid. Where's the line between more flamboyant nature and the impacts of my identity? That's an interesting question, for sure. That is a very interesting question. I need to keep reading my queer theory. I love queer theory. Just think of the existence of archetypes such as femboy and tomboy are solid examples of boy being separate and distinct from man by itself. Agreed. Also, hello, Spider. Hi. Thinking about what a trip to the live-action Cats in the Hat was. The movie was wild. Oh god, I haven't seen that. I don't watch many movies, but I think I've seen some clips of that, and the concept of a live-action Cat in the Hat is interesting. Okay. How many of you guys have seen the Cat in the Hat ride at Universal Studios? Or is it like, it's Universal Islands of Adventure. It's Universal Islands of Adventure. Why is it like that? Can I just say, why is it like that? Why is it like that? I'm not gonna clarify what I mean. I'm just gonna say, why is it like that? I swear. I think more children would find that ride terrifying. Anyway. Like, a masculine woman and a tomboy are actually separate, even as there's overlap. You know what? You're so right there, actually. I do have some thoughts, though, regarding how, like, masculinity and its presentation in feminine presenting people is very different between, like, the concept of... between, like... Okay, this is something I branch into a little bit with the horse video about how, like, the horse girl is a playful transgression of femininity, whereas the horse woman is an attack on heteronormative standards. Like, that's a whole, actually, thing that I really wanted to touch on in horse video that I ranted on a bit last night. We definitely see, like masculinity, it's fun and cute and a little silly when girls pick that up. But the moment it's a grown woman, it's very much treated differently and much more reviled by society. But there's a lot of layers there. So some good points, followed by mentioning terms that make me fear for my genitalia. So fair, Pyro. So fair. I feel like gender is useful shorthand, but I'm deeply interested in modern debate about whether or not we should engage with that beyond being useful shorthand. That's fair. That's fair. And that's a debate I would absolutely be down to have when I have more sleep in me. I'm of the opinion that there are as many genders that there are people, since everyone experiences gender differently, but that's just me. Gender is something that we simultaneously... It's simultaneously something psychological and something that we culturally construct. Like, gender, yes, is a real psychological thing that we experience, but anything actually associated with it is a cultural construction that we then go on to perform because we need to outwardly project our gender. Like, desiring to have long or short hair isn't a gender, but it is a trait that we associate with a gender, and because of our internal senses of identity, wish to express within this cultural context, wish to project, to perform in this particular cultural context. Little crackles in my mic, friend. Oh no. Give me a moment. I'm gonna reset my mic. Give me a moment. Am I audible? Do I sound okay? Hopefully it wasn't too big an issue. Horsewomen, never thought about them? Yeah. I talked about this last night, and I'll get up more on this in a second because I love talking about this. I love talking about this shit. I'm insane. But let me make sure I'm not saying anything too interesting. Suddenly enjoy the more feminine characteristics, but in a world where gender didn't exist, I can identify with femininity without needing the woman label. Just use woman because it's the closest I can get to saying how I feel without going on a 40-minute lecture every time I meet someone. And that's so fair, Tanky Kitty. That's so fair. Gender isn't real. It is something that we psychologically experience, yes, but which is culturally constructed and performed. There is a Cat in the Hats ride. Yes, there's a Cat in the Hats ride. Anyway. Welcome back, Araya. Lovely to see you again. Paws is an alien cat that went to college with Cthulhu, and Paws' entire race each has different gender for each individual, but he goes by he, him for convenience because half the party is idiots. That's kind of cute. That's kind of cute. The conversation of long hair actually makes me think about how drag queens or androgynous / masculine actually grow their hair long in order to be a little bit more gender neutral. Like, there are two androgynies, lack of sexual gender characteristics, then both of them at the same time, and incredibly performed, yes. However, unfortunately, like, I love men with long hair. I love that kind of androgyny. I adore that kind of androgyny. I wish I could have that kind of androgyny. Because the way I'm read already defaults so far feminine, I have to overcompensate in certain ways to even hit a point of being read androgynous. That means cutting out things that I would enjoy, elements of femininity or feminine expression that I do enjoy. It's better than being insane. Other truly insane to want sane in this mad world. Okay, but horsewoman. So, one big thing I talk on in horse video, or one thing I haven't actually read in this section yet, but I was rambling about this a long time last night. So the horse girl is a playful subversion of femininity. It's much like the tomboy. It is a variant of the tomboy. The horse woman is a threat to heteronormative society and patriarchal understandings of gender and relationships and whatnot. A whole element of the horse-girl relationship, this is a big concept that's talked about in a lot of the literature that I'm using for this video essay. The entire notion that horse craziness is, for some girls, for many girls, a replacement for boy craziness. It allows them to form a strong emotional bond with something in a way that doesn't expect heteronormative romance out of them and doesn't push a femininity onto them. This is why there is so much queerness in horse girl circles. This is why horse girlhood appeals to so many young queer girls. However, when you cross that barrier from girlhood to womanhood and you're still obsessed with that horse human bond, you still hold on to that horse craziness, well, now this is weird. Now society says, oh, this is weird, that you are almost prioritizing this animal over another person. And we see in other human-animal relationships, like the relationship people have with their cat or dog, oftentimes these relationships are depicted as parent to child. Your dog is your son. But for some reason, horses don't get that same regard, and it probably has something to do with the fact that they don't tend to live in your house. They're not small enough that you can cuddle with them. They are distant from a lot of the things that we associate with a parental relationship. So we can't say no. These horsewomen, for them, their horse is like their kid. No. Their horse is almost contextualized as a romantic partner, because that's the only way that society can rationalize the horsewoman in a way that doesn't make them a threat to heteronormative standards. And that's why you'll see so many ads. I don't know how many of you guys even get exposed to this stuff, but that's why so much horsewoman media, it very much sexualizes and romanticizes, and not romanticizes as in makes appealing, but romanticizes in, oh, this is almost akin to a romantic relationship, the relationship between the woman and the horse. There's a lot of ads out there that are oh, because you love him, and there's a picture of a woman with lounging, a very attractive, oftentimes kind of scantily clad woman riding a horse. Or like the just pure sexualization of horse women as being promiscuous and whatnot. It all stems from the fact that like there's almost this prioritization of the horse over or existing on the same level as where you would expect a heteronormative romantic relationship to be. Almost sounds like a Bond old cowboy stories or something for the cavalry officer. How so? How so? I'm curious. Let me catch up a little bit. Definitely feel that. Like if I used a femme voice for my model, I would be red femme more than mask. It's that my model is so soft that my queerness is red between or by contrast. The Vroid is actually femme. Nods. When I say half the party is idiots, one is a sea girl who has all knowledge from anime. One is a talking sword, one is a dragon, one is a Gorgon masochist. Oh dear. Oh dear. I think now the initial cultural damage that was done by Tumblr getting overly ambitious and being clowned on for it is mostly repaired, and we've reached an interesting stage where, from what people can tell, people are able to decouple gender from sex and use it as a form of identity expression, because it means that people can embrace more unique natures and we can experiment with how far someone can go off the beaten path, so to speak, before the average person can't fully engage. Maybe in some places, I live in the South. I'm not in, like, the deep South, but I'm in the South. I'm in the South. Admittedly, that also leads a bias to, like, my understanding of the general public's conception of queer issues. I'm exposed more to homophobia and to conservative thought on gender and sexuality than I am than most people who probably live like outside of the South do. But I don't think those things, I don't think, to be fair, a lot of conservatives, no, they do buy into that shit, actually. They do buy into that shit. They're the ones talking about the quote-unquote litter boxes for people identifying as cats and whatnot. I don't think that stuff's been decoupled, at least in a lot of southern spaces. Also, there will be an ad hitting in a little bit over a minute. Apologies, folks, not a whole lot I can do about it. Twitch does force me to run ads. I hate it too, don't worry. I'm also mad about it. That being said, I'm surprised that the horsewomen are considered weird. Maybe it's just the area I grew up in. Horses seen as primarily feminine animals rather than being attributed with men. See, that's a recent cultural shift, because for most of history, horses were a masculine thing and considered a masculine symbol. Think the cowboy, think the what's it called? Cavalry. Think, like, so often, for most of history, horses have been contextualized as being masculine. That's why horse girls are in a way transgressive, because horses for so long have been implicitly masculine for a long time. And I would even argue, depending on where you are and whatnot, that horses are still considered more masculine symbols outside of, like, equestrianism. If you're not somewhere where equestrianism is a big deal, they're still pretty implicitly masculine. One of the sources I read into talks about how mutual corporeality and how gender is projected and performed both by, like, the human and the horse in a human-horse relationship, really any human-animal relationship, but this paper specifically focuses on the human and the horse. And how, by default, horses are usually read masculine, and there's actually a massive stigma against mares in horse circles for being, like, flighty and more difficult to work with. There's like, misogyny against horses. But yeah, ad hitting in a moment. Apologies, folks. So, anyone know the movie Sisu would be a good movie? They treat dogs as something to be respected, but the horse gets blown up. That's really interesting. He talking about horse romance just making me think of Mr. Hands. Horse girls get, in some respects, similar treatment to biker girls. True. I would agree. Goodness, horse misogyny. Exactly. Horse misogyny, chat. Also, in the originally Dudley Do Right cartoons, Dudley's girlfriend had an affair with a horse. This is one of the first cartoon series ever made. Yeah, like, this is an existing bit of stigma that's out there. First was how they worked on the ranch, also care went into the animal, and the cavalry officer is one in a heated battle, the only ally that could really rely on the horse itself. Yeah. No, like, the horse-human bond, historically, that's historically a masculine thing. I found that horses and bikes are somewhat masculine expressions of virility and strength, like an untamed stallion must be broken, or a loud roaring action. Yeah! No, there's the whole notion of, like, breaking a horse, breaking its spirit and whatnot. That ties in, like, that, okay, in a way, thank you so much, Dino Mask, for the subscription, I appreciate it. In a way, the breaking of a horse is robbing it of its own masculinity, while also a man projecting its own on it, and there's this interesting conversation about how within that, and partially because of that, a lot of horsewomen these days really lean towards what's known as natural horsemanship, which is a kind of horsemanship that kind of avoids all of that. You got a weird collection of knowledge. You got any weird tips for body aches? Hello, Gentle Ruffian. Sorry for taking a moment. Why are you doing that? Sorry for taking a moment to acknowledge you there. I do not. I'm sorry. I cannot help. Pairing of anything feminine with masculine demands, often a sense of attraction, establishment of heteronormative space. Exactly. Cell gets it. Cell's with me here. I thought Mustangs were known as wanted as mares. From what I read and experienced, mares generally there's a stigma against them. For being, like, aggressive and unmanageable and whatnot. There's a trait of masculization there and otherwise, saving these creatures. Exactly. It's a projection of masculinity, by the man on the horse. a creature that is generally untamed and masculine in isolation that has now been kind of implicitly feminized, but also has to still be masculine. There's so many layers. It is fine, I shall just resume consumption of various pharmaceuticals. Ibuprofen is my go-to, good luck. Fascinating. Where I grew up there was a feminine while the motorcycle was masculine. Yeah, so, like, horses have become a feminine thing, don't get me wrong. But I also think, like, there's still, like, caring for a horse is not a feminine task. Equestrianism being feminine is entirely performance. The notion of, like, the super feminine, pretty woman on a horse, that's made up. That's fiction. That is a fantasy that has been created, much like how the modern, like, fictional perceptions and that we have of the cowboy. This is a... Hello, Tiger Faye, how are you doing? We're talking about horse girls. But the equestrian, it's fake. Behind the scenes, that's not what the bond looks like. It is a performance of femininity that is stripped away the moment you're no longer performing for judges. Because you were, in a way, it's so fascinating. So, thank you for gifting a sub to, Daikuso. Excuse me? Thank you for the hype train. How dare you? How dare you? There is, like, engaging with horses the way that women do in equestrian circles, yes, is seen as a feminine thing for men to do. That is true. Like, the horse, at least in equestrian circles, has become a feminine hobby, but I would still argue that there is an inherent masculinity to horses. Keep in mind that gendered standards are things that can shift, and also the same thing can have different... JM, thank you for the gifted sub! Congrats to, Molly Moss. I would still argue, like, things can have different gendered, connotations in different spaces. The same thing can have a different gendered connotation depending on the way in which it is being interacted with or the space it is being interacted within. Hello, Calico, lovely to see you. Sorry about the ads, everyone. Sorry about the ads. Let hype. Let men be horse girls. True. Horse girl. This is another one of my hot takes. Horse girl is a gender neutral term. Or it should be. Horse girl does not refer to girls who like horses, or at least should not refer to girls who like horses. It refers to a specific relationship between a human and a horse, wherein the human is able to find a level of autonomy and freedom through the horse that they do not otherwise have. Horse girls are queer and disabled and neurodivergent. But they are not necessarily girls. That's a big point I want to make in the video essay. And, like, my main source, it's a book called Horse Crazy, Girls and Lives of Horses by Jean O'Malley Haley. And she talks on how, like, yeah, I really want to talk to trans and gender non-conforming people, but I couldn't find any, and I'm like, I will be your trans horse girl. Let's go. I'll be your trans mask horse girl. Come on. Come on. I can speak from learning about Mr. Hands that loving horses in a romantic sense isn't a gender-exclusive activity. Interesting. I don't know anything about this. Just that PNG is in front of the sub-alerts. Whoops. Whoops. Let me fix that real quick. That's because I'm... That's weird. Situation scuffed. You going on a massive political speech about horses? Yes, I'm very passionate about this. Can you tell? Can you tell that I'm extremely passionate about this? Can you tell that I care a lot about this topic? So I find the whole thing fascinating, despite often feeling like an outsider looking in. JM, thank you for the bids as well. What the fuck? I don't deserve this. I don't deserve this. People discuss these feelings. They feel things are gendered, or how they gender themselves. Feels like studying something uncharted land to me, and that's so fair. If you've, especially if you're a cis person, you've probably never analyzed gender to this extent. It completely is, it makes sense, it's understandable. Like, most people, even a lot of trans people, have not sat down and analyzed gender to this extent because it's not really meaningful to. What's the point of sitting down and deconstructing how everything exists in a cultural context if you are content to continue to exhibit it within that cultural context? But also, I care, because I'm not content exhibiting it within the cultural context. I'm gonna read my queer theory and I'm gonna be angry about it. Don't Google it, do not understood, Octopus. I will not be Googling it. How are you? I strongly agree, gender is context specific. Being tall and strong is associated with maleness. So it was very empowering for me, so to speak, to rebrand as an Amazon. Valid. Valid. If I can just tangentially relate it, God, being transmasc and being 5'10" feels fucking incredible. Being transmasc, being 5'10", being like a twig with like minimal curves, it's kind of great. It's kind of great. I'm not that far off from my ideal, like, top surgery, a little bit more of a masculine voice, and whatnot. Like, I'd be pretty happy with my body then. There's a few other things, but those are more complicated. Mr. Hands tried to... Ah, I see. I see. I was unfamiliar with... Okay, understood. Understood. Gross. Phoenix Wright made out with Edward in the back of a Tim Hortons. He absolutely would. They're gay. They're gay. They're so gay. Forgot the gray-haired twink. Miles... You mean Miles Edgeworth? Wait, you mean Miles Edgeworth, right? Oh my god. Fuck, you're taller than me? Haha, suffer. I love being tall. Being transmasc and being one of the tallest people in a room is an incredible feeling. It is an incredible feeling that I love, and I would never trade for the world. I love being tall. I love being tall. No, thank you everyone who puts up with my gender horse rambles. I'm gonna switch to a different playlist, 'cause I think this one is messed up. This one has weird audio crackles in it. Why does this one have weird audio crackles? Yeah, other people in the comments are noticing it. Alright. We're moving to another PMD playlist, actually. To be honest, being short and quote emasculated in that way is somewhat empowering in opposite direction. I imagine it would be. I know a couple trans femme folks who are short and also love being short and small, and that's so fair. I like being tall. It feels good. Like, I'm about average for a man, and I'm not a man, but being able to be like, yeah, I'm about average for a man, that feels pretty good on the gender front. No, you're fine, Pyro, you're fine. I'm not like angry, I'm just like, damn, that's a thing that happened. I'm not surprised that that kind of thing has happened. I'm not shocked at all. I'm not shocked that that kind of thing happened at all. And absolutely, the sexualization, well, the thing is, though, the sexualization of the, like, woman-horse relationship that I'm referring to, it isn't being done by horse women. It's being done by outside individuals who are like, oh, they can't reconcile this dynamic existing. They have trouble reconciling that a woman could love a horse on the level that they might love a family member in a way that isn't romantic or sexual in nature. I absolutely in love with watching the model talk, even if it's just a work in progress. I love watching it talk. Like, the mouth forms, I did a good job with this. I was thinking I was going to fix a lot more than what I'm thinking I'm going to have to fix. I want to fix the smile a little bit, because it's a little bit too extreme. But I really like the mouth forms on this. I think they're all really good. It moves very well, it's very expressive, and very responsive to my facial movements. I just need to tune a few things. Probably the mouth, actually, is the big one. Alright. Thank you so much for the hype train, guys. It means the world. I am just a fox on the internet, but I appreciate your support. I appreciate your support. Okay, I'm gonna put the PNG tuber away. Now y'all know what I've looked like throughout my streaming career. I'm in the category of old school internet experience. Probably puberty during that time was weird. See, I am someone who had very limited internet access before the age of like 17. My access to the internet was extremely minimal before then. So I feel bad how many references and memes I don't get. I missed out on a lot of stuff. Some of it's probably for the best. But I also missed out, like, the aesthetic and experience of, like, early 2000s internet is something that I do regret missing out on. Drinking Ellis has had a second wind. No worries. Take care, Sel. Enjoy your lurk. Thank you for being here and chatting. Thank you for the meaningful points that you have made in this conversation, and congrats again on 1K. I'm so proud of you. I'm biting you. You're my friend. Get some rest. Bite you. I noticed my phone is getting low on battery, so I'm heading out. No worries, Dixo. Lovely having you. Take care. Hope to see you around sometime in the near future. Don't forget to leave a follow before you head out. Wink, wink. But nah. Take care. Do you got to do? Oh, shit. Thank you so much. It means the world. Have a lovely evening. Would love to see you around in the future. Definitely adding the horse stuff is something to look forward for future story ideas. Hell yeah, my horse girl ramblings have meaning. I care so much about horse girls, because I was one. I never had a horse. And a lot of the resources I look at, and I've been looking into, they do focus primarily on the relationships between, you know, girls and real living horses, but I still think horse girl media had a very meaningful influence, so there's things to be drawn from that experience as well. I loved horses. And I'm glad I did. Let fly over my head still. It's for the best, trust me. Completely fair. It probably is for the best. There's a lot of ways, though, in which I feel it's held me back. I spent a lot of time trying to figure out how to navigate online spaces, because I didn't know how to do so. I spent a long time being way too open on the internet when I first got exposed to it, because for so long it was something that I didn't have, and I didn't know how to interface with it. I never got taught how to interface it. I didn't make mistakes. I think a lot of people also had those phases, but they had them younger than I did. I didn't make those mistakes when I was younger, but maybe that's also for the best. Maybe it's for the best I waited until I was a little bit older to make those mistakes. Did MLP shift the public perception of the assigned masculinity or femininity of horses, or was it a shift a long time coming? So MLP is actually an interesting subject, because it's a case of how a lot of horse-centric media has been, like, re-feminized over time. The horse girl is not a traditionally feminine figure, but it has been re-feminized through a lot of media, including things like MLP, wherein, you know, these horses have been turned into very feminine, pretty things that teach feminine, that are interested in, you know, heteronormative relationships and, are beautiful and are, how do I say? They're feminine, they are beautiful, they are interested in fashion, they are interested in, being pretty and colorful and girly and whatnot. In a way that disrupts, or re-disrupts? No, in a way that counteracts the disruption that the horse girl normally provides. The way in which bronies entered the space, however, is a very interesting phenomenon. It's one I haven't done quite as much reading into, but I know my main source has an entire section discussing. I think the section is called "For the Boys Who Love Horses," talking about boys who interact with horses the way that we would expect horse girls to. Because, like I said, I don't think a horse girl is really a gender determined experience. It is simply a it is a very specific kind of relationship between human and horse. It is a... How do I express? The horse-girl dynamic is a individual who finds freedom and the ability to self-express and autonomy through a horse that they wouldn't have otherwise, and I think bronies do the same thing through their engagement with My Little Pony and other types of horse-centric media. It's mostly My Little Pony, but you know what I mean. They are able to engage with femininity in ways that is usually denied to them, and that's valid as fuck. That's still horse girlhood. I don't think it has had a massive shift in the cultural perception of horses. In fact, I think it has kind of further reinforced horses, or at least horse media, as being a feminine thing, if it is not explicitly presented as being the cowboy these days. Aside of, instances like Red Dead, wherein this is a very explicit Western cowboy fantasy, horses have become in media a feminine thing. The ways in which the media that we create centering around them. Hello, Gyoza, hi. You were a dino and merman kid. Valid. I'm so mad about not getting a dino phase. I had a whole, just chatting segment of a stream dedicated to talking with the chat and trying to decide what my favorite dinosaur is. Chad and I sat there for a while talking about and going through lists of dinosaurs, trying to pick a favorite dinosaur for me, because I was so mad about not having a dinosaur phase. It's one of my favorite little stream bits, I think, actually. But we do exist in an era where horses, at least as we understand that, horses, when they're not being used for work purposes, have become feminine. Or they have been, because of their association with the horse girl, they have been feminized, and I don't think things like MLP have shifted that. In fact, they've reinforced that, because it is stigmatized almost for men to engage with this feminine piece of media that is associated with horses, therefore further reinforcing the fact that horses are feminine. The dino phase never ends. I'm so I'm so glad. I'm so proud. Still in my dino phase. Yeah, there's also Pyro, who's very much in his dino phase. Pyro, if you're still here. I don't know if you're still here, but your fellow dino lover is here. Also, sorry for all the folks that I have trouble keeping up with at times. God, sometimes a lot happens in chat, and I've been rambling a lot. I've been working on those yapping muscles in the past few months. Gotta run, no worries, Dino. Take care. Lovely having you. Have a lovely rest of your evening. Take care of yourself, alright? My brother had a Jurassic Park themed wedding. I still have my gold Brontosaurus hairpin. That is so valid. Araya. Kind of miss playing with Barbie dolls, and that's valid. I've spent a long time recently thinking over and, for lack of a better term, healing my relationship with girlhood. Recognizing the ways in which girlhood positively impacted me, the good things that it gave me, even if there was a lot of bad. Because I don't want to live forever grieving the fact that I didn't get to have, a less gendered or more masculinely gendered childhood. I don't want to spend my life grieving that. I want to be able to... I want to be done grieving in general. Grief has been a very central theme of my life that I kind of want to let go of. And a part of that for me has been... How do I say? It has been... Brain. A part of that for me has been simply... I just lost my train. I am so sorry, folks. But a part of me no longer grieving has been me no longer grieving like my own childhood, my own existence in a gendered context. Coming to terms with my childhood and learning to love some of the things that it gave me, even if there's a lot of experiences that I feel a little bit robbed of, even if I'm a little bit mad that I didn't get a dinosaur phase. I got to be really into horses. And that's fucking cool. That's badass. Even if I never learned how to express anger when I was a kid, I did learn a lot of emotional intelligence that I would normally had. Even if there was a lot of sexual trauma that was born out of growing up a girl, I still came out of it with things to love. I've had similar feelings about having a boyhood. One of my earliest egg moments was being a 4-year-old watching Mulan reject all the dresses, makeup, softness, and my heart was like, but I want that. That is so cute, actually. No, because I was extremely drawn when I was young to stories about girls masquerading as men for one purpose or another, which I think is honestly very, very in tune with my gender identity now, because I'm not a man. I'm a non-binary person who likes presenting masculinity. I think it's very in tune with my current gender expression. That for me, masculinity is just something I like to perform, even if it's not really my gender. I loved those stories. I adored stories about girls taking on masculinity, performing it, pretending to be men for one reason or another. If I found books on that, I was so happy. If I found books where that was a plot point, it was my everything. But no, you're so fair. You're so fair, Ginga. You're so fair. I miss playing horse girl games a little bit. And the thing is, let yourself have those things. Let yourself have those things. There are certain like elements of gendered expression that I'm working on still healing my relationship with, but allowing yourself to still love the things that you loved then, even if they are gendered, is so valid. I think sometimes, I can't say this is a thing that trans femme people go through, but I know as trans masc people, it's not uncommon to really reject femininity when you first start transitioning. You have this phase of just hating anything feminine, of putting it down, of despising it, on a very honestly unhealthy level, if I'm going to be completely real. Healing that has been really nice, really important. I'm back to be A's emotional support, Zelda. Biting you, 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 biting you. When I was a small bean, I just had a lot of friends who were girls. That's also fair. That is also incredibly fair. That is so valid. Had a dragon phase more than a dinosaur phase, also fair. What was my favorite dinosaur? I need to check what my favorite dinosaur was. I'm also gonna move back to, the furry model was redeemed, and I immediately moved over to this model to show it off, so I'm gonna go back to the furry model. I'm so sorry, JM. If you're still listening, I apologize. Where is it? Gremlin with hands. This is one of my older models, but it's cute. I hit the wrong button. As a trans femme, I can't say for the first few months I hated being masked. Did the whole I hate pig thing, now just really butch. Interesting, interesting. Interesting. See, because I just put down, like, there was a period of time where I pretty much blanketly put down a lot of feminine interests and things as somehow being, like, beneath me, which feels so fucking gross, but, thankfully, you usually grow out of that experience eventually. Please? Face tracking reestablished. There we go. I'm here and it's cool. Alright, I'm glad it's cool. Sorry, I just wanted to play around with things, then I got distracted because the model looks so good. Alright, we're furry now. We're furry. Yeah, I want to check what my favorite dinosaur was. I want to know what my favorite dinosaur was, chat. I want to find out what my favorite dinosaur was. What was my favorite dinosaur? Oh, it was a Dino. Okay. You remember everyone's favorite? Let me look this guy up. Let me make sure this was the right one. I know it was a raptor. Yeah! Yeah, this was the fella! This was my favorite! We collectively decided, chat, we had a whole conversation one day about, like, okay, what would have been my favorite dinosaur? And it was this fella over here. It was this fella. This is what we decided my favorite dinosaur would be. This is Deinonychus. Look at him. Look at him. He's such a fella. He is big and he's got the funky tail feathers. And I really should make a Sona. I really should make a Sona based off this guy. Like, look at him. He's so cute. What do you think of Dimetrodon? I have to look that one up. My favorite is the Brachiosaurus. Valid. Parents always told me it was okay to like boys when I grew up, which I think is so fucking cool. I'm glad you had accepting parents, honestly. It's like, it is one thing to have parents that are just okay with it. It is another to have parents that are openly accepting and tell you, even without your prompting, that it is okay. That is something special and something to be loved. Let me peek at this guy. Alright, he's cute. He's silly. I like him. See, I'm particularly fond of, like, the two-legged raptor types with the feathered arms. The feathered arms just go so hard, and, like, the talon-like legs, the almost beak-like heads, the big tail feathers. Those, for me, like, I'm very, very fond of those traits in my dinosaurs. But this guy's cute. This guy's a fella. This guy is definitely a fella. These favorite dinosaurs, the one meme I sent in the other day is so real, actually. Let me grab that. Where's my DMs with you? I DM'd so many people. There we are. Look at what Zelda made. Could really see you as a dino. Yeah, I need to make a Sona. Because no one else is gonna do it for me. I gotta do it for myself. Chopper, the best Land Before Time character. I know, I'm pretty sure I have seen Land Before Time, or at least some related, message? So, some related bit of media? But I'm not entirely sure. There's some kind of Land Before Time piece of media that I have engaged with at some point. God, going back to this model and seeing the less detailed, much simpler mouth forms is so sad, actually. It's so sad. No, I want my fancy mouth forms back. But no, it's a good piece of media that I want to, or that I'm pretty sure I've engaged with in some extent. Wasn't there a TV show also? Or was it a whole series of movies? If it was a series, I've seen at least one of them. But no, that is a fella that I do enjoy. Chumper, the best Land Before Time character. Little fella. There were multiple movies. One sec, we need to do a deep dive into the Land Before Time franchise. I was thinking we were going to start the stream off by watching me work on a song, but here we are instead. I thought we were gonna sit here while I work on a song, but no, we're gonna talk about the Land Before Time franchise, apparently. Let's see what we got. The Land Before Time franchise consists of American animated adventure family installments centered around dinosaurs, including a theatrical movie, various straight-to-home video sequels, a spin-off TV series. Okay. What do we got? You don't have summaries of each of the movies for me. Okay, never mind. I'm not- this is not helpful for me. So I cannot look at these and determine which ones I've seen, but I've seen at least one Land Before Time piece of media, because this dinosaur right here, I've seen him before. I know him. This bugger. This brown bugger right here. Yeah, I know these dinosaurs. I know these dinosaurs. I think Nicholson already covered every piece of Land of Time of media. Really? Really? Maybe I have a YouTube video I need to watch or something. As soon as I saw AE say in chat that he was Sharp Tooth, I instantly knew I needed to edit him as Chopper. I love that so much. It's cute. It's adorable. Also, rip Ducky the dinosaur? Who was Ducky? Which one's Ducky? But no, I know these dinosaurs. I've seen them before. Maybe I have a YouTube video I need to watch after stream. God, no. I don't know what Land Before Time piece of media it was that I engaged with, but there was one of them at some point that I did in fact watch or something. Something. Not in the film? Oh! Oh! I see the actor died. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Which one is Ducky? Which one's Ducky? Because I don't know. And I try to, you might have noticed whenever I'm actually doing Google searches, I try to make sure things are invisible just because there's a small chance of it pulling things up from my search history, and I don't know what's in my search history. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what's in my search history. That's between me and the things that I don't remember doing. My search history is between apparently not even me and myself. Apparently it's past me and no one else because I don't fucking remember. The duck-billed dinosaur. I see the duck-billed guy. Okay. Oh, poor Ducky. That tracks. That makes sense, actually. Poor Ducky. Rip to Ducky's VA. Rest in peace. Thank you for the work you did in bringing light to so many children's lives. Thank you for the light you bring to so many children's lives. I love that, honestly. I don't know, like, there's so much cute, iconic... It's really interesting how much children's media really impacts our lives going forward. AE has AE. AE is day AE and night AE. I might as well at this point. I might as well. Thank you for the hydrate, Wookiees. How are you doing? Lovely to see you. Hope you're well. Night AE is not aware of day AE's activities. You might as well be right at this rate. You might as well be correct. I mean, to be fair, I spent most of today watching a stream. That being a celerity to us, 100 or 1,000 Twitch followers stream. Oh, that reminds me. Chat. We need a new follow goal. We need a new follow goal. I don't have any ideas. We did the watch party was 1,250. I still haven't finished the ASMR scripts for 1,000. Whoops. After work, no worries, Gentle Ruffian. Lovely seeing you. Take care, take care. We watch another movie? No, I don't want to do the same thing twice in a row. Wookiees, I don't want to do the same thing twice in a row. Yeah, so there's gonna be an there was supposed to be an ASMR stream to celebrate 1,000 followers, but I never finished writing the script. I never finished it. I do want whatever we do here, so I have a goal in mind. If we hit that follow goal by my 2.0 debut, which can be September 21st. 2.0 is debuting on September 21st, mark your calendars. I am going to do something. I haven't decided what. I want there to be something special. What about the mustard sandwiches that I suggested? To be honest, I'm not particularly inclined to do something that, like, requires me to go buy stuff. If I have to go physically to a store and buy stuff, I'm less inclined to do it. That's just me. I don't like running errands. And I don't want to have to go buy all that. But no, eventually when I finish writing the ASMR scripts, there will be an ASMR stream, but I need to finish writing the ASMR scripts. Is there a PO box? We can send you hot sauces. There is not currently a PO box. I live in a version of Earth where everything is just slightly worse. And The issue with P.O. boxes is that they still give you a pretty good idea of where someone lives, you know? With a P.O. box, you still know, like, roughly what city they're in. And I don't want that. You'll know I'm in Florida. I've hinted little bits more than that. It's really all I'm comfortable with folks knowing. I really don't want folks to know more than that. You just send gushers, and that's so fair. I don't want folks to know more detail than like, oh yes, I'm in Florida, on a version of Earth where everything is just slightly worse. Hello, Audrey, how are you doing? Lovely to see you. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. I do hope everyone is doing absolutely incredible. I appreciate you all, and I'm biting you, 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 I'm biting you. Aid lives in the dark corner you're too scared to go into. Yeah, sorry, I live in your walls, chat. That's why you can't know where I am. It's because I'm actually inside your walls right now. I am currently living in your walls, and if I gave you even a rough estimate of my location, you might find out that I am living inside your walls, and that would be a problem. Just finished a friend's Super Metroid stream. Oh, hell yeah, hell yeah. How'd they enjoy Super Metroid? That's a game that I wish I could play, but likely never will, because it feels too difficult. And I am a little guy. I'm a little guy. I'm not a little guy, that's a lie, but I would suck at Metroid. I would suck at Metroid, I wouldn't have fun with it. It's the kind of difficult... That's the thing with a lot of the older games. There's a reason why I tend to start with the 2000s. Because in the 2000s, there started to be more of a push to make games accessible. Not necessarily accessible, but it started being less about making games... There was less of a focus on difficulty in games. Oh, Xander, thank you for the resub. Hell yeah! How are you doing? Time does fly. How have you been? Lovely to see you. Have you played Metroid Prime? I have not played Metroid Prime. I have not played any Metroid games, but I am someone who primarily streams games from the early 2000s, or from the 2000s and early 2010s, rather. Occasionally more modern games, but the reason I start there, in the 2000s, in like the 90s and early gaming, when gaming first moved to console, there was this... A lot of the stylings of arcade games pulled over. A lot of games, they focused on replayability by making you die a lot. They focused on replayability by being very difficult. So you would die, you would constantly end up restarting, doing the same tasks over and over again. Doing good at work right now. Finally slowing down. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Glad work is slowing down. Speaking of time flowing, or flying rather. It's been over 2 years. Thank you for being here for so long, Wookiees. Jesus Christ. It is insane how quickly time passes. Also glad the stream was good, Audrey. Glad the stream was good. Always lovely to see you. Just do my recommendation of DMC3 in the Discord. What do you think of playing that? Did you drop that in the suggestions channel? I typically, like, around once or twice a month, go through and add everything in. I think I did see it, but I haven't gone through and added everything, because I like to add things in batches to the list. I need to do that eventually. Alright, I'll add that to the list whenever I next go through and do a batch, most likely. But a lot of games in the 90s, they held onto a lot of the stylings of arcade games. And arcade games, the whole thing was like, oh, you start up the game, you die, you gotta put another quarter in. That's how they got money out of you, by making their games really difficult, rather than being really long, and forcing you to die repeatedly and feed them more money. It was very skill-based, how quickly and cheaply you could complete a game and whatnot. When games moved to console, they held on to similar sentiments. There wasn't a lot of content, but games were very difficult, gave you limited lives, forced you to replay them constantly, and get really good if you wanted to succeed. That's how, back in the day, games really extended their playtime. They also gave you so little guidance, so there was a lot of ramming your head into a wall. Though admittedly, the language of video games has changed a lot, so a lot of the confusion that can be faced by someone from today going back to an older game is in part that. Damn, I don't remember this trial from Ace Attorney. I know, right, Monster Kicker? Don't worry, we'll move over to the game soon. We'll move over soon when the next ad break hits. I'll get there. I'll get there. Think one of the oldest followers that still watches you. You definitely are up there, Wookiees, and I appreciate it a ton, genuinely. It means a lot. People sticking around for any period of time, for any number of months, it's incredible to me. I love this community with everything in me. But there was a shift in like the later 90s, I think, to games that were more story heavy. They had a lot more content. They were still extremely difficult, but there was a lot of story and content aside of just ramming your head into a wall and dying repeatedly. And then in the early 2000s, we start to see the difficulty of gaming ease up a bit as more games, they're cheaper produced, let's be honest, they were cheaply produced, but they focused a lot less on difficulty, and they were worried about being more accessible and interesting to kids who didn't necessarily want to be ramming their head into a wall, and repeating the same task over and over again. And that's kind of why I start with the 2000s, not just, it's also, you know, the fact that that's when I grew up. I was born in 2001, and I would hear folks talk about all these games that I didn't get to play, that I wanted to play. So I'm finally going back and playing all of these things that I didn't have access to. But the fact that it was a less difficult era of gaming is definitely an appeal. I'm not gonna lie to you. The Neurospicy stick together very strong and very well, indeed, indeed, and I'm glad to have my very Neurospicy community. Some early 2000s games are fiendish. I mean, true. That was after 2005 when difficult games stopped being made. Fair point, fair point. But it still happened in the 2000s. Yes, I was born September 21st in 2001. Yes, that is my full birth date. Congratulations. Congratulations, you have found my exact birth date. Do with that information as you please. I don't know what the big deal about that, like, I don't know what the big deal is, but cool. Like I say, strongly recommend Sly Cooper and the Thievius Raccoons. I think that's on my list. I do think Sly Cooper is on my list. Let me pull up the list. Why not? Let's pull up the list. Let's peek at it. Stream game list. Is Sly Cooper on here? Control find Sly. Yes, I have Sly Cooper. I have the first Sly Cooper game on here with the note, maybe others in the series have enjoyed. Yo, September birthday. Let's go! September! The fox is 1 year younger? Yeah, I mean, I'm 22. I'm 22. I'm gonna be 23 in a month and a half, and I don't know how I feel about that, chat. I think that societally we hold a lot of stigma against aging. There's a lot of fear around aging. People are so scared of getting old, and honestly, like, we don't tend to think about the elderly as a marginalized population, but the way that we treat them, they kinda are. When you're old, the way that you lack resources, the way that most spaces become inaccessible to you, like, there is a level of marginalization there. And the disdain that younger folk often feel towards the elderly, I'm not pulling oh, you are entitled to take care of your elders and whatnot, but we definitely mistreat them, like, as a culture collectively. Look at all of the abuse that happens in, say, homes for the elderly and whatnot. I think it's really sad how much people hate the concept of aging. I'm not scared of getting old. I am scared of acknowledging the passage of time. I don't like that time passes and there's nothing I can do about it. I don't like that time passes and I have to sit there and say, oh, I did not complete all of my goals in this time. But that's a personal issue. I'm about 5 days too late for September birthday. Aww. You're a Libra then. You're a Libra. Have you heard 50 Cent Blood on the Sand? I have not, Octopus. I have not. Curious. I've never heard of this before. I physically trained 2 people in their 70s. To some extent, you can choose how we age. I mean, yes, but it becomes more difficult. your body starts to degrade, and yes, you can prevent it. Yes, you can build up skills to work around that. But it's not easy. And culturally, we kind of do treat old people like shit. Even like the whole the hatred towards boomer, it's very much manufactured media outrage to create a generational divide and make political organization more difficult. But anyway, that's a whole separate issue. It's a game I think you might enjoy. All right, let me peek at that. Let me peek at that. Father Time, the cruelest motherfucker this side of reality, and the next reel. 50 cent blood on the hand. Let me look this up. Let me look this up. 50 cent blood on the hand. On the sand, rather. I can read. Third-person shooter video game developed by Swordfish Studios, published for the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360. Interesting. Okay. Okay, I'll peek into it. I'll peek into it. Why not? I'll give it a look. I'm always down to experience new things. But no, the passage of time, my absolute below. The passage of time, my mortal nemesis. My greatest fear is not aging, but time passing and me having to acknowledge that I haven't made the most of it. Time passing and me having to acknowledge that I could have and should have done better. Which is stupid. You can only expect so much from yourself. And I am pushing myself to my limits every goddamn day, but it's kind of in my nature. Do listen to Octopus Incorporated? Oh no? Oh no? Why? What's the discourse? What's the issue? I'm fascinated. I'm fascinated right now. I gotta know. I gotta know. Sweatson putting up storytime videos for 10 years. Exactly, Araya. Exactly. Horse video has been in my head, something that I've had in the background that I've been wanting to make for a year now. And at one point I had a finished script. At one point I recorded the script. At one point I recorded the script. But I never finished it. I never ended up finishing it. And I regret that. I'd like to change that someday. I think the problem stems from the fact that many people in high positions of power across the world are super old and have long overstayed their welcome. I think like we do blame the older generation collectively for all of society's problems, as if everyday people really had the power to do a whole lot. And yes, just because these people made mistakes and held bad opinions does not mean that they are incapable of change, and holding hostility towards them for ever having had those opinions or making those decisions is not going to push them to change or get better. That said, the people in power should not be 80 years old. The people in power should not be 80 years old. They don't understand how technology works. There's so many things that they have to be making decisions on that they just fundamentally do not understand. Is Blood and Sand better than Bulletproof? Do you know 50 Cent is AE? No, I do not, Pyro. I do not. I'm unfamiliar. The reference has gone over my head. As is pretty usual. Worsen yesterday had the audacity to say, oh, okay, now I need to set aside like a day a week to familiarize AE with important pop culture, and you're right, but I hate you. You're right, but I hate you. Mercy is a precious thing where justice is less important than good. Don't yell at old people for being old. Yeah. Yeah. Don't yell at old people for being... Don't yell at people for previously having bad opinions, you know? Let people grow. I think that's actually a really, really important point. Just let people grow, let people become better, let people improve. Why do we punish people who have grown for having been bad in the past? Why don't we let them grow? Just saying. 50 Cent is a gangster rapper. Okay. I don't have context. Did he do something bad? Question mark? Question mark? Massive question mark? Okay. But no, like, oftentimes we also forget how massive, like, media you're exposed to and whatnot is to your opinions of the world. Propaganda is huge, and propaganda doesn't have to be created by the government. It can also be created by corporations. Propaganda feeds deep. Social stigmas and whatnot feed really, really deep. A lot of people, they weren't exposed to the ideas or were already so deeply rooted in shitty ideas. And we're lucky that we live in a day where those ideas can be challenged in a public forum. That is one of the wonders of the internet. I have a lot of issues with the internet. I take a lot of issue with the internet. I've talked very openly about some of the how I think the internet, while in some ways being a boon to society, has also really hurt and held people back in important, meaningful ways. How it has simultaneously connected people, but also really worsened political discourse. One of the wonders of it is the way that it creates space to have discourse on these topics that previously did not exist. That's kind of beautiful. We punish people for past use because of purity cultural. Yeah, that's definitely part of it. I think especially in the internet era, we're a lot worse about it because we have everything presented to us as if it is happening in the now. But that's specific to content creators, to an extent. With the content creators, you look through their catalog of work, and an upload they made 4 years ago is just as recent to you and presented to you exactly the same as something they made last week. And so understanding the scope of time and personal development someone can have as a creator when everything is left up public in a unaltered format, completely accessible exactly in the same way, definitely makes it a lot easier to, or a lot harder to differentiate between individuals' actions and to recognize growth. That's what I was looking for. That's the word I was looking for. Didn't do anything, but I thought Octopus was talking about his first game, Bulletproof, which is bad in a bad way. I see. It's so bad it's good, but requires knowledge of the rap scene in the 90s to 2000s at full enjoyment, in my opinion. Yeah, I don't have that knowledge, so I might have to educate myself first. Y'all know 50% of the AI internet is AI slop. At this point, a lot of it is, yeah. I try not to think about that. Corporate propaganda is so invasive in today's society, it's insidious. It's not just today's society, like, since the Industrial Revolution. I think that's been the case since the Industrial Revolution. Half joking when I say this, but only half joking. I think society started going downhill with the Industrial Revolution. It was already bad before then, but oh boy. Nah, you can. One issue I do have with a lot of like leftist discourse is that you can point to pretty much any event that has ever happened historically and argue how it has led to society being worse, and trying to blame the current state of society on really any small number of events. You know, it's near impossible. You can point out like, okay, here's 4 or 5 major events that really shaped the course of history and really led to things being how they are today, but you're not capturing the whole of how things became this way by doing so. You're really not even making that much progress in trying to. Can we just delete all of the AI? It's not important. I wish. Specifically generative AI. I think there are helpful forms of AI out there, but generative AI is not it. I'm out here making long-legged Patrick from SpongeBob. So valid, Spider, so valid. I saw the thing that you posted in the Discord, and I love / hate it. It's well, I do actually really love the pen you're using. I don't know what pen you're using. Why don't I say love / hate? Because I do think my opinion of it was genuine love with a slight side of cursedness. Yeah, like the legs are unnaturally long, so it's slightly cursed, but I love the art style and that pen choice. It's very good. Buff Spiderwebs is so good. Buff Spiderwebs is so good. Anyway. I thought of something, and I know it will never happen, but I unironically think there's a position we could entirely replace with AI. I mean, there are. But those can't be generative. Generative AI is not what we're looking for with those. And that is corporate executives? God, they're the ones who don't want to be replaced, though. Did you see the buff spider? That one is a bit too cursed. I like that one, though. I like that. It's kind of cool. Someone should draw buff me. Someone should draw buff me. But no, like, I think people are too quick to point to, you know, here's the 4 or 5 big historical events that led to society, that caused all of society's problems, when it is far more complicated and nuanced than that. There's no, like, 3 or 4 or 5 events in history that you could have undone to make society not like this, and oftentimes people are too often, like, even recently minded with it. There's so much recency bias in decisions, too. I'll draw buff AE, don't worry, I'll draw JoJo's Bizarre Adventure at hell yeah! Hell yeah! Already made AE but stronger. True, you did make AE but stronger. Not gonna lie, half of C-suite jobs work could probably be replaced with AI. Absolutely. No, a lot of office work could be replaced with AI. All those people out there doing, like, data analysis on spreadsheets, most of that can be automated. In fact, if you're stuck in a job like that, learn to make macros, learn all of the tools that Excel has. Don't do that shit by hand. Because you could be saving so much of your time. But no, so many jobs can be made easier, not even through the use of AI, if people just knew how to use, like, macros and shit. I think a lot of generic office work could be automated. And let's be honest, those are the shitty jobs no one wants to work. Why aren't we getting rid of them? Off to make a curse buff AE. I look forward to it. I look forward to it. I love PMD music. I love PMD music. They aren't gonna lay off people and spend money on classic card collections. So fair. So fair. It's how I feel when I am waiting for my friend to answer my call. You mean like, being angry and aggressively working out because your friend won't contact you? You know what? That's a vibe. That's a mood. Almost. That is an energy. Me too. Me too. I'm also angrily working out whenever I'm waiting for a friend to answer my call. Hehehe. I'm so excited about 2.0. I'm also really excited about, like, songwriting right now, chat. I've been working on a song and I only have a few lyrics down. But what I have down is I really like it. I'm working on a song called Virus that I eventually want to put on my EP. Also, there will be an ad hitting in a bit over a minute. When that ad hits, I will be moving us over to the video game. So if you're here for Phoenix Wright, stick around, but... And don't worry, we'll still be having plenty of fun, chill conversation while we're playing Phoenix Wright. I'm not capable of shutting up. I've never been capable of shutting up. When I get my PlayStation back, I'm gonna start a full adventure with a bit stronger. I'll also send you any romanceable options to you via DMs and ask which I should pursue. Understood. 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 But no, let me share a little bit of what I've had, like, lyric-wise lying around, because why the fuck not? If they get away with it, you know, corporos would make real servers and do all the petty work. They absolutely would. They absolutely would. And that's why ANCAP is a terrible idea. And that's why ANCAP is horrible. Let me just, where is it? Grab this, because the ad's about to start. My favorite part of this. Harsh words meet teeth, meet flesh, meet bone. A half-earned love was never home. And there's a lot of things that I don't quite know how to connect. Love the fop singing. Aw. What I have right now, honestly, is a bunch of scattered thoughts and lyrics. And I think the themes of the song become too obvious the more that I play through elements of it. I need to bridge it all together, figure out the exact narrative of it. I know what the song is about, but... I remember hands in my hair and the satisfied stare as I'm glaring into hell and back again. Hello, Luke Wright. Lovely to see you. You told me anger was venom, turned out it's a weapon. Maybe that one's punk enough for you. You told me anger was venom, turns out it's a weapon. Maybe now I'm punk enough for you. Sorry if you got caught in the ad break, Loot Crate. Lovely to see you. Alright, moving us over to the game now. Hello, Archivist subscribers. How are you all doing tonight? What are you all up to? I hope the answer was good. I hope the answer is very, very good, because you deserve good. You deserve great, even. Fox punished for his crimes. There we go. As I said, playing Lego Jurassic Park. Valid, valid. Alright, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy. Thinking of flipping a coin for Sunday. What about Sunday, Jam? About what you're gonna do on Sunday? No need to come by the watch party if you don't have the time or energy for it. I know a lot of people are doing all kinds of events all the time. I'm not the only person running super cool, awesome events. I don't blame people who want to prioritize others over mine. But no, some of the fun lyrics I've got here, I really love harsh words, meat teeth, meat flesh, meat bone, a half-earned love was never home. I really, really enjoy that particular harsh words, meat teeth, meat flesh, meat bone, the way that progresses. I thought that anger was venom, turns out it's a weapon. And I haven't quite figured out where in the song I want to put this, so it doesn't have a melody to it yet, but I'd rather make myself unlovable than ever let you lay a hand on me. And also, I'll be that grimy, violent stray dog with I don't have the rest of the line there, but it's a song about learning to wield anger and also about bad no things. And I'm gonna do it. Which other coin do you prefer? A 10 spoony stream or the watch party. I see. Give me heads. Give me heads. Olympics closing ceremony is also on the day, and I don't know if I can actually watch a movie on a bigger screen. No worries. No worries if you can't. You don't have to. I don't blame anyone if they don't show. It was the result of the poll. The poll decided Sunday. And so the result, it will happen on Sunday because that's what the poll said, but... Heads, alright. Sounds like a plan then. Will be lovely to have you. But like I said, no pressure. You're completely fine to come and go as you please. This was the reward that people voted on, but give me ideas for 1,500, please. I could do another, like, live music stream or something. I don't know. I've played around with the idea of doing a stream where I try and write a song with chat, but I don't know how I'd organize that. And I don't know if folks would be interested in that. I don't know if folks have that level of investment in me and my bullshit. But welcome, one and all, to Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. Still been watching my first break anyway. Valid, valid. Welcome back, Enga. Welcome to Phoenix Wright. My controller's not working. Rude. 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 How could you do this to me? Discord about to go wild. AEO, Spider O. Where we last left on, we finished the second trial of Turnabout Goodbyes. We're trying to make sure Edgeworth doesn't get the death penalty or something. So my streak shall continue either way, whatever it's up to now. Hell yeah. I am so bad at keeping up streaks with streamers, to be honest, and I feel bad about it, but I'm also a point hoarder. I spent, I think, 22k points in Cell's stream today, and I missed those points already. 22k. Buffy can't hurt you until you see it. Did you post it? Did you do it? Does it exist? Oh god, it's buff me! It's buff me! 1 second, 1 second. Wouldn't mind getting hurt by buff AE. Valid, valid. Listen, I like lean muscle myself, but let me show it. It's buff. It's the base for buff me. It's still a base, but it's gonna be buff me, and I love this so much. I love how JoJo posed I am. I love how JoJo posed I am. Got up to 72 for a case with a strict reset due to a glitch. Bite Twitch. Bite Twitch. That's also insane and really cool though, JM. People like you who are that loyal to your streamers, like, you're insane. What did I drop in on? It's buff me! Mal, it's buff me! How are you doing today? Oh, incoming! Incoming! Oh no! Incoming? Also has game audio. Yowie. Yowie indeed. Yowie indeed. Now what was Mr. Edgeworth talking about? A memory of a crime that I committed. A memory of murder. Had my mouse over Orky's stream, so I just entirely skipped Rorson's raid. Whoops! It happens, it happens. Do you really think Mr. Edgeworth killed? I don't believe it. Not Edgeworth. Some painful memory has been troubling him recently. But he'd never take someone's life. Never! Nick? Hey, Rorston! Welcome on in, folks! Let me give a shout out! Hello, hello, everybody! How was the 10-year anniversary of FTD? How'd y'all enjoy yourselves? Hello, hello. If you don't know me, hi, I'm Archivist. I am your resident chaotic Enfield. I stream early 2000s games here on twitch.tv. I also do a lot of art, a lot of rigging, things of that nature. We're currently playing some Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. I'm not a big FTD person, but I may or may not be having a stream sometime in the near future where Worson is going to show me the ropes of FTD for the first time, so that might be an interesting time. Definitely stick around if you're excited for something like that. How is everyone tonight? Thank you so much, Borderwise, for the follow. How did the anniversary go? It's been really, really cool. I've kind of ended up accidentally, just by meeting so many folks in it, integrating myself, or at least getting myself, not part of, but adjacent to the FTD community, and it's been really cool watching all the things that people make. Popping into folks' streams and seeing what they're creating, how much that game is capable of. I'm very curious to eventually experience it for myself. Person needs to go to bed now. Go to sleep. Ended up drinking too much and becoming EP. The haver of bedtimes. Go to bed, Person. Take care of yourself. Thank you so much for the raid for sharing community. If anyone needs some food, some water, some rest, go take care of yourselves. So feel free to stick around and enjoy the chaos. We'll be playing some Ace Attorney, chatting and causing problems as we always do. I hope it was an amazing night. Welcome on in. Let me greet everyone. Welcome on to Dr. Cruiser, to Diver, to Quarry, to Tuesdack, to Borderwise, to Firebird, to Limited Gravitas. How long before A is drag kicking and streaming into FTD? Soon, probably. I'd like it to happen relatively soon. It's Rorston and I need to figure that out. Have a good stream. Good night, Rorston. God, I have 2 drunk friends currently, like, curling up in bed because they're sleepy, sick little fellas. I have both Celerity Dust and Rorston, who both just did event streams, curling up all ill and sleepy, and honestly completely fair. Hello, Spedicus. I can pronounce words. Spidiculous, how are you doing tonight? Hope everyone's doing well. What's FTD? From the Depths. It is a game about building different kinds of crafts. I mostly see people building boats in it. I've come to call it a boat game. People build very cool boats in it. Imagine drinking. I love drinking. I miss drinking. It sounds really bad when you say you love drinking or that you miss it, but it's a fun social activity every now and then. I used to drink on stream occasionally. I'm not currently in a situation where it's easy for me to access alcohol, but I really would like to do more drinking content one of these days. Minecraft but boat is the easiest summary. Minecraft but boat. Minecraft but boat. Also, you can, like, battle the boats. It's really cool. Minecraft but boats. It also kinda, like, the level of decoration I've seen some folks do reminds me vaguely of, like, Sims 4 building. It's this- okay. Hot take. Hot take. FTD is The Sims for men and trans women. Opinions. Thoughts. I need thoughts and opinions. FTD is the boat game, and the tank game, and the canoe game, and the nuclear rubber duck game. And honestly, that's incredible. I absolutely love the passion people can hold for stuff like this. I want to check it out myself one of these days. Love fruity drink. Agreed, agreed. God, I would kill for a mojito. It's kind of accurate. Yeah, like the amount of time that I see Sims enjoyers playing it's the Sims for engineering people. It's the Sims for people who like engineering, but the amount of time I see people like putting into their Sims 4 builds and create a sim and then spending no time playing the actual game, that is so FTD coded. That is such FTD player behavior. I see so many of y'all, you just build stuff in the game, then you never play, like, the actual game? Valid as fuck, but... sooner or later, it'll also attract trans men? Yeah, it'll be the reason. I'm gonna be why all the trans men get into FTD. Probably, maybe. COVID is frightened my brain into oblivion. Hang in there, Monster Kicker, hang in there. It's The Sims 4 for engineering fans. It's The Sims 4 for engineers. But nah, I hope everyone's having a wonderful evening. Like I said, if anyone needs some food, some water, some rest, self-care, that is super important. But feel free to stick around, we'd love to have you. We're currently playing as a Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. This is Larry Butts, he's fucking useless. FTD is 99% and the designer 1% everything. Exactly, exactly. That's exactly how I see Sims 4 players doing shit. Because when you finish a vehicle, I've improved and realized that it could be better than I've rebuilt the solding fleet, and that's so valid. Love your games. I love just the whole spirit of that. I love it's an art form in a way, you know? It's an art form. I'm of the opinion that almost anything can be art if you approach it with the desire to make art. I think y'all are making art, and I love that for you. I have 13 floaters of airships, just airships. I want to be that insane one of these days. I want to be that insane. I cannot wait until Rorston drags me kicking and screaming. But no, I hope y'all had an amazing, amazing time. And I hope Rorston got properly drunk. Airships are kind of badass, though. Airships are kind of badass. I love the concept of airships. 5,733 hours in FTD. Would say at least 5,000 of those hours being designer. How does anyone have that many hours in a video game? The most hours I have in a game that has an hour count. I definitely have at least 1,000 hours of Minecraft, but like, aside of that, it's Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon with 650 hours. How do people spend thousands of hours in video games? How? You'll scare me just a little bit. Ships, no airships, go water. I mean, airships are a thing. I am scared, Buffet, he scares me. I should scare you. I build airships because I got torpedoed to death once and never go back into the water. You know, that's valid. That's valid. I'm also scared of the ocean, but that's because there's jellyfish in it. Autism and escape from abusive parent. You know what? That would do it. That would do it. Also, having access definitely helps. I only have 1.7k hours. Okay, but that's reasonable. 1.7k? Like, that's definitely hyperfixation levels. That's definitely you're not normal levels to have in a video game. But that's reasonable. When you start getting above, like, 3k, I start getting concerned for you. FTD is rather unique, as like people say, once you finished your craft you realize how it could have been better and you gotta do it again. Completely fair! No, and that's absolutely lovely. That's incredible. Abusive parents sounds awful. I mean, for a lot of kids, video games are escapism for that, and that's okay. Did you know, the reason Phoenix Wright was able to win so many cases is because he was gifted the power to find the truth by aliens when he was abducted as a child. Thank you so much for this fun fall strat. Gonna slay that horse supporting bastard. Yeah, no. Fuck Poseidon. Fuck the ocean. Fuck Poseidon. We hate- this is a Poseidon hate zone. Jellyfish exists in the ocean, therefore the ocean is terrible. Have y'all heard about my hatred of siphonophores? You know what, when Worsen drags me into FTD, I should create a siphonophore just to destroy it. Can I do that in FTD? Can I create something entirely for the purpose of destroying it? Because if I'm able to do that, yes, perfect, perfect. If that is possible, I'm going to be making a man of war. I'm going to be making a man of war, a Portuguese man of war, and I want to see it die a horrible death. I want to see it die a horrible death. I hate siphonophores. I hate siphonophores so much. Oh my god, I hate siphonophores. They're not even jellyfish, but they're jellyfish adjacent, and I don't like them. Thank you for the stretch and dehydrate strap. I appreciate it. I'm away from them now, dealing with PTSD though, so I'm doing much better. Glad to hear it too, so I'm glad you're out of that environment. I'm glad you still have your coping mechanisms. Maybe one that flies in the sky, that is incredible, Dr. Cruiser. Wonder what AE's reaction would be to that 1TG crap. Sounds like this is iconic. Should I be concerned? Only thing Poseidon did was even Percy Jackson valid. You want me to make one for you? I mean, I think the point is I learn to play the game and then I make it myself and then I get to destroy it, you know? Also, good luck at work, Dr. Cruiser. Do what you gotta do. E loves the siphonophore pillows, chat. No, no, do not buy me a Man-O-War-shaped pillow. I will cry. I will cry. Okay, so siphonophores. Siphonophores are a type of organism usually found in the ocean. They're unique in the fact that they are colonial organisms, where they are made up in part of haploid and diploid cells. Organisms, like separate haploid and diploid organisms that exist together as one colonial thing. For reference, a haploid cell means it has one set of chromosomes, so like sperm and egg are haploid. Every organism has some kind of life cycle, including haploid and diploid stages. It's just that like in, you know, most mammals and whatnot, it's very much an internal process. You never like externally have those haploid organism cells existing. So like sperm and egg are haploid, and then the rest of your cells in your body are all diploid, because when the sperm and the egg go together, boom, now there's two chromosomes there, you're diploid. In some organisms, including siphonophores, these are like separate life stages, and in the case of siphonophores, they are colonial. Part of the greater colonial organism is diploid, part of it is haploid. In the case of like a man-o-war, you have the big head of it that is diploid, and the many tentacles that are a bunch of little haploid cells. I hate them. They can kill you. They can kill you. They will wash up on the beach, these helpless, they're beautiful too, is part of why I despise them. They're so pretty, they yearn to be touched. They can kill you. They live to hurt. Hello, Pod, how are you doing? You're just mad because they have a successful polycule and your ass has no game. Say that to like all my exes, but okay. I despise them. I'm going to make, this is now like my newest quest. When I get into FTD, when I get dragged kicking and screaming into FTD, I am going to create a siphonophore, a man-o-war, specifically. That is the, like, genus, I think? Or the king? It's not the kingdom. The genus or the family or whatever that they're in. I'm going to make a Portuguese man-o-war and I'm going to watch it die. They kill you without even thinking a thought because they have no brains. Exactly, they have no brains. This thing does not have a nervous system. How does that make you feel? Because I feel disgusted. There's your Wrigley Siphonophore rant. There's your Wrigley Siphonophore rant. Which one again? Oh yeah, AE. The Twin Guard faction has a lot of animal mimic craft. They're awesome. That's cool, actually. That's really cool. Resist the horror on the humanity. I'll peek at it in a second, Spider. I'll peek at it in a second. Also, hello, Chund Buntley. Hope you're doing well. AE Portuguese man-o-war don't count as a colonialist. Fuck you. Yes, they do. Because I say so. I say that they do. They're basically natural communes? No! No! One individual is more powerful than the other because it's diploid. It's not an ideal commune. No. We should just make a website such link that is the chart with a pre-recorded 8E rant on it that we could just link in chat. I would love that, actually. I would love that so much. Anyway. Something to recreate the book from It Takes Two in FTD. Yes, please. Especially after those motherfuckers compared me to it. Especially after those motherfuckers dared to compare me to it. No, we're doing that. Supposed to be the chosen one. You were supposed to destroy the Savannah Force, not become none. Unlike humans, subordinated to the tyranny of the brain, Savannah Force are a commune. I hate it here. I hate it here. I hate it here. You are nothing like the book. For some reason they compared me to it. For some reason. One sec, I'm gonna like message Neko and be like, hey, what was up with that? I have asked the cat. The book should go in a wood chip or you shouldn't. Real. That's 100% true. Siphonophore, no! Hey, if I was a Siphonophore, would you still love me? I'm sorry, but no. Like, the one thing I could never love. Like, if you were a worm, I'd still love you. If you were a Siphonophore, no, I would not love you. Oh god. Oh god. Spider is making a horror. Spider is creating a horror, and I love it. Look at what Spider is doing! I love this! I'm hella chill with wasps, like they aren't ever attacking me when I'm right by the hive. I don't trust wasps. I don't trust wasps, but no, look at this shit. Dear god. The book deserves to be held at gunpoint and forced to P rank P2. Buff AE real, thank you for the hydrate. Fire, oh god, chat, I'm under attack. Chat, I'm under attack. Guys, help! Guys, I'm under attack. Bark, bite. Guys, I'm under attack. Someone protect me. Siphonophores are creatures of evil, biologically incapable of any form or remorse or feeling. They simply exist to provide pain to the world and replicate so that they can spread far and wide. So true, so true. You get it. You understand, Chuck Buntley. You understand. What is a Siphonophore? But 30 meters of worm curtain attached to a cute hat! They're my mortal enemies. They are my mortal enemies. They're my mortal nemesis! Get down! Everyone get down! They're attacking again! Siphonophores don't hurt people because they want to. It's a defense mechanism. If you don't try to attack them, you'll be fine. Age is upset he can't beat one with his fist. Yeah, I'm sad I can't beat one up with my talons. Alright. Yeah, apparently the whole book thing was just because I was the chaotic member of the VTuber sphere. You know, respectable. Respectable. Have a nice day. Siphonophores don't hurt people because they want to. It's a defense mechanism. I don't care. Would you say that when I bite you? Would you say, oh, A just bit me, but it's not because he wanted to, it's a defense mechanism. No, you'd say, that dog bit me. And you'd be right to do. He is abusive towards the Siphonophores for no reason. They hurt. They're painful. They make me scared of the ocean. Would you still love me if I was a puddle of water? Oh yeah, I'd still love you then. Just not if you were a Siphonophore. Counterpoint sulfuric acid. What a pretty siphonophore man. Show me and maybe I'll change my mind. Create a siphonophore man perfectly suited to my tastes and maybe I'll change my mind. Wish I wasn't at work because you've given me a great idea for us to use the siphonophore meme. I can't wait. No pressure though. Did AE bite me because I hurt AE? They don't have pain receptors. Siphonophore can't feel pain. You just touch them in any way at all, and they release their goddamn stingers into you. What are they even defending? Hopes and dreams? They don't have them. Exactly. They just have, like, in their DNA, you must reproduce and also sting anything that dares brush against you. If it so much as touches you, you must kill. It's not fair. They have nothing to defend. They have no hopes or dreams. They don't have families. The entire colony is their family. So very similar to you. Hey, I resent that remark. I have pain receptors and hopes and dreams. SMH. Rude. Anyway. Yo, how's everyone doing? What do you think of my performance today? I had him swooning in the aisles. Huh, Maya? Swooning? Me? Oh, yes. I do remember feeling faint. Right on. Tell me the truth. It was like love at first sight, right? Right, Nick? Huh? Me? Well, maybe my heart skipped a beat or two. Huh? I think you can do better than that. Come on, I saved Edgeworth in there, dude. Edgy. You guys should be bowing before me. Yeah, bow before your hero. He uses a siphonophore confirmed. No, I'm not. Who the fuck is that guy? This is Larry Butts, and he just helped us save Edgeworth, I guess, technically. He didn't do a very good job of it, but he tried. He did succeed. He did succeed, to be fair, but he uses discriminatory tools of siphonophores. They are these gross little asexually reproducing, they're not even gremlins. They have no redeeming qualities. It's a fun, perceptual feeling, but they still make sure everyone around them can be a unique experience. They seem sweet. Fuck you. Fuck you. They're nothing but an urge to consume and grow. No feelings, no dreams. My conclusion is that they are nature's representation of capitalism. Exactly. Exactly. And we need to destroy the capitalist systems that be. Chat. I'm out here fighting for revolution. I'm your resident anarcho-communist. We need to destroy the siphonophores because they are nature's perfect presentation of capitalism. To succeed, no thanks to Larry, mind you. No, he was useful, actually. He was useful. But not intentionally. This VTuber hates productive. I'm going to maul someone. Damn ye capitalist siphonophores. Exactly. I'm going to maul someone. He's anti-siphonophore racist. How could you? The slander in my chat right now. The slander in my chat. I just looked it up. Somehow both Marvel and DC made multiple anthropomorphic siphonophore sexy man villains. I'm not surprised. They're literally the worst. I'm not the only person out there to hate siphonophores. Could you maul me? Absolutely. I could. Not the ankles of Big Mrs. Unironically, yes. I'm going to maul someone. I must kick her. Unironically, yes. Big companies do not care for your well-being, neither do most politicians. Rise up against the slimy, tentacle bourgeoisie! Chug, you get me. You get me. You understand. We must stand up for those in the community who can't stand up for themselves on account of having no legs or brain. It's fun for us to reproduce asexually, but AE is out here hating on an ace icon. No, there's a difference. Guys, there's a difference between asexual reproduction and asexuality. We know this. It's not my fault that they're weird and gross. Whoa, chappy upon ye. Larry, you really helped out with the trial today. You did. If you weren't there, Larry, I'm sure Mr. Edgeworth would have been found guilty. I don't know how to do the laugh in your voice. But seriously, Nick, that boat shop caretaker is pretty suspicious. But Edgy ain't off the hook yet. Way to spoil the mood, Larry. Hey, I'm just a guy sitting in the audience, you know? From where I was sitting, Edgy seemed pretty edgy. I mean, can we really know he's telling the truth about that night? Nick? I don't know. But what I do know is I'm going to believe in you two until the end. Us two? Edgeworth and who else? You mean me, right? Nah, he means me. Right, Nick? Yeah, you, Larry. Not me? But why you, Larry? Huh? Actually, yeah. Why me, Nick? He's anti-sexual. No! How dare you all? How dare you all? I think it's because Marvel and DC have Namor and Aquaman, and Man of War is a pretty good nautical villain name. It really is, actually. Portuguese Man of War have such an excellent name. They have such an excellent name. We should bring back shitty politicians to get removed from office and this plan of existence. Listen, I'm not going to advocate for this kind of thing on stream. But people do need to start organizing. I don't feel like, you know, I can advocate for this kind of stuff on stream, but politicians do not have your best interests in mind. Well, we're not believing in Edge, so Maya, you're fine. Yeah, we do not believe in Edgeworth right now. Larry, why is one side of your mouth longer? He's just built that. He's got a mouth X parameter, you know? You might end up in the aphobe list. No! Listen! My hatred of Siphonophores is completely detached from my feelings on the asexual community. Age is on his way to do the most cancelable stuff ever to Siphonophores. I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Made that thing into a card. A Siphonophore? Wait, one sec. Let me take a look. Let me look up Siphonophore Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Card. Siphonophore Yu-Gi-Oh! Card. This doesn't look official. That's definitely not official. Wait, is this... No, this is not official. This is not official. Okay, thank God. Is it official? Is there an official Siphonophore Yu-Gi-Oh! Card? Because I will cry. I never got into Yu-Gi-Oh! But I would cry. Let me look up Man of War, actually. Man of War, because Siphonophore is too specific. There's a Man of War Yu-Gi-Oh! Card. And it's selling for 5 cents, rather. There is a Yu-Gi-Oh! Man of War card. Why is this the world we live in? Why do we live in this world just to suffer? Why do we live in this world just to suffer, chat? Why? Why is this the world we live in? God damn it. Of course there's Yu-Gi-Oh! Man of War card. I'm angry about this, chat. I'm mad. Enough with the silent treatment. 5 cents. Man of War cares about being accessible to everyone. Yu-Gi-Oh! Must be on timeout for embracing nature's capitalists. I mean, they're a capitalist company. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a franchise being managed under capitalism and being used to sell things to children through fear of missing out and the need to compete against your friends competitively. Oh, that's not Yu-Gi-Oh! That's Magic. Wait, that's a Magic the Gathering card? Wait a second. Was that Magic the Gathering? I looked up Yu-Gi-Oh! That is Magic the Gathering. Oh, I can't read. Okay, so there's not a Yu-Gi-Oh! But there's a Magic the Gathering. Listen, I swear my Google search said Yu-Gi-Oh! I swear my Google search said Yu-Gi-Oh! Mana War comes into play. Return target creature to owner's hand. Card type summon jellyfish. Card type summon jellyfish. I love that. Card type summon jellyfish. Okay. I despise this so much. This is magic. The Mana War at the top left corner is Yu-Gi-Oh card. Top left. What direction's left? This one? That's not a Mana War. That's a Man of War. There's a difference. That's a Man of War. That is a man who has come home from war. That's Odysseus's crew. For 5 cents, you too can inflict Curse of Sepulchre on your enemies. One day, I'm gonna hold some kind of meet and greet, and someone's going to come up and they're gonna just hand me this card. And I'm going to find out their Twitch username and ban them. One day, if I ever do a meet or greet, if I ever like open up a PO box or something, someone is going to send me or hand me this card and I'm going to ban them on the spot. Do Sea Turtle eat Mana War? I don't know if they do. Because Mana War aren't actually jellyfish. They aren't actually jellyfish. Thank God Yu-Gi-Oh! Safe. Goaty deck that has Siphonophore? Okay. Let me look this up. Okay. Yu-Gi-Oh! Goaty Siphonophore. I'm getting nothing up to that. Mana War. Oh, is this thing meant to be based off of a Mana War? Or just Siphonophore is more generally a Mana War the most common type? Is that what this is? We should all work together to commission an art from AE of Siphonophore over an A's the Flag background? The thing is that it wouldn't be expensive. It wouldn't even be expensive. Power word, crash bray, it fucking explodes into a million trillion pieces. Sea Turtles do eat Mana War, yeah, it's good to know, thank you. Return creature to owner's hand is not bad, noted, okay. No, you see, if someone ever gave me that card, I'd follow the instructions and return it to the owner's hand, because I'm not taking that. How much are AE commissions? I'm not open at the moment, but I might be open soon. It depends on what you're looking for. They're not, like, dirt cheap or anything, but icons, I need to update all of this, but icons are, like, 35. And I would do a Mana War for an icon. That's simple. Like a basic little image of an animal or something like that, I'd probably do at an icon price rather than like a full-body human illustration price, because this is a lot bigger. Goaty of the Deep was based on Siphonophore. I hate that. It doesn't have a right to look cool. It doesn't deserve to look cool. The original attack of this card becomes 500 times the number of banished monsters. If this card is synchro summoned during the opponent's turn, you can banish all cards to the field. During the standby phase of the next turn after this card was banished. I don't know what that means. 200% sure the Mana War ship was named after the iconic creature of the deep. I mean, possibly. It removes a creature from the field, yeah. I'm gonna remove whoever gave it to me from the field. Can't expect it to be like price that cost. Yeah, no, I'm relatively affordable. I'm not like dirt cheap, but I'm relatively affordable. I might be upping my full body prices to like 100, and having a half body option at about 50. And keep in mind these are base prices as well. These are like for my flat color, basic shading style. This isn't for any like fancy render stuff. It was like this is more fancily rendered. This is a bit more expensive than my base price. Backgrounds add like fancy backgrounds add a lot, but something like a pride flag is built in. various notes. If you ever are interested in calming me, by the way, and it doesn't quite fit anything I have in my VGen, or it's a little bit too expensive, reach out. I'm willing to work things out. We could always find a middle ground that doesn't quite fit one of these options, or find a way to bring the price down a bit, etc., etc. But no. They remove one of your creatures from the game. Oh, so I'm going to pop out of existence. Understood, understood. But yeah, if anyone's ever interested in the comm, feel free to reach out. I'm not open at the moment, especially because I'm about to finish a comm and I have 2 people looking to comm me. And I don't want to take on more than 2 things at a time. So I've got to wait to see how those 2 work out, if I actually get comms for them, etc., etc. But if I do get something worked out, if it does happen, then... Yes, exile AE from the game. I see. So whoever hands that to me, I'm gonna end up getting exiled. Understood. I'm gonna exile myself from this plane. Do you accept the payments of Siphonophore? No. I'm gonna head off for now? Okay, Dr. Cruiser. Hope everything's okay. Sorry if I've missed any messages or anything. Take care. Hope you're doing alright. Hope you're doing alright, whatever's going on. Take care of yourself. Stay safe? Alright. Best of luck with whatever you got on your plate. Best of luck with whatever you got on your plate. No, I do not accept payment in Siphonophores, it's PayPal. I accept it through PayPal, and that's about it. Enjoy your lurk, Dr. Cruiser. Take care, take care. Pay in Siphonophores to draw Siphonophore? I will cry. I will cry.
Nick, why do you trust Mr. Edgeworth so much? I mean, he's changed recently, true. But when we first met him, he was kind of a jerk, don't you think?
You didn't know him back then. Back when he wanted to become a defense attorney.
Wait, was that when you 2 were classmates?
Yes, in grade school. Imagine being, like, 7 and saying, I want to be an attorney. Paying in 700 Siphonophore cards. Yeah, it'd be a lot of Siphonophore cards, too, given they're selling at, like, 5 cents a piece. That's what, 20 to $1? You need a lot of those. They saved me, Miles. And Larry. They saved me, and I'll never forget it. That's why I became a defense attorney, you know.
But what? Hey, Larry, what's he talking about?
Huh? Oh, sorry, I kinda forgot.
Okay, Nick, out with it. I'm going to hear this story today and that's final.
Okay, okay. It's kind of a long story, so hang in there. It was the very end of 3rd grade. I was on trial. A class trial.
A class trial?
I mean, Edgeworth has good reason. Most kids want to follow role models as a kid. And that's true, that's true. He did have his father. He did have his father. But I still can't imagine anyone under the age of, like, 16 going, I want to be a lawyer. It seems like such a miserable job for me, unless you're really passionate about reading and following the rules. And I'm not passionate about following any rules. You remember Larry, spring, end of 3rd year? A kid in our class got his lunch money stolen.
Lunch money?
The school was really smart. Every month, kids would bring in an envelope with money for lunch from home.
Huh, I see.
Anyway, this kid's envelope disappeared, with $38 still inside.
Oh, yeah. Now that you mention it, I do remember that.
I can see why you'd forget, though. You were out of school that day. Anyway, the envelope had been stolen during PE class. I was coming down with a cold, so I skipped PE that day. I was the only one not in class.
So they thought you did it?
Yeah. The kids in class said I should be put on trial.
Trial?
So the next day we held a classroom trial, with me as the defendant.
Why is there such dramatic music playing over this? What is happening?
What is happening? Okay, that's fair, that's fair. I guess, I mean, but Jinxie is so clearly autistic. Why is there such dramatic music over this? Why traumatize a child like this?
I didn't do it.
Guilty, he did it. Guilty, it was you. Give the money back. You're such a meanie. No one play with him. Just admit you did it. You can't hide the truth.
We're not gonna play with you anymore. Oh god, this is like genuinely traumatizing. Oh god. Now, Phoenix, you know you shouldn't steal people's money. It's not right. In the end, even the teacher thought I'd done it. Go on and apologize, Phoenix. I didn't know what was happening. I was so sad. I couldn't stop crying. Everyone was staring at me like I'd done it. I tried to apologize. I went to where the boy whose money had been stolen was sitting. That's when it happened.
He shouldn't have to apologize. The only thing that belongs in a trial is evidence. Anything else has no place. You should all be ashamed, amateurs.
Miles?
It wasn't you who stole the money, was it?
No.
Then you shouldn't apologize. Everyone's been shouting you did it, but no one has any proof. This is why, Your Honor, this boy is innocent.
This is so cute. This is so cute.
But Miles, it was your money that was stolen.
Why don't you all just shut up? Oh, why don't you all just shut up? This is always how it is, everybody ganging up and picking on one person.
Oh, why is he adorable? Why is he adorable? Gonna head out. Glad Vor sent me. Your voice and commentary is great. Enjoy the rest of the stream. Take care, Borderwise. It was lovely meeting you too. I've definitely heard a thing or two about you. But not. You take care. Have a lovely, lovely rest of your evening. Thanks for popping on in with the raid.
Just think of how he feels. He said he didn't do it, so he didn't do it.
Even in gray hair as a baby. It feels weird though, seeing a child with gray hair. You mean the 7-year-old class trial is unrealistic? No, I fully could believe this kind of thing happening in a classroom. I could fully believe this. I buy this. Kids are cruel. I could fully believe this kind of thing happening in, like a middle school or elementary school, and people not realizing, especially adults not realizing how traumatizing that is, because they see it all as play and learning opportunities and don't understand how much kids will hang on to this and how much it will impact their social lives within and outside of the classroom. Night, Strap, take care. Hope you have a wonderful night. Also 8.2.0, 0.0 looked amazing. Thank you, Strap, I appreciate it. You have a lovely rest of your evening. Take care. Get some good sleep. He should have solved that very differently. How so? How would they have addressed this? I don't think it would have turned into a full trial. Like, I don't think a kid necessarily would have done something wrong yet put on a trial in front of the class to solve it, but I can absolutely imagine a classroom, like, engineering a situation to have a class trial as a way of just, like, teaching kids about law and it negatively impacting people's social rules and roles. Because whoever is, like, the guilty party ends up having that, it becomes part of their perception from the rest of the class, because that's how kids kind of process information. Red Sun, Red Sun over Paradise. Kids are cruel, Jack. Very in touch with my inner child. Thanks for being a wonderful Enfield. You're a great person. This place really feels like home, like a family. Strap, I'm gonna bite you. Strap, I'm going to bite you. My teachers would just threaten collective punishment and wouldn't work because no one would speak up. I think my classmates were very quiet. Valid. But my teachers were somewhat aware of that. I'm glad that yours were. Admittedly, I don't have much experience with the public education system, but I just work off of the stories I've heard from others and also things that are presented in media. I got told I was lying about being bullied in 3rd grade. I feel like it's a common experience. Never tried that? I don't know, I can absolutely see, maybe not a full-on trial, but I can see how something like this would definitely be traumatizing. This is also probably based more, because the way the setting in Ace Attorney works is it seems to draw both on Western and Japanese concepts. Like, it's both the justice system, while it is very much taking influence from the American justice system, still holds on a lot of notions from the Japanese legal system as well. It's a mix of the two. And I can see it probably pulling off similar things with the schools here. Like, I don't know what school looks like in Japan, if this is something they do, but... By teacher because I was male. Yeah, I definitely can see that being a thing that would happen, especially in the 2000s. Late 90s, 2000s, god. I'm glad that general societal perceptions are getting a bit better with gender. Especially when it comes to kids, but oh boy, it's still pretty bad.
Very well. I will replace the money myself. This class trial is over.
That's how it happened. After that, the three of us were the best of friends.
Wow, I had no idea. Yeah, I had no idea either. I mean, I forgot.
That's when I learned what it meant to be alone. Totally alone, without a friend in the world.
You did a good thing, Larry. Yeah, well, I was just lucky that I took the day off from school. If I'd been there, I would have thought I'd done it. So, I took it kind of personally, you see?
When something smells, it's usually the butts. That's really... That is such a weird over-dramatization of it, but also weirdly adorable. Even people told me what was happening to me could be called bully. I was like, no, it wouldn't happen to me. I kind of feel that to an extent. On one hand, I was like, no one would ever bully me, but that was also me being autistic and not recognizing that the people around me were very clearly bullying me. That was more me not reading social cues, I think. That was more me not reading social cues. Anyway, Edgeworth and I talked after that class trial. That's when I heard his father was a defense attorney. I remember his eyes would shine when he talked about his father.
I'm going to become a defense attorney, just like my father. A famous defense attorney.
I think it was too easy to target. It was a kid valid. Unfortunately, if you are like any kind of neurodivergent or marginalized or queer in the anthropological sense, queer in the you are not a normative person sense, it's very, very easy to get targeted and ostracized when you're young. Changing school was still a good choice. I'm glad that you had that. And you know what? I'm glad that even when you were bullied, I don't know if rationalizing it as like, no, that would never happen with me made it less or worse of a blow in the long run. But I like to think it wasn't as bad. I hope it wasn't as bad. My new school was very good tune for me. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that. Then, a few months later, he suddenly transferred to another school.
The DL6 incident.
Right. I'm not sure, but the transfer probably had to do with his father's death.
That's so sad.
It was several years later when I heard Edgeworth's name again. There was an article about him in the newspaper. The headline was something like, "Dark Suspicions of Demon Attorney." Fabricating evidence, manipulating testimonies, covering up facts. The article said he'd do anything to get a guilty verdict. Anything.
But why? What happened? I mean, it's not that the... I mean, that's not the Edgy I used to know at all.
That's what I thought too. I tried to get in touch with him. I don't know how many times. He never replied.
I guess he didn't want to see his friends.
I couldn't just drop it though. I wanted to meet him, to learn why he had become who he became. That's when I decided.
Wait, you don't mean... That's why? That's why you became a defense attorney? To meet Edgeworth?
If I was a defense attorney, I knew he'd have to meet me whether he wanted to or not. In court. Edgeworth believed in me, and I believe in him too.
Imagine becoming a lawyer just to see your childhood friend again. I don't think that's very cishet. I don't think that's very cishet. That's extremely yaoi. That is so yaoi.
Edgeworth believed in me, and I believe in him. He's in pain, and no one's on his side.
These boys are so gay, exactly, Plantsky. These boys are so gay. Edgeworth really lived rent-free in his head. I mean, mood.
I'm the only one who knows the real Edgeworth. I'm the only one who can help him.
Whoa, Nick. So that's why you helped me out for free?
Yes. I helped you because I believed in you. Except I don't remember saying I'd do it for free.
Huh, Nick? Nick? Nick. We have to save Mr. Edgeworth if it's the last thing we do, okay?
Right. It very well may be.
First, there's that rental boat shopkeeper. We need to find out who or what he is.
I'd settle for who. I guess I can clean out some of this evidence I no longer need. Okay, let's go.
Alright, and we're back in the investigation phase. My beloved. We got anything at the detention center? Hi! Hey Edgeworth, my beloved! How are you doing today?
You look as grim as always.
Mr. Edgeworth, I heard the story about the class trial.
Class trial? What do you mean?
You don't remember?
No, I don't.
Your lunch money was stolen, wasn't it, in 3rd grade?
Lunch money? Oh, right. Yes, I seem to remember something like that.
Nick, I think you're the only one who really remembers.
Well, it probably only really mattered to me anyway.
Mr. Edgeworth, didn't you know? That trial was the reason Nick became a defense attorney.
Ridiculous.
Do you like trial or investigation more? Definitely trial. Investigation, there's too much going on. I'll be honest, this is a very annoying game to play without a guide sometimes, or at least to play on stream. Just because I don't want to constantly be redoing things. And I don't like getting lost, and it feels bad on stream just hitting random buttons and hoping for something to work. Hello, Pistol Green Link, thank you for the hydrate. I have not drank enough water this stream. Do not use that as an excuse to spam hydrates. I should have known better. I should have known better. I should have known better than to say anything. I shouldn't have opened my mouth. Also, chat, there will be an ad hitting in about a minute. I don't know what I can do about it. Twitch does force me to run ads. But don't you worry, I will still be here when the ad ends. Bite you, 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 bite you. Won't make too much progress while the ad is running, so don't you worry. In fact, feel free to take this as an opportunity to stand up and perhaps refill your water bottle, like I might be doing. Thanks to this goddamn hydrate spree. The Sahara is more moist than our precious fox boy. I am not precious. Whatever you say, but I don't think I'm precious. I don't think there's anything precious about me.
Gee, thanks. That said, it does sound like the kind of thing you'd do. You haven't changed a bit, have you, Wright? So simple. To a fault, even. Well, maybe yeah, but I think you changed too much, Edgeworth.
Alright, once the ad hits, I'm gonna stand up for a brief moment to refill my water, but don't worry, I will be back before the ad ends, and we won't progress any of the dialogue while we're in the ad. I'll simply chat with subscribers, so feel free to take the opportunity to stand up, get a snack, refill your water yourselves, whatnot. Bark, bark, bite, bite, bark, bark, bite, bite, bark, bark, bite, bite, bark, bark, bite, bite. Also through a Ghost to Go Feral. I see, thank you for the Ghost to Go Feral. Sorry for missing that. Thank you, Sky. I appreciate you, by the way. You're great. Guys, I know so many cool streamers, and I wish I could, like... I feel a little guilty whenever I walk into someone's chat who is very much the, oh, I gotta shout out all these cool folks type to every streamer friend they have, because I wish that could be me. I wish I could do that, but there's too many cool people. Anyway, be back in a moment. Guys! Two-Stack, how could you do this to me? What the fuck? I'm scared. I'm frightened. What the fuck? I just face animation with that text overlay was too funny. Oh, like I like this. BRB water. BRB water. There goes all my points. Congratulations, Tuesday. I'm proud of you. Are you happy with how you spent your money? One sec, I'm gonna like move this a little bit to make it funny, even funnier. Wait, what if I shoved it in his text box? BRB water. While he looks sad, BRB water. Looks at 18.1k points. Congratulations on your 18.1k points. That's a lot, actually. That's almost as much as I spent in Celerity's chat today in first Curse of Raw. One sec, I'm gonna screenshot this because I find it funny. One moment. How do I need to make myself invisible for a moment. How do I make myself invisible? Where are you? Where are you? I have too many things. There we are. There we are. It's okay. I need to send this to someone real quick, chat. Also, welcome back from the ad. How's everyone doing? How's everyone holding up tonight? Hope the answer is good. You are the correct person, yes? You are the correct person? I think so. Alright. Especially after. Alright, there we go. Inverse Curse of Raw. He's going to the Shadow Realm. I needed to send that to someone real quick. I need to send it. Oh, I need to move the BRB water back. 1 second. Move the BRB water back. Alright, you go back. There we go. Sorry, I thought that image was really funny. Edgeworth wistfully dreams of water. Glad you're vibing. Chat, what? Okay. When I was first deciding like how I wanted to stream, I ended up going with VTubing because I was friends with some furries who were getting into PNG tubing. And I thought, hey, that's cool, easy, and accessible, and works for the fact that I don't own a webcam, because I didn't own a webcam at the time. But if I hadn't like been dragged in by those folks of mine I know who were becoming PNG YouTubers, these furry pals of mine, I would have just ended up being a faceless streamer. What would y'all have done? What would y'all have thought? Y'all probably wouldn't be here if not for this, to be honest. I wouldn't know any people I know, but what if I was a faceless streamer? What would have happened? What the flip? I come back from dinner. Where's Rory? Rory is asleep. Rory is asleep. Hi, I'm Archivist. Rory raided in here. He is resting right now, so welcome back, Pot. We're going to be playing some Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. Hope you enjoyed the 10-year anniversary of FTD. Also, I don't normally look like this. This is a toggle. This is a toggle. Chat likes to turn me into a fox sometimes. But now, welcome on in. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. Dude is only... Dear God, Pot? Rory died of ligma, sorry. He drank too much alcohol and it killed him. He's in the hospital right now. This is a joke. I want to be very clear. The darkest timeline? Now imagine the dark timeline where I was a faceless streamer. I'm so glad that I ended up on the path that I did. Things kind of just lined up perfectly, and I'm happy for it. Perhaps? Hey, Edgeworth. Why don't you become a prosecutor anyway? You used to look up to your dad. You said you wanted to be a defense attorney, right? I couldn't let myself deny reality like that. What do you mean? My father was taken from me, and he wants me to defend criminals? I'm sorry, Wright, but I'm not that good of a person. One suspect was apprehended in your father's murder, right? Yes. The man trapped in the elevator with my father. His name was Yanni Yogi. He had to be the shooter, any way you look at it. Yet, he was found innocent. That defense attorney got him off the hook. That would be Robert Hammond. Should have known someone who started as I have known someone who started as a no-tuber. She went from no-tuber to human-tuber, bread arc, and then Possum VTuber. So valid, so valid. I think a lot of people who would have been faceless streamers otherwise became VTubers purely for the convenience of it. Like, VTubing has become more than just this funky thing that anime enjoyers do and like. Definitely the origin of it is, people want these funky anime-adjacent models that are attractive. They want to see anime girls stream, but I like how it's very much stretched beyond that. Now it's just anyone who doesn't want to use their face can become a VTuber. That's an option. I absolutely adore that. It is very much something that has only happened in the last couple of years, I think. VTubing has only become that big a deal, I'd say, in the last maybe 3 years.
Slaps jail-hardened, top of Edgeworth's head. This bad boy can fit so much trauma.
He really can. Rory curled up and died of alcohol poisoning. Said I just finished my lychee green tea and won't get no more till I get home. Aw, Xander. Simply get more. I would kill for some tea right now, actually. I love tea. Where were you when Rory died? I was at a house eating Dorito when phone rang. Rory is killed. No, I was streaming and he raided and then he died right in front of me. COVID did set off in the West, yeah. True. Yeah, COVID was very much responsible for like the widespread, the spreading of VTubing and all of that. We love a traumatized twink. We really do love a traumatized twink. How are you doing, Arrow? You missed so much interesting conversation about... I basically recounted half of Horse video live on stream earlier. I don't know if you were listening for that. Well, come on in. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'm basically... I think I'm going to take the conversation I had on Horse video earlier today and use it as a basis. I might. sit that around, then to go on my run. Hope your run went well. Welcome back. Well, that VTubing has also gone from only anime characters to people's OCs and personas. Agreed, agreed. Like, I really appreciate that VTubing is more than just an anime thing. Even if my 2.0 model is stepping more in an anime direction, I am very, very happy whenever I see VTubers who are 100% just not anime at all. People who are using this technology to do whatever they want. I think it's just really, really cool that we can do this. But yes, I talked about a horse video. I'm going to use it as a basis. Be proud of me. It could have gone, I hope talking horse video was cathartic or otherwise helped to get thoughts in order. It was very nice. I was happy that we had that conversation. But nah, welcome back. Lovely to see you, Arrow. I'm biting you, I'm biting you, I'm biting you. Edgeworth has so much trauma. He has so much trauma. You've done so well. Thank you. Thank you for praising me. I desperately need it. On that day, 15 years ago, the three of us were trapped in that elevator for 5 hours. When we were rescued, we all suffered oxygen deprivation. I had lost all memory of the murder. Lost your memory. Hey, I'm glad we've reclaimed BB3 from those filthy weebs. See, I'm not that much of an anime fan. I used to watch anime on occasion. I got into it for a little bit, or tried to dip my toes into it, but I always really struggled to. It was a type of media I had a lot of trouble interfacing with. But VTubing is cool. Look, I get to be a pretty boy on the internet. I get to be a pretty fox on the internet. The model is so weird and broken without V-Bridger. Jeez, oh, why does it look so bad without V-Bridger? Anyway. Going back to my hands, boy. Where are you? Where are you? Gremlin with hands. There you are. I was gonna say to bite my throat up, and I realized most folks would say that it's kinky as opposed to tearing out my carotid artery. Oh, I always mean it as tearing out your trachea. I think it's the ears, but the face is very Link-coded. It really is. It really is. Oh, I love Link. Link is wonderful. I'm so excited for 2.0. I'm so excited. I definitely pushed myself too hard streaming for 8.5 hours working on it last night, but it's turning out so well. I'm so proud of it. In any case, even now, I can't recall what happened in that elevator. He's not guilty, Gitsoro. I don't think so. I don't think he's guilty. Oh, thank you. Are you gremlining me or normaling me, Pizza? Are you looking for normal model or gremlin model? We have successfully, or we haven't proven fully Edgeworth's innocence, but there's doubt. There's doubt, and that's enough for us to keep going. You're a dumbass. You said you wouldn't do this shit again after a pirate model, and then you did it 3 weeks later. It's fine. But I don't actually know what you're referring to, Pot. I don't actually know what you're referring to. I wouldn't do what again? Normal model? Understood. Normal time. Normal time. No, I spent like the first hour of stream using, with V-Bridger, the new model, and it looks absolutely incredible in motion. The face tracking, or the mouth tracking is insane. Oh, invest so much into a project for a while? Shut up. I'm doing my best, okay? I'm doing my best. No, I'm not. That's an absolute fucking lie. I need to constantly have a project on my plate. Except I currently have multiple projects on my plate. But I also love it. I love creating. I'm gonna get 2.0 done. It just needs to be done by my birthday, and then we debut it, and it's gonna be great. He's a handsome dumbass, though. Yeah, I'm a handsome dumbass. Estimate to my head? Nah. Nah, you're not allowed to judge me. You're not allowed to judge me. I'm just... Every now and then I get really, really excited to create. Usually because I finished something, or made enough progress, made a meaningful amount of progress on something, and I'm excited. And I'm kind of in that state right now. Phoenix, nuh-uh, Judge, good point. That was the crux of Yogi's attorney's argument in court. He claimed Yogi Yoni had been not of sound mind due to the oxygen deprivation. Yogi was released due to a lack of evidence. Innocent. That was when I changed my mind. I started to hate defense attorneys,
What's your relationship with Von Karma? He's my teacher, and a man who deserves respect. I learned everything I know of courtroom techniques from him.
So he's like my sister was to you, Nick.
He's a perfectionist in all things.
Objection! Nuh-uh.
In court, in his personal life. He's obsessed with doing everything perfectly.
Perfectly, huh?
In all cases he has taken on, none were left unsolved. And no one suspect was declared innocent, ever.
But that's...
I know. It's possible some of the suspects were innocent indeed. However, it is impossible for us to accurately determine that in every case.
This attorney's the epitome of Your Honor. My client says he was being a little silly. Chat, would you defend me if I ended up in a court of law? Chat, if I ended up in a court of law, what would it be for? I like looking at the difference between your 2.0 and current. I think even bigger than the difference between 2.0 and current, and I was talking about this earlier, is the difference between my original PNGs. My original PNGs! And, 2.0. And even current. Chat, when I first started streaming, I looked like this. These were the weird little temporary PNGs I made at the time. They were very, very simple. You can see so much development in both my ability to design characters and my art style. You'd bomb the Capitol? Yeah, I probably would. Yeah.
just end my life right now. Still can be your Phoenix and Nix can be the judge. Stella strikes me as the prosecutor.
would Stella be a prosecutor? I don't think Stella would want to prosecute me for crimes. Stella can try to be my defense attorney, but I honestly don't think they'd do a good job. A would end up in court for killing all of Congress. Y'all gotta be really careful with this shit, God. Would still head bad? Love the amount of development. I do too. Look at this goober. How did this goober become me? How the fuck did this goober become me? Your Honor, my client is too Sigma in order to rizzed up the client. There's only one way to find out. I'm going to be your Maya? Hell yeah. Nix would also be a good Maya. Nix can try to be the judge, though. Evolution is an interesting thing. I'd agree. Like, evolving as a creator, as a individual, it's very, very fascinating. I don't know. Looking back at who you are and how far you've come, I've done a lot of that this year. And you know what? I'm proud. Right now, today, I'm feeling proud. Very proud of myself, of how far I've come, of where I'm going. I'm excited for the future. I'm really fucking excited for the future. I'm excited to keep creating. I don't know, a lot of things have just fallen into place today in ways that I like. Oh, thank you for the proxy heart plants guy. Proxy's emotes are so good. Proxy's adorable. Your Honor, my client is a Sigma, not a simp. He would never skibbity riz the yacht, no cap. I don't know, like, I was talking about this last night, how my greater ambition, I want to be one of those multimedia creators who does everything I can, but I don't have the resources right now. I want to be making videos and be making original music. I want to do literally everything. Multimedia Fox, iconic not just for what I do, but for who I am, which is a difficult thing to accomplish. It's a difficult balance to reach. I want to be a personality, not a product. And I want to be able to live doing that, which is a very lofty goal, and I worry I sound egotistical expressing that. I worry I sound a bit egotistical saying so. But a lot of chat was supportive of that dream. I'm glad you're happy. He bites you! Yeah, I would explode Arrow with my mind if I could, actually. That's one of my rivals right there. You know what? I'm pinning it down, Arrow. You're one of my rivals. You, in particular, are one of my rivals. But on days like today, I feel content and excited. I want to be a personality, not a product at this late stage of capitalism, my dude. You know, I'm gonna try as hard as I can. Pot. I'm gonna try as hard as I can regardless. Objection, Your Honor. The defense client plays God. Death sentence? Glad to know we're rivals. Perfect. You know, we're efficiently pinning down the dynamic. Arrow's my rival. Though this seems a bit one-sided. Do you not agree? Do you not agree? Are we not rivals? Like, I think we're a very specific type of rival. Can't wait for the post-game of capitalism. Oh god, I can't wait for the post-game of capitalism either. I can't wait until we escape capitalism, then we have to go into the post-game that's all about, like, rebuilding it and the epilogue of everyone's stories. I feel like it's not gonna look hopeful for a while. I think the ending is still gonna feel a little bit bleak, but it's going to have that undercurrent of, like, things are going to get better. How about I'm your rival and you're nothing to me? You're the one currently chatting in my stream, Arrow. You're the one who's currently sitting here talking to me, typing on your little keyboard. You're the one who's currently tippy-tapping. The Fallout franchise? I do need to play the Fallout games eventually. I do need to play some of them. You're right. I just remedied this. Wait, no, don't go! Don't leave me! Destruction of capitalism is the first step in achieving our dreams. No, agreed. Like, I make a lot of jokes and sillies, a lot, but I am genuine on being an anarchist, existing in that anarcho-capitalist, anarcho-socialist kind of space, and wanting to disrupt the systems that be, which is not me saying, oh, if you don't agree perfectly with my politics, get out. That's just me being like, this is where I stand, and if you stand, as long as you're not an asshole, you're fine. This space is for everyone. But I love talking about that stuff, genuinely. Fuck capitalism. I do think that, I mean, destroying capitalism without also getting rid of a lot of centralized government, it's going to be messy. Like, if we... destroying one without the other is going to be hell, because if we focus purely on destroying governmental systems, we're going to end up in an unorganized and unregulated capitalist hellscape. But if we destroy capitalism without destroying the government, I don't like giving the government a lot of power. I don't like a lot of power being centralized in one place, because people in power, even with the best of intentions, don't know your lives and needs. They don't know the decisions that will actually improve your life. I came here to laugh at you. You know what that is? That is Arrow's relationship with me, actually. Post-game capitalism, Tim Curry in space. When you get around it, I can't wait to see your reaction to the writings of the Fallout games simply degrading. No, the Fallout franchise, though, I do think it's one that I'd end up actually really enjoying when I get around to it. What if I vote AE World Ruler? Terrible idea, terrible idea. This is actually a point that Arrow put into words really well one time. It's something that I knew and tried to express, but didn't really have the words for, but Arrow put this into words really well one time. There are the people who are meant for fighting and tearing down institutions. Those are not the same people who are going to rebuild it all. Yes, they are all organized and fighting towards the same ideal, but the people who tear down systems are more often than not the best suited to rebuilding them. People have different roles within any kind of movement of this nature. There are the people who exist to disrupt the system, and there are those who have the plans to fix it. And there's gonna be overlap, and the people who destroy the system, hopefully, their job once the system is destroyed is to watch over the people rebuilding and make sure that they don't recreate the same problems of the old society, you know? Because I'm gonna be honest, I don't know how we instill a perfect society that I would want to live in. I don't know how we do that. I have thoughts, I have theories, I've read literature, but even some of the literature that I have read admits the same thing. We don't know. But that's because we're the folks more focused on disrupting than rebuilding. That makes sense. Even as a person who wants nothing more than destruction of capitalism, I personally have very little capacity for destruction myself, and that's so fair. Except anarcho-transhumanism. If we could establish... Okay. I still have mixed feelings about transhumanism in an anarchist society. I still have a lot of mixed feelings there. I'd be a lot more comfortable with it under anarchism than under a very
specifically anarcho-communism, I should say, not anarcho-capitalism. Anarcho-capitalist transhumanism would be hell. That's the future that I fear the most. I'd have a little bit less issue with transhumanism under a anarcho-capitalist or communist setting, just because a lot of my concerns with it are related to how this would impact existing class divides. And not just class as an economic class, also things of nature of disability, various other social classes. I just want to be a protagonist in a homeworld game, aka a giant, self-sustaining Dyson storm. Dear God. And cat transhumanism is where every person physically turns into 0.1 Bitcoin. I have a lot of issues with the ideal of transhumanism. Like, I do empathize with the desire many folks have, especially trans folks, to want to augment their bodies to become their ideal selves. And a lot of people have argued, like, what's the difference between modern medical science and transhumanism? Where is the line? I'm gonna be honest, I can't tell you. Because the further you follow that train of logic, you can start by saying, like, oh, putting a pacemaker in your body is transhumanism. You can start saying, oh, medication. HRT is transhumanism. Medication is transhumanism. At some point you start getting to, oh, the act of eating food is transhumanism. Because the lines are so fuzzy there. There is no line. If you wear bracers or a pacemaker, technically it makes you a cyborg. But you keep pushing HRT is absolutely transhumanist, then so is the fact that I take medication. So is the medication I take then transhumanism. And if we say the medication I take is transhumanism, so is food. You know, you can follow that train of logic, and eventually, like, there has to be a line somewhere. I cannot define that line. Did I enter on an interesting time? Welcome on in, Senpai. I'm talking about the messy line of what counts as transhumanism. So the act of eating food is transhumanism. The act of eating food under your definition is transhumanism. Okay, I think not dying doesn't count as transhumanism. Here he is referencing how I've organized my own thoughts, but I think it's also worth noting that a lot of folk who put their effort towards restructuring existing systems are the folks who would be best suited to rebuilding a torn down system where they're effectively enacting their skill set as best they can in either circumstance. They're not inclined to tear it down since their instinct is to build and iterate. I would agree, I would agree. I think you're definitely right there, Arrow. We molded nature to our needs. You ever eat a lemon? Doesn't exist in nature. I do think though, like, there has to be a line, because when we talk about transhumanism, we're usually not talking about taking medication. When people talk about transhumanism, the ideal of it, they're talking about far-off medical technologies and like proper cyborg sci-fi type shit. And I don't think that we can label that far-off, like, level of body modification under the same label as the medication that I take on a day-to-day basis. I feel like there has to be some kind of meaningful distinction, and this is one of the issues I have when talking about transhumanism, because the moment I start criticizing it, a lot of people say, well, transhumanism also includes all of this, but that's not what transhumanists tend to focus on organizing, or focus on fighting or arguing for. That's not what transhumanists are actually interested in. It feels like almost trying to say, well, if you reject this far-off extreme form of it, then you also have to reject the very... how do I say? The very mild form of it that you are already doing. How are you, AE? I'm doing well, Senpai. Lovely to see you. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful evening. Pyro brain hurt? Yeah, that happens a lot here. I support transhumanism as far as I get to put a grenade launcher in my arm. That's where I draw the line. I just really want a grenade launcher in my arm. I don't understand fantasies like that, to be honest. You confused me, but I'm interested. Yeah, so, a lot of, food and animals. Like, this is a very unique thing that humans have done. Humans have taken plants and animals and bred them over, you know, hundreds, thousands of years in order to make them more appealing to us.
or to humans themselves rather, to make them either more edible or produce more food or more nutritious and whatnot. And we're hitting a point where we're starting to do like genetically modified organisms where we actually modify them on a cellular level to better suit human needs and whatnot. That is what's being referred to here. In my opinion, transhumanism is when you use biological, chemical, or technological means to achieve a former state that improves upon the concept that is a human without losing what it means to be human. So that does include eating food. That does include eating food. I support transhumanism. Trans people are valid. They are. As we know today, bananas as well carrots and most of our crops are caused by selective and crossbreeding. Yes, this was an intentional thing that was done. Pyro had heard Pyro not know about transhumanism. Pyro go outside and lay face on in dirt. No worries, Pyro. Sorry for the heavy conversation. Hope you're doing well. Actually, what about like meat? Oh, we've absolutely done this with animals too. Humans have done this with animals too. I keep saying we in reference to humans as if I'm fucking one of you. It has become such a habit in my day-to-day life. God. Think about dogs. Think about how dogs have been selectively bred to have certain traits in order to be more appealing to humans, either visually or in function. It's been done with farm animals as well, of course, but that's a very prominent and meaningful example, I think. One that hits close to home. I'm good, getting ready for bed. Valid, senpai. Hope you enjoy sleep when you get there. Keep your grenade launcher, give me mechanical hands. I don't understand those kinds of fantasies. Dumb argument as in, if you're okay with HRT, you should be okay with all augmentations. A dumb argument on anything you said. Yeah. That's an argument that I just hear too much. That is a argument that I get hit with a lot whenever I argue against transhumanism. This like, oh, but you're already doing it and supporting these very mild ways in which people augment themselves using existing medical tools. If you hate transhumanism, you also can't have these things. I think is stupid because that's not what no one when they talk about transhumanism is talking about HRT. No one when they're talking about transhumanism is talking about antidepressants. You know? So how do we actually define this term? Why it's not useful. It feels disingenuous to even include those things in the definition of transhumanism in that case. So I have a lot of iffy thoughts around the line there. The fantasy of a green launcher is in my arm is funny boom, and being fucking impossible to rob because you just threaten to take street corners with you. That's gonna result in so many people dying though. Like imagine the murder rate if that kind of thing happens, you know? Imagine the constant damage to people's living spaces and public property. I don't think that'd be a good thing. I don't know. What advantages to our body? So people with missing limbs having robotic limb replacements such as wooden ones or steel ones is transhumanism? You could definitely argue that, yeah. Like it's messy territory. That's a part of human baseline? So is medication though then, Xander? Under that definition is medication transhumanism? Because what's the distinction between eating food and taking medication? They're both just your body processing chemicals through your stomach. The grenade launcher in arm is a simple, actually. You currently don't have one in your arm, but you could. I don't want one. Is surgery just transhumanism now? Depends on how you define it, Consort. That's what I'm, like, digging into now. That's what I'm trying to figure out. That's what I am questioning at the moment. And I apologize if anyone in chat feels attacked at the moment. I don't mean it that way. I'm just, like, I know I have a lot of transhumanists in my community, and I want to get folks' opinions, and I also... I'm just fascinated and concerned. Then today a friend is trans femme. Nice, I said I don't care, since we're friends. That's nice, senpai, happy for you. What the fuck are you talking about? When they say, oh, you're already doing it, it gives the same vibes as when capitalists say, if you hate society, why do you partake in it? Real. It's not quite to that extreme, because I do think there's a meaningful difference between taking medication or taking HRT and getting your genes edited, but you know. don't need to imagine that. Someone already did. It's called Cyberpunk 2077. Fair point. Is there either correcting humanism or altering to a more preferred state that is still within the scope of baseline humanism? So you, Xander, are of the opinion that transhumanism is only when we take people beyond basic human capabilities, because that's what I would agree with. I would agree that transhumanism begins when you're taking folks beyond what is considered a human normal. So, using medication and whatnot to alter someone in a way that is still within the bounds of human norm, I would not say is transhumanism, but a lot of people argue that it is. And I find that fascinating. Main argument should go, you have absolutely no right to say what I or any person can or should do with their bodies, so fuck you, and I want to have metal spider legs, and I do agree that no one should have, authority over what you do with your body. I just have so many concerns about the long-term implications of it for disabled folks, for socioeconomic situations, for how it will lead to folks treating other people. If some people have superpowers and not everyone does, what does the world become? Like, my arm is a very good arm, but if I had to lose it, I can do otherwise humanly things, but yeah, I could go for it. Fair. I believe something like medication is transhumanist, however I agree that it's being pedant and not what people mean by transhumanism. Yeah, that's the, like, fair if people believe medication is transhumanism. I'm so curious for folks' opinions on this because I've heard that argument so many times and it frustrates me. Where did the Adeptus mechanism come from? I don't know. I feel like people nowadays just found out about medical practices. What is transhumanism? Transhumanism, Senpai, is the belief that humanity's future and progression lies in physically augmenting themselves. Transhumanism has to be permanent or semi-permanent. Interesting. That's an interesting one to stack. So this, our athletes transhumanism. This stuff is brought up in Deus Ex. I might have to look into that. I don't think athletes would fall under transhumanism, no. Because that's still within human capabilities. Counterpoint, Spider-Man is transhumanism? Gonna go engage in transhumanism and eat? Valid, Mal. Go eat, go eat. What I mean when I go beyond being human about losing sight of the core cause of what human is, for example, the mechas of Warhammer would be transhumanism gone bad. They have most of them long gone beyond the point of humanity and become abominations. Interesting. Introvert the philosophical and political argument and line of thinking that we should use technology to transcend humanity itself. Yeah, that's transhumanism. This is literally just Deus Ex Human Revolution. Well, guess I need to engage with the Deus Ex Human Revolution. Too much money is already a superpower. You had fair point, Riolu. Very fair point. Are steroids transhumanism? That's an interesting question. That's an interesting question. See, I'm not a transhumanist, so I don't think it's necessarily on me to define the views of what transhumanism are. But if I had to give it a definition, I would say it generally starts when we're pushing beyond what is considered typical of humans. But steroids are just a way of making it easier to build muscle mass that someone could naturally build if they just put the proper work in, I think. So the whole shit about crossbreeding animals and food, transhumanism, but the human form, that's just an example of humans modifying their environments in various ways, and there's an argument about whether or not that's transhumanism. I don't think it is, to be honest. I don't think it is. Speaking of transhumanism, one of the cool Therians said the phrase. Oh, Riolu. I'm waiting for the rest of the phrase. If I recall, steroids go beyond normal human capability. At least it's very hard to attain otherwise. I see. Then maybe. I don't know. Again, I think it's usually the job of the people who believe in an ideology to define that ideology. Other people can come and point out issues with it, but the actual definition is usually up to the people who actually believe in it. The same way, like, a lot of people misunderstand what anarchy is, but it's up to me and other anarchists to define what anarchy is, because we are the folks who care for it. Halo Spartans would be a great example of transhumanism gone right. Or almost just have to get rid of the child indoctrination, it would be alright. Interesting. Interesting. The only way I could ever be okay with transhumanism is if it occurred under an anarcho-communist or socialist system. A system where there is no centralized government and no, like, capitalist forces. And I really struggle to see how transhumanism would even come about under that kind of society, because that kind of society usually also involves the breakdown of wide-scale industrialism. Which is part of why I don't... Transhumanism is not compatible with my ideology. But I saw Paw in chat and I was like, you're the main transhumanist I know. I gotta get your thoughts on this, low-key. That is low-key what just happened. Edward can't even look at us when we're talking about this. Yeah, we should probably give him a little bit of attention. Anyway, I love tangents, though. Brain hurting from trying to understand, but it's trying to understand. You're okay, senpai. You're alright. It's very complicated, semi-political debate happening, you know? Flesh is weak, but steel is forever. Steel is not forever, but okay. And flesh is not weak. I don't know. I think there's something very nice. I'm very attached to death. So the concept of immortality is already a big problem for me. I can sum up this transhumanism conversation with this meme. Everybody wants cat girls. Nobody wants to get their hands dirty, followed by a picture. Dear God. Speaking of transhumanism, one of the cool Therians said the phrase, species of Hermes care, and it has not left my mind. Like, I could use a cool set of claws and a cute tail. My ideal body, if there was no societal pressure, would be not human, and that's valid. I think a lot of folks would agree with that. And there's an extent to which I can empathize with that, but even as a trans person, I'm very much... I want to make peace with my body as much as possible. I want to find contentness within myself. Contentment. So transhumanism is the idea of utilizing new technologies to, quote, augment human capabilities and improve the human condition. It's almost always in reference to AI, biomechanical integration, genetic engineering, and digital consciousness. However, it isn't exclusively bound to such topics. Those are just the shiny new things that folks are focused on since future developments, as opposed to past accomplishments. Yes, and those are the things that people are normally talking about, which is why I think it's really disingenuous when people try to say, oh, you're already doing transhumanism, and point at my medication and all of that. It's fascinating. Trying to define a lot of political words, to be frank. That's the thing about a proper conversation. It's not a linear thing. This is actually just one thing about any kind of conversation, especially in politics. You need to sit down and make sure that everyone is defining terms the same. It's not a linear thing, it's something more complicated, or else it'll be less of a conversation and more just a one-sided force ideology to another. True, true. Would you say the Neuralink thing Musk is making is transhumanism? I would say. I would say that what Musk is doing is... it has crossed the line to transhumanism. I would say that. Like, folks see words that sound similar and think the same thing. Vaccines were transhumanist 30 years ago. I can see that argument, but I still think it's disingenuous, you know? Musk is the bad end of transhumanism? Would 100% agree, but that's realistically what I see transhumanism becoming. Like, how do we create transhumanism in an anarchist setting? Because I don't think we're gonna shift over to an anarcho-communist society once we have companies pumping this shit out, because at that point you've already wrecked the social class structure. But that's a whole nother conversation. Don't like whatever this Neuralink thing is, I want my consciousness and free will. Oh, so much agreed! I am terrified of the thought of any kind of device messing with the brain. I'm very careful even with medications that I take, with the psychoactive medications I take. Psychotropic, is that the word? Psychotropic. I think. The psychotropic meds that I take. I'm very careful with them. I'm making sure that I am only as medicated as I need to be. Because at one point they medicated me to the point of being a non-functional zombie, and I'm not letting that happen again. I'm only as medicated as I need to be to function. And God, they want to medicate me more. I have to fight for that shit. I'd say medicine, vaccines, and prosthetics were all transhumanists. You'd be unable to gain the benefits of those things without the development of new technologies, quote, to improve the human condition, but that doesn't mean that means you're a hypocrite for not being okay with AI and genetic engineering and such. It's... Then how do we talk about, which term do we use specifically to talk about these more invasive investments? Where do we draw that line, you know? Long topic, to be honest. It is a long topic, but it's fascinating. Guys, we never lying. I know. Listen, I was really craving a tangent, okay? I had a horse tangent, a live 2D tangent at the beginning of stream. We had, after Roar raided, we had our, what's it called? Our Siphonophore tangent. I needed another tangent, okay? I needed to meet my tangent quota. Yap addiction? Yeah, I have an addiction to yapping. What are you gonna do about it? You guys like it too much. Don't pretend like this isn't your favorite part of the stream. Look, if implants like this become normal, no way in hell will anything in my body be wireless or connect to the outside. I am genuinely terrified of the thought of anything interfacing with my brain. I already worry so much about medications I take and losing of my personhood through them. Like I said, I refuse to let myself be any more medicated than I am, because maintaining as much of myself as possible is really important to me. Neuralink is a gateway to the chump bucket brainwashing bucket. Holy Trinity of yapping. A, Rory, and Neko. See, you, Firebird, aren't very familiar with Celerity Dust, who is definitely also on the list. Is this infinite just talk no jutsu? See, I'd love to do whole ass just chatting streams. I just don't trust myself to. The game needs to be there as background noise. Anyway. All Von Karma does is his job, to find the suspect guilty, perfectly. In any case, it's nigh well impossible to find a weakness in him. Should a weakness appear, he would do everything in his power to make it go away. Edgeworth. What you're saying is true. If what you're saying is true, you're headed for a guilty sentence tomorrow.
He's right. Now's no time to praise the enemy, Mr. Edgeworth.
It's a strange situation in which I find myself, I'll admit. No kidding.
Where would I draw the line? I don't know. We're not there yet, but I do think it's disingenuous to say, well, you use vaccines, so you should be okay with having someone mess with your genetics. It applies to oranges. Both are fruit, both are transhumanists, but one's a citrus while one's whatever apples are. Licking what doesn't mean you should. No, and I fully agree with that era. I have so many questions about the terminology, I guess, you know? And in the nature we debate this stuff. I don't know, so someone pointed out to me the other day, well, like, oh, you're talking about transhumanism as if it's entirely about this thing that you don't like. And I'm like, well, yeah, that's what transhumanists desire ultimately. I'm debating the far reaches of the ideology because that's what, or I'm rather, I don't think most people, anyone reasonable is arguing that things like medication are pure bad and we shouldn't have them because they're messing with biology and whatnot. The robots won't take over. We'll gladly hand the world over to them. No, that is a thing. That is a very true quote, Jaden. But how else am I supposed to address my concerns with those specific elements of transhumanism if this is all transhumanism and we don't make that differentiation? I'm basically trying to figure out how I guess, pose my arguments against transhumanism without nearly every transhumanist that I speak to going on that tangent, because what language am I supposed to use, I guess, to avoid that? It's part of my question here. there are absolutely people advocating against medicine. I mean, there are, but those are very far fringes. Alright, brain hurting. Need eeps? No worries, senpai. Get some eeps, get some eeps. Hope to see you again sometime in the near future. Take care of yourself. Always lovely to see you. Good night. Guys, we really are masturbating right now. Yeah, that's part of the fun. That's part of the fun. Did you guys know they used to make apples that tasted like grapes? That's terrifying, Xander. I hate that. Your Honor, let my witness yap. Exactly. Getting Neuralink is a one-way ticket to having your brain installed upon site, buddy. I'm terrified of the day, like, they're gonna have ads running on people's neural implants. That's an absolute nightmare to me. I believe the nature of the conversation is inherently ephemeral. The only reason digital consciousness is the same conversation as neural implants and genetic engineering is because all of these technological advancements, despite being entirely different disciplines with different levels of invasiveness, I don't think it's a you issue. It seems like transhumanism is too big to tackle blanketly. Yeah, you're probably right in that. But I'm mad about the fact that it is too big to tackle blanketly. Or to tackle blanketly, rather. I'm mad that it is too big to tackle blanketly. Being a cyborg is badass, unless you let big corps get involved with your brainy stuff. Even then I have my hesitations, but as I've said a few times, I don't think you were here for it, Jaded. My fear, or I would only be okay with transhumanism in a society where centralized government and capitalism have already been dismantled, and I don't think we'd even be able to create transhumanism under that, but that's just me. Just a big circle, a bunch of masturbators. I mean, to my understanding, the yapping, the rambles, the debates, the conversation, that's why people come. That's my understanding, anyway. I hope you guys like the rambling. We really are masturbating right now. I was listening but not reading, but I heard something very different! I'm going to move on now. I'm going to move on now. I'm going to move on now. They stopped making those apples because the main chemical they use is also the main component in herbicide and pesticide, and it's a bit of a health concern to be ingesting that much poison. Ah, that tracks, Xander, that tracks. I am going to bite someone. Also, hi, Dr. Cruiser, lovely to see you. You were eepy but at work? Aw, hey, hang in there, you got this. So yes, everyone except AI had the exact same thought. God damn y'all. God damn y'all. I do hope, though, like I said, that the rambling is enjoyable. The debating, the conversation is enjoyable. From what I understand, that's why folks come back, and I hope that's the case. Not me being a tiny bit insecure. Alright. You got anything else to say to me? No? You don't got anything else to say to me? Cool. What do I have still evidence-wise? He said he was gonna clear out irrelevant evidence. What fucking irrelevant evidence? Alright. Thank you for the hydrates, Firebird. Thank you. It's good fun. I'm glad. Live reaction to AIM masturbating with Edgeworth on the screen. See, I'm never going to be able to do any kind of, like, alcohol stream stuff. I'm never gonna be able to do any kind of alcohol-based stream stuff where I give you guys the ability to force me to drink, because you will spam it. If I give you guys the ability to, through points, make me consume alcohol, I am going to die of alcohol poisoning. I am a lightweight to the extreme. 2 beers and I'm fucking drunk, chat. The only one that's masturbated around Edgeworth is Phoenix, because they masturbate together. I hate it here. Easy. 30-minute cooldown on the redeem. Keep it to sips. Look at how many hydrates these people spam Arrow. I'm gonna be fucked up regardless. The fics don't lie. A marinating for White Glove Society? What is happening? What is happening? Edgeworth. Oh my god, Jaden, you're so right. You're so right. So it'll be 50k. I'll probably make it like 1k just to make sure it's not too easy for people to spam. Because I don't want to die. Dear God. Alright, alright, alright. We still need to... I wonder if there's anything going on in Grossberg. Anything? No? Anything? Hi, Kaya. How are you doing? Lovely to see you. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. Phoenix Wright is masturbating with Edgeworth on live television. Why is my chat like that? I make one little sus misspeak and just... Oh, okay. It's hilarious. It is fucking hilarious. What is happening? Well, obviously... Thanks, Mal. If I really wanted, I could redeem 73 right now. Okay, yeah, maybe it does need to be a bit more expensive. Hello, Izzy. Just found the most amazing and badass cover of Crazy Train. Hell yeah. On bagpipes. Hell yeah. Bagpipes are very cool. Bagpipes are a cool instrument. He's out again.
When does he work anyway?
Now, don't be harsh. Guess we'll have to come back later. They need to have me do something with him eventually. Come on, come on. I want to talk to Grossberg again. I want to talk to Grossberg again. You have to put a delay on the drinking redeem. I would in that situation. I don't know, it's on my mind after watching Celerity get drunk on stream, just because I miss drinking. I miss drinking on stream, but I'm very much a lightweight. Dying right now, this bitch should not be that funny. I'm glad it's hilarious. I'm glad it's hilarious. Thank you for the hydrate, Izzy. Hey, Belle. Long time no see.
Oh, Detective Gumshoe.
Close one today, eh? Got so worked up, must snapped my tie in half. Sorry about that. No problem, pal. Thanks to you, we now know who really did it.
You mean the boat shop caretaker?
Look, I'll make you a promise. I'll have that scoundrel in my custody by trial time tomorrow. Come what may. It's my duty to you as a police officer. Now, I'm off to catch me a criminal.
Detective Gumshoe sure is active today.
Oh, one other thing. No one can go into the woods today.
The woods?
Where Lotta was camping? The woods are off limits to camping, and apparently the park ranger found out. He got pretty mad. No one can go in for a while.
I guess Lotta's in a lot of trouble.
Anyway, I'll be seeing you tomorrow. I love him. He is such a himbo. Himbos, I don't know, they're sweethearts. They're sweethearts, and I appreciate them. Also, there will be an ad hitting in a bit over a minute. Folks, not a whole lot I can do about it. Twitch does force me to run ads, but don't worry, you won't miss too much. Apparently, I'm incapable of shutting the fuck up. Huh? Steel eyesore is missing.
Eyesore?
Looks like the hot dog stand is closed too.
I guess Larry is too busy worrying about Mr. Edgeworth to show up for work.
The park ranger is mad people are camping, even though a guy got murdered. Yeah, I feel like that's the real reason the entire place should be off limits. I feel like the real reason the place should be off limits is because, you know, someone got killed, but okay, go off, buddy. But for the game setting, I think the caretaker was the murderer of Edgy's dad. Nah, if only.
That old caretaker got away.
Yep.
I never imagined he might be the real murderer.
Ahem. Huh? I had no like clearing the throat anywhere. It's you! It's you! We found Grossberg, chat! We found him! Hi, hello, Robin. How are you doing? Lovely to see you. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. Enjoy your lurk, Izzy, as well. No, you're fine, Pyro. You're fine. You're fine. I just like rambling. I get a little worried sometimes if folks aren't engaged. Are you a Grossberger? No. I don't like him, but I was looking for him earlier because I felt like he had to be important. I was waiting for when I get to interact with him. Because I knew he had to be relevant somewhere. Hello, I'm good. How are you? I'm doing good. I'm doing good, Robin. I'm doing well. It's been a bit of a... how do I say? It hasn't been like a busy day per se, but had a lot on my plate. Had a lot on my plate. Don't regret it at all. Don't regret it at all. It was a lot of fun getting all of it done, but... Love a cute... You guys, do you think he's cute? Cute in an attractive way or cute in a that is a fellow way? You know, I think there's a meaningful difference. Because he's definitely not cute in an attractive way for me. But I can say he's cute in a fellow way. I think he's cute in a fellow way. He is like a kind of gross rich man, and I probably would punch him. But also, he could be like a cute little... he is a walrus man. Guys, so I'm someone who likes bad horror movies. That's why I like the Saw franchise. I haven't seen it myself, but I've watched many a review and summary of it. How many of you are familiar with that one movie, Tusk? Or whatever the fuck it's called? I cannot think about walruses without thinking about that movie, and I'm mad about it. My entire perception of the animal walrus has been changed by this movie, and I can't escape. I can't escape. Oh, it's a very mid. Like, I know it's a bad movie, but now anytime I think about walruses, all I can think about is this movie about one guy turning another guy into a walrus. It's very much on the level of, like, Human Centipede for just weird, kind of gross horror films that aren't good. It's not a good movie. I want to be very, very clear. It's not a good movie. I am in no way suggesting that it is a good movie, but it's just kind of fascinating in a weird way. It's just kind of fascinating. Like, who made... I mean, I know who made this and why, but why? Love me bad movies, but it's very bad for a bad movie. Understandable. Like I said, I haven't actually watched it. I've just seen many a review of it because I'm a fan of bad horror films. I don't watch movies, but I watch reviews of bad horror movies. I mean, I find IRL centipedes way more terrifying. Valid. Very fair. I hear the word walrus, and that's all I can think about. I hear the word walrus. I think of a walrus. I don't imagine actual walruses anymore, Chad. I'm not capable of thinking fondly of the animal walrus. It is corrupted in my mind. Anyway, welcome back from the ad, everyone. How are y'all doing? Ah, hello. What might you be doing here? Out for a walk, Ah, the days of my youth. Like the scent of fresh lemon, you see.
Mr. Grossberg? This is no time for idle reminiscing. Mr. Edgeworth's trial ends tomorrow.
That is true, yes. But from what I saw of today's trial, Edgeworth should be fine, right? Well, I'm not so sure about that. I love seeing my Steam friends open up games, getting the little notifications. And it takes all of my strength if I know they're watching not to call them out immediately. Whenever people talk about walruses, I think of MC Walrus. Valid. Oh, what do you mean by that? Well, I'm not sure. If you find anything out, come by my office at once. I may be able to offer you some assistance. Thanks. Bye.
What do you think Mr. Grossberg was doing here anyway?
Who knows? Let me in. Let me in the shack. Can I get into the safe now? Can I use the safe now? I have the code.
Nobody's home.
Hello. Hello.
Hey, it's Polly. I wonder where your owner's gone, Polly.
Hello. Hello.
I can't believe he'd run off and leave his poor parrot to fend for herself.
Hello. Hello. Arcos is playing. He's boss on the bottom right. Shut up. I'm valid. I'm doing my best. Also think of a high school conversation I had. If you'd let a guy in a walrus fursuit serve on a jury pool, why was that a conversation you had? That's extremely specific. Okay, would you let a guy in a walrus suit serve on a jury in court? I would. I would. Wait, is Polly even real? Is Polly a real bird? Wait. What if Polly's a robot? Chat, what if Polly is a robot? I'm not convinced that Polly is real. I'm gonna be honest, I am not convinced that Polly is real.
Maybe I should take care of Polly, Nick.
You probably shouldn't just kidnap her. The police would know about her anyway. I'm sure they'll do something.
Well, okay. Sorry, Polly. He says I can't take you.
Great, now the bird's going to hate me. Polly's into transparentism? It's a bird on a government conspiracy as a mage. Robin, you're not up to date with the events of this trial. You don't understand.
That reminds me, Nick. Polly here knows the number to the safe, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Polly, what's the number to the safe? 1228. Let's open it, Nick. Come on.
I'm sure there isn't any money in there.
Aw. But hey, he keeps it locked, right? He keeps it locked, right? So there must be something of value in there.
I'm not so sure.
Okay, Nick, let's see what's in there.
I guess there might be a clue or two. The only thing in here is a letter.
A letter? Boring.
There's no name or signature on this thing. It's handwritten in very precise, clear letters. Get your revenge on Miles Edgeworth. Edgeworth?
Nick? Why would Mr. Edgeworth's name be on here?
How should I know? I'm gonna read the whole thing. Is this a birds aren't real conspiracy theory? It might be. Chat, what if I became a birds aren't real conspiracy theorist? What do you do? Keep in mind I'm part bird. Believe me, if it's the game you'll find out Polly is very real because Polly will do something robots can't. Okay, I'll trust you. I'll trust you. Have you ever seen a bird? Exactly, chat. Have you ever seen a bird? I have seen birds. I want to be clear, this is completely a joke. Chat, have you ever seen a bird? I would bite you? Yeah, good luck with that. I'll bite harder. Now I have Edgeworth stuck in my head. The first person's heavily reverb. Give me a second. Give me a second. I have power. I have power. Edgeworth. Did I do it? Did I do it? Edgeworth. Is it working? Guys, what if A is snitching on himself to the government? What if the bird part of me is working against my efforts to destroy the government? Chat. Fanart almost done. Oh, Araya. Oh, I'm excited. I'm excited. Thank you for the curse of scuff, Octo. There's no reaction to my Edgeworth SMH. There's no reaction to my reverb filter Edgeworth, and I'm sad about it. That's the wrong model. He is schizophrenia confirmed. Okay, Firebird, I don't know if you knew this or not. I'm literally schizoaffective. I have schizoaffective disorder. I'm medicated, and I function pretty well, but you're not far off. That was Skeptic's model. Okay, I tried, okay. What if I separated them out more? Edge. Worth. Edge. Worth. Have we considered? Trust no one, not even a self. Real. Just listen, I had to try. Get your revenge on Miles Edgeworth. It also says this is your last chance. Now is the time to get revenge on the 2 men who ruined your life. The rest of the letter goes on to describe the murder plot in detail. How to kill Robert Hammond and framed Edgeworth. Pulling Edgeworth out onto the lake, getting to the boat, firing twice. This is exactly what I figured out today in court. It's all here, in perfect detail.
What do you think it means, Nick?
I don't know, but it looks like these are instructions for that caretaker. When he killed Robert Hammond and called out Edgeworth, he was following instructions.
But who could have written that letter?
This is the trial with the boat thing, Tiny. Or Robin, rather. It is the one with the boat thing.
And what does it mean, getting rid of Miles Edgeworth?
Look, I don't know, okay. But one thing's for certain. This letter is an amazing clue.
Is that caretaker the dude who Edgeworth convicted? I don't think so. Because Edgeworth didn't convict anyone. Okay. This is either the man who killed Edgeworth's father, or is somehow otherwise related to the case.
Huh?
What's wrong?
Huh? Oh, never mind.
What? Tell me.
Just when I saw the TV, I remembered they're showing a Pink Princess special this week.
Oh.
See? That's why I didn't want to tell you.
You're adorable, Maya. You're fucking adorable. Everything's cold. Looks like he didn't turn his heater on. Guess he hasn't been back here since the trial.
It doesn't look like he used this kitchen much.
You're right.
I guess the whole pasta restaurant thing was a lie.
What, you thought he was telling the truth? Alright, I think that's all we have to find here. Actually, wait. Fish posters.
Say, Nick, don't people usually put pictures of fish up on the wall to boast about them?
Yeah, I guess so. You mean pictures of the fish they caught, right?
Right, but don't all the fish on the wall look really puny to you?
Well, you know what they say. You should have seen the one that got away.
Except the one that got away from us was the caretaker, and we did see him.
Why do I feel like we're having 2 different conversations here? Alright, so I think we got what we needed from the boat rental shop. So that's good at least. That is good at least.
There's no way a court is finding that admissible evidence. Oh, they won't unless you, like...
Yeah, it'd be really hard to call that, admissible evidence. Oh, God.
This is an issue with the court system, because it's so hard to, determine whether or not evidence was actually there, whether evidence has been tampered with, whether or not it was planted. It is so hard to determine that. Alright, we move to... Let's see if we can get to talk to Grossberg again. Can I present this to you, actually? Edgeworth, let's see this letter? This came out of the safe in the shack where that boat rental caretaker lives. I see. Revenge on me?
Who is that old guy anyway?
I don't know. Could he be an innocent defendant who got declared guilty or something? Nice, Wright, but I don't remember that old man. Not at all.
So he was following this letter then?
Which means there was someone else behind it. Now is the time to get revenge on the 2 men who ruined your life. 2 men, meaning myself and Robert Hammond.
It also says this is your last chance.
Last chance? Wait, maybe... Maybe he's talking about the statute of limitations on the DL6 incident. Wait. Wait, that old man?
What is it? Do you know who he is?
Yogi. Could he be Yogi?
Yogi?
The suspect in the DL6 incident. The one who was found innocent. Fascinating. The neck and mouth of the model is scuffed. Yeah, that's part of the fun of the model, though. It's a scuffed model. It's a scuffed model. Of course it's scuffed. What else would it be? Imagine not being scuffed. I don't think you said anything to Zach. Did you say something? I don't recall. Alright, I guess... So we've talked that over with him real quick. We'll go back to Grossberg. Oh, you predicted it. Yes, you did, you did. No? Still not here? I guess Mr. Grossberg isn't getting the painting back. I feel kind of bad for him. Alright, so... He isn't back here yet.
One day left, Nick.
Yeah, I know.
Well, no time to waste. Let's get going.
Trying to figure out where we go from here. He did say something. Indeed, indeed. Sorry, my memory is poor at times. I was told this. That's why this guy needs to go to jail. Exactly, exactly. But here's the thing, Robin. This is a letter that has no signature on it. There's no name, address for who it's to or from that we found in a safe. No one saw us take it out of the safe. And even if we went and said, oh, look in that safe, there's something in there, how do they know that we didn't put it there? Like, it is very difficult to prove that a piece of evidence is actually real and valid evidence. Oh, I was referring to what Robin said about framing the evidence correctly. The letter is handwritten. But studying handwriting is very complicated, and we would need handwriting samples to say anything. It could have been written by anyone, unless they find the specific person. All you can do is rule people out, not really prove it is someone. I'm a bit done, my bad. No, you're fine, Octopus. You're fine. Don't apologize. Yeah, Maya's not objective. I bet it was the judge, that fucker. It could have been. Could have been. Looks like Detective Gumshoe hasn't gotten back yet. Gumshoe? He won't be coming back today.
Oh, really?
He said there was some guy he had to arrest by tomorrow. The boat shop caretaker. He shouted something about it catching him, if it's the last thing I do, pal. Good luck, Gumshoe. Okay, I'm not sure what I need to be doing right now, then. Maybe there's more dialogue with Edgeworth? Yeah, there is, okay. Fan art done, posting Discord now. Ooh, exciting! Araya, you are incredible, and I appreciate you so much. Never feel obligated to do fan work, but know that it means the world. It makes my day, my week, my month, my everything. Bites you, bites you, bites you, bites you, bites you. God damn you, Araya. God damn you, Araya. Araya playing off of my terror of Man-O-War jellyfish. Fury playing off of my terror of Portuguese Man-O-War. I love this and I also hate it. Thank you, Araya. Thank you. I'm gonna bite you so hard. I'm going to bite you so hard. You are getting bitten. You are getting fucking bitten. How could you? How could you?
Sorry, I had to respond to a DM real quick. Anyway. Hello, Shadow Sivion. Sorry, I was typing. I was responding to a DM. Don't worry about it. Lovely to see you, though. How are you doing today? Bite the Man of War? I would happily bite the Man of War. It deserves it. It deserves it. I'm smiling so hard that my lips are hurting. I'm glad. I'm glad. Hey, you did amazing, Araya. People love it. Thought it was like rain or popcorn? Nah. Every now and then I just have to respond to a DM. It happens. Yana Yogi was a court bailiff at the time. We just happened to be in that elevator together 15 years ago. The quake was incredibly strong. I'm glad to hear that you're vibing. Wording to the heart of Edgewood's story. God, it takes me so long to progress this game. Before I knew it, everything was dark. We were there for so long, it felt like forever. The air thinned, and the darkness closed in on us in that little box. We became unsettled.
Help! I can't breathe!
Quiet. I said quiet. You're not making this any easier.
I want to get out! Help! Get us out!
Don't shout. You could just use up more oxygen. Huh? That's all I remember. When I came to, I was in a hospital bed, staring up at the ceiling. We all vibing here? Hell yeah. These are kind of tough earlier, so I'm vibing now. And that's so fair. Relax. Take the time that you need to chill. But no, it's absolutely incredible, Araya. I'm biting you so hard. I'm biting you so hard. In court, Yanni Yogi's mental condition was called into question. They claimed the oxygen deprivation and stress had caused temporary insanity. In the end, the claim passed the court and Yogi was found innocent.
Huh, but isn't that strange? This letter tells him to get revenge on Edgeworth. Why would he want to take revenge on you?
Right? Yeah. There's something that's been troubling me these last few days. I didn't know whether or not I should tell you. You mean the nightmare? Did something evil? I mean, I didn't mean to, but I did. Oh, you did something evil? Oh, Spider? Oh? If he was found innocent, he can't be retried. It's also past the statute of limitation. What did you do, Spider? What did you do? You're my friend now. We're having soft tacos later. Sorry, I'm picking up the Discord again. You're my friend now. We're having soft tacos for dinner. It's a nightmare I've had. A memory of a crime that I committed. A crime you committed. A memory of a murder. Tacos sound good? I would love tacos right now. I would love some soft tacos. Watch JM go and get Taco Bell right fucking now. You usually get McDonald's though, don't you? Oh yeah, statute of limitations for murder? Is that not a thing? Is that not a thing? Isn't there still a statute of limitations? He committed fratricide? He might have. I think the time has come to tell all. You already planned to do that Friday. Fair enough. For the last 15 years, I've had the same dream almost every night. I wake up in a fearful sweat every time.
What kind of dream?
It's a dream about my father's killing. In the dark.
Help! I can't breathe!
Quiet. I said quiet. You're not making this any easier.
I want to get out! Help! Get us out!
Don't shout. You'll just use up more oxygen.
I can't breathe!
You're using up all my air. What?
Stop breathing my air! I'll stop you!
What? What are you?
Stop breathing my air!
No, Father! He's attacking Father! And then I see the pistol lying by my feet.
I don't know if it was evidence from that day in court or the bailiffs. In a daze, I pick up the pistol.
Get away! Get away from my father!
I can't do a scream and not peek my mic, I'm sorry. And with that scream, I awake. It's a bone-chilling scream. A scream that has rung in my ears for the past 15 years.
But... That's just a dream, right? Right?
That thought is the only thing that's kept me sane for the last 15 years. But what if I'm wrong? What if it's real? They said that sometimes people shut out memories in self-defense. Maybe I was the one who killed my father.
What?
You think about it this way, this letter makes sense. Get your revenge on Miles Edgeworth. Think about it. Yogi was really innocent. That's why he wanted revenge against me. Wait, Edgeworth. You mean... It was me. I was the true criminal of DL6. I shot my father. This is bad.
What are we gonna do, Nick? What can we do?
I don't know. I don't think there's anything we can do, like it or not. If there's someone else who knows a lot about DL6, maybe.
There is, Nick. There's someone else who knows about DL6.
Fascinating. Fascinating. Statute of limitations is 15 years in this game, yeah. Now, this is not based entirely off of the American justice system. It's also based in part off of the Japanese justice system, and it takes a lot of liberties, so I'm not surprised about it not being perfectly accurate, but this is fascinating. It's the top worst movies on Wikipedia, and in the 1970s category, there is something I pointed that went out to a specific friend, and that friend looked at the images. They're scarred for life. I didn't mean to contribute. Oh, whoops, Spydider. Oh no. Oh no. How's dog like 30 with gray hair? Already stress will do that. As my partner calls it. Japanifornia. Exactly. Japanifornia. What year did this game come out? 1 second, I'm curious. Maya, you're a spirit medium, you dumbass. Just do your skibbity voodoo and call up Edward's father and ask him who shot who. One sec. I was gonna look something up. Oh, right. Ace Attorney release. I want to know when this released. Tell me when the original Ace Attorney released. Bark Bark Bite Bite. 2001. Cool. 2001. When in 2001? October 12th, 2001. I love that. Sorry, I had to know. How is he 24 and a lawyer? How is he 24 and a lawyer? Who let this 24-year-old be a lawyer? That's someone who's like a year and a half older than me. What's he doing being a lawyer? What the fuck? And that's what most of the fan base calls it. Oh dear. Oh dear. Yeah, I mean, makes sense. He's been a lawyer since he was 7? A famous prosecutor. He's not a 24-year-old lawyer. A 24-year-old famous prosecutor. Who let this man practice law? That's 17 years experience? No, oh my god. How fast did that guy blow through college? I want to know. I need those secrets so I can tell them to a dear friend of mine. It's even the craziest thing you'll see, goddammit. Goddammit. He looks like he's in his 30s. Why can't we have our old man Yowie?
Come on, why do they have to be 20-somethings? Alright. Oh my fucking arrow, I'm going to kick your ass. Just wait till future games. I'm scared. I'm scared, I want my old man yaoi. Like, trust me. They aren't pretty enough to be in their 20s. That sounds so wrong. That sounds so wrong. That's insane. Just 24 and just started going to school to be a lawyer. How could you? Listen, I'm right. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. I'm correct, objectively. Anyway, anything else you have to say? No, I guess we have to go talk. Not you. That's not where I want to go. No, I hit the wrong button. Don't do. I hate how some. Why are some places just not accessible from others? I hate it. I could take on a fight. This is the lie. I could not take on a fight. Exactly. You would lose if you tried to fight me. You would lose if you tried to fight me. Need I remind you? Need I fucking remind you? Need I remind you? It's loading. Give me a second. The loading screen is taking too long. The joke is no longer funny. I have a gun! I have a gun now! I have a gun! Oh, the model looks so bad without V-Bridger. The model looks so bad without V-Bridger. That's so funny. Okay. Okay, it's fine. 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 I have this. I actually cast a bullet via gun. This twink has a gun, exactly. No gun, only bites. Listen! Bites, like, listen, I need close range weapons and long range weapons. Fennel taught me how to use a gun, because sometimes you need a gun, but teeth are always going to be my favorite weapon. This twink has a gun! I'd only fight you if the end was the result of the death. Sounds like a plan, Arrow. Sounds like a plan. Love the new model. Thank you! Thank you. It's so pretty in motion. One sec. If y'all don't mind me pulling this up. If y'all don't mind. I want to pull this up. I want. Where did I put this? Here it is.
Here's how it all looks in Live 2D.
Can I open this in...
a little bit finicky, just because
Okay.
Live 2D...
Open link? Never... Okay, it doesn't want to play the video. Never mind. I'm not gonna show it off, but... the rigging looks good, okay? Just trust me. Listen, if he shoots me 2 times in the back of the head, and then dump my body in the river, it'd be real suicide. Damn, Arrow, damn! What about taking AE? I don't think Arrow would. I don't think Arrow and I would have that dynamic. But some of you could, if you wanted to. Icky is not very long range. It's longer range than teeth are. It's longer range than teeth are. But no, I'm so excited for the new model. Trust me, it's looking great. It doesn't look like it's looking great when it's using standard tracking instead of V-Bridger, but it's looking great. It's a fucking rifle on SMG. Yeah, it is also decent range, but anyway. Used your A with Group C. Oh, no. Jaden said, what about taking AE? Jaden said, what about taking AE? And I said, that's not Arrow and I's dynamic. You're a Fae? Isn't anything possible? I mean, not anything is possible. Like, we Fae are still limited by some rules and whatnot, and it's worth noting that I'm not a high Fae. There is a difference between, you know, a high Fae and something like a Fae Beast. I'm not quite as powerful as they are, but I'm still a trickster. AC's Mr. Rival, so if people want to rival some lovers, the onus is on you. Listen, I'm fine with being, like, shipped with and had fan content made with other content creators, as long as those content creators are okay with it. Ain't gonna happen though, real. But it has no bearing on my actual life or interactions with those people, you know? A hi, Faye. So, could you be a drunk Faye? I could be a drunk Faye, yes. I could be a drunk... I love that so much, it's so stupid. Mr. Grossberg. Oh, hello there. What's wrong? You look troubled.
No kidding. I can't believe you're not.
But my... Just calm down and tell me what happened, hmm?
It's Mr. Edgeworth. He...
A sober Faye? I could be a sober Faye. I'm currently quite sober. Does being on medication count as being sober? I think that counts as being sober, right? What? Where's the line, chat? Where's the line? Chat. No. I want to be clear that was a joke in a reference to a previous conversation. I see. So, Edgeworth dreamt he shot his own father. We had a whole conversation earlier about what counts as transhumanism. I was about to pull a what counts as being high.
It's only a dream? Only a dream?
I wonder.
But what?
If that's the case, then why do you two look so troubled, hmm?
But, well...
Also, consider this. Yogi quite certainly holds a deep grudge against Miles Edgeworth. So deep, he'd want to frame him for murder. This leads me to surmise that Mr. Edgeworth's dream was not a dream, it was real. As you imagined. Miles Edgeworth threw the pistol to save his father's life. The pistol fired, and the deed was done. Chat. I love you guys. Y'all are wonderful. What counts as a what? Transhumanism. Transhumanism being the ideology that humans should seek progress by physically augmenting themselves through the use of technology. Basically surpass humanity. And it's something I'm not a big fan of. I'm not big on, like, oh, humans need to start genetically modifying themselves and putting cyborg parts in them and all of that, you know? Yeah. Man, feeling kind of bratty. That's cute. Isn't soberness depending on, like, intent? Is it? I don't know. Is it? I don't actually know. Chat. We are the chat. So Elon's brain chip. Exactly. Like Elon's brain chip.
No. I don't believe it.
Yogi was suspected of murder, and his career as a bailiff was irrevocably wrecked. Thus he sought revenge on Miles Edgeworth. This was his last chance, of course, with the statute of limitations so close. Interesting. What do you know about Edgeworth's father? He was a defense attorney without a peer. It sounds trite, but it's true. Well, he may have had one peer, now that I think about it. Your mentor, Maya Fey. You, Elon, that is all true. Real. Hello, Lunar Soul, how are you doing? Did not expect Grossberg to be actually competent. Oh, he's competent, alright. He trained our mentor. Elon wants to be a proto-chin, that's my theory. I would not be surprised if that man was a furry. I would not be surprised. At all.
My sister?
Gregory Edgeworth was a very disapproving. Gregory Edgeworth was very disapproving of Mr. Von Karma's techniques. That's no surprise. Von Karma is an extreme man. Forged testimonies and evidence are nothing to him. The result? He has a perfect win record in court. To beat him, Gregory Edgeworth tried to call attention to his methods. And? He lost. He died in despair, as it were. I see. You're an 80 out of 80 on part 1 of my production final. Finished part 2 of it today. All that's left is the written portion. Oh, hell yeah, congrats, Lunar. That's incredible, I'm so proud of you. I hope you continue making good progress and that you're able to score well in all of this. Soberness is defined differently by different people. You can be sober but under the influence at the same time because taking medication that makes you under the influence is making you not sober from an addiction standpoint. This is purely a silly theoretical, but it's very funny because yes, words have meanings, but those meanings are iffy at best. Yes, because spirit mediums are so reliable. I don't know what that means, Shadow Sylvia, and I skipped over it in the message. When Gregory Edgeworth was killed, the police called in a spirit medium. That was your mother, Miss Steve. I am Gregory Edgeworth. I have been killed. The one who shot me was the bailiff, Yanni Yogi. Yet Yogi was found innocent.
That's what my mother left us. And that's when my mother left us. Everyone called her a fraud.
That's right. Everyone thought she was, you see. Yet, now that I think about it, it seems the one who lied was Gregory Edgeworth's ghost. Gregory Edgeworth must have known who shot him. I don't believe it. So you're saying he falsified his testimony? That Edgeworth's dad lied to protect his own son? It is only a possibility, mind you. But a possibility nonetheless. Using spirit mediums in court IRL, absolutely cringe. Using spirit mediums in court an ace attorney, power move. Base, Sigma AF. Spiritual pill to justice maxing, real. Always loved Misty as her name. I do love the names in this game in general. Both the silly joke ones and just the theming of it all. I don't know, like Mia and Maya. I like it. It's a vibe. It's a vibe. Alright, anything else I can talk to you about? Anything else I can show you? Probably not anything too much. You've already commented on everything. Oh, so this is the letter. It does seem that Yogi was following this letter when he killed Hammond.
But why kill Robert Hammond?
Hammond was a skilled defense attorney, but he defended clients not for their sake, but for his own. Huh? His own sake. He never trusted his clients. That one. The only thing he trusted was his own ability.
But he got his client found innocent, so why should it matter?
Actually, my dear, it's quite different. He won that innocent verdict for no one but himself. Yogi was a free man, but socially he was ruined. Huh? You'll understand soon enough. Wait. What is it? This letter. I've seen this handwriting somewhere before, a long time ago. Whose handwriting was this? Do you have any idea who wrote this? It was Karma, wasn't it? Could it be Manfred von Karma? Von Karma? Why would he have something to do with this? Well, I'm not sure. Von Karma. Von Karma. Wait! You're right, my boy. This is Von Karma's handwriting, I'm sure of it. I used to see it all the time in court reports.
What? But that means... The one who told Mr. Yogi to kill was...
Correct. Manfred von Karma himself. What does this mean, then? Why would von Karma want to frame Edgeworth? Okay, what else do we need to discover? Even being a suspect to a crime in Japan is enough to lose your job. It's grounds for a favorable divorce. Being denied rental is a permanent strike on your public record, even if found innocent, and that is fucked. That is absolutely fucked. Damn you, Von Karma, real. This is very fascinating. I'm trying to figure out how exactly I progressed through all of this. Gregory Edgeworth? He was a gifted man. His death was truly a loss. I wonder what would have become of Von Karma were he alive. Anything else here? This incident took place 15 years ago tomorrow. So tomorrow we'll see the completion of not one but two trials. All thanks to the statute of limitations. However, I'm afraid the damage of the DL6 incident has been done. Will never be eased. Okay. Any dialogue? Yes. If it truly was Von Karma who wrote this letter, then he would know the truth. He would know that Miles Edgeworth had accidentally killed his own father. He'll say as much tomorrow in court, I should think. He'll press the point until the court finds Miles Edgeworth guilty. Oh no.
But how could Von Karma know about Mr. Edgeworth's past like that? Even Miles Edgeworth had thought it was just a nightmare.
That I do not know. Yet I do know that Von Karma is both persistent and a perfectionist. He may be seeking to satisfy a grudge against Gregory Edgeworth by hurting his son. What do you mean? It was 15 years ago. Von Karma met Gregory Edgeworth in court, and Von Karma did win. But he didn't make it through the trial unscathed. This is fascinating. This is fascinating. The game is picking up right now. Like, sometimes, I'll be honest, this game drags on. But the game is picking up. What happened in the trial between Edgeworth's dad and Von Karma? Von Karma got the guilty verdict he wanted. He won the trial. But Gregory Edgeworth accused Von Karma of faulty evidence. And although he lost the trial, Mr. Edgeworth's accusation stood.
Faulty evidence?
It was the one penalty Von Karma has ever received in his career as prosecutor. Gregory Edgeworth dealt a blow to his perfect trial record.
Wow.
It must have been quite a shock for Von Karma. He took a vacation for several months after that, you see. A vacation? Yes, an unusual event for the man. That was the first and the last vacation he's taken in his many years of prosecuting.
Really? He doesn't take vacations? Like, go to the sea or, the mountains? Don't tell me he's never been to Europe.
You have strange ideas about vacations, Maya. In any case, that was the only time he ever took a vacation from work. I believe the penalty upset him quite a lot. Odd, if he wanted to keep a perfect record so badly. Why would he take such a long vacation?
What do we do now, Nick? Von Karma's going to bring up DL6. You can bet on it. What if Mr. Edgeworth pleads guilty to DL6?
I won't let him. Yes, Mr. Wright. I hate to say this, but even accidental murder is murder, you know. He was a child trying to protect his father. Why is this a story about Von Karma's vengeance towards Gregory Edgeworth? We're gonna find out, I guess. Yeah, that would be involuntary manslaughter at worst, and also he was a kid. And yes, it was not self-defense, but it was defense of his father, who is responsible for his well-being, and I feel like that should basically qualify. It's not murder, dumbass, it's manslaughter, exactly. And there's a meaningful difference, there's a meaningful difference! I know that. I just believe in Edgeworth's innocence. I can't believe he'd kill someone.
But Nick, Mr. Edgeworth admits it himself. His father must have lied to protect him from beyond the grave.
I don't care. I know he's not guilty. When did I go down the conspiracy road? Who knows? Hello, Kura. How are you doing? Lovely to see you. Thank you for the lurk. Hope you're well. Mr. Wright, if you say so, I suppose I could go check again. The police files might hold something of interest. Mr. Grossberg, thank you. I can't promise anything. In fact, I think the chances of finding something are slim. I understand. The police materials. Because we already have that. We already presented it to him, but... Alright, we already got this dialogue. Manslaughter is murder on the iron law of Japanifornia, and that's stupid. Involuntary manslaughter. What's wrong with man's laughter? I laugh when I laugh, it's voluntary. A book reading one. Honestly, would you guys want a stream where I primarily read a book? My worry is like, oh, I wouldn't be interacting with the chat. Would that be interesting? Would you guys want a stream where I read something? Because we don't have a goal for 1,500 yet. I could also do some kind of like, I don't know. I played around with the thought of maybe doing a voice pack type thing. I do at some point. We already hit the goal for an ASMR stream. I just haven't written things, and it's been a couple of months. Don't worry about it. Seems like book reading streams before could be cool. Perhaps. I think it'd have to be open source though, or common. If that open source is not the term for that. It'd have to be like under either a Creative Commons license, or it would have to be public domain. Confused third degree with manslaughter. Actually, it would be third degree. Yeah, no, it's manslaughter. I mean, this is an accident or due to negligence, right? I don't know. I don't recall. Yeah, public domain. Public domain is also another word for that. But we don't have something for this goal. Give me ideas, chat. Give me ideas. I need ideas. Power word. Wooded chipper. Book may make a brain go burr. Perhaps. If you would want a stream where it's just listening to me talk for a few hours, I could do something like that someday. I don't know. Parkour stream? That'd be wild. It'd be voluntary manslaughter. Involuntary is like hitting someone with your car because you weren't looking. Okay. I mean, I still feel like the self-defense, it's iffy, but another music stream? We could do another live music stream. I haven't done one of those in a while. But I also need to figure out what I'm doing for my 2.0. I need to get all the plans together for the 2.0 debut. There are so many things in the works right now. Hello, cards. We have a new coworker at work. Saw her while I was decorating my classroom. She wears overalls and keeps her hair up in a little rose pin. Matches the way she smells. Her smile is bright. That sounds gay. Hey, hello, cards. You having a gay moment? You're so valid. I don't know how copyright law works. Anyway. All thanks to the statute of limitations. Oh, okay, never mind. It's not gay. Sorry, I forget what gender people are. Apologies for that. You're so fair, though. Do you like her? You're incredibly valid, though. I forget what gender I am, too! No, that's adorable. That's sweet. What is a gender? I forget sometimes that not the entirety of my community is queer. Sometimes I'm not sure what's going on there, man, and that's completely understandable. Have a nice day. But nah, valid. They get to know her, you know? Gender does not exist here. Pretty sure I'm bi. Valid. Listen, like, gender and sexuality and the terms we use them are all very, like... Okay. When I say gender is fake, I mean that the terms in which that we use to define gender are... Like, gender exists in a social context. Everything about gender is socially constructed. Yes, there is a psychological element to gender, to your identity itself, but gender is something that we socially construct and perform. Pronouns aren't gender. Genitals aren't gender. Presentation isn't gender. Gender is a distinct, unobservable thing that can't be verified and isn't actually associated with any of this. Everything that we build around a gender is social construction. And because gender is fake, the terms we use to define sexuality are also kind of finicky and fake. And that's one of the hotter takes that I've gotten some pushback on. But because gender is not something externally verifiable, and because it is not something that is clear-cut, trying to define our sexuality in terms of gender is messy at best. There's always going to be exceptions. And sometimes it's worth questioning, are you attracted to a presentation, or to the cultural context of a gender, or a gender itself? I don't know. It's complicated. It's fucking complicated, and that's okay. That's my sexuality is messy spiel, don't put too much pressure on labels. I call myself queer for a reason, because trying to use any other term, it feels like there's already too much explaining I have to do to make any other term fit. Did you talk to her though? She punched my arm and said I was overdressed for a social sciences meeting. Dinner at Applebee's. I was wearing a tweed jacket. I do not care what she thinks. I was uber comfy, and that's so valid. Live your best life. That's adorable, honestly. That's adorable. This is cute. I feel like I'm, like... I don't know. This is adorable. It feels like a side plot in a video game or a TV show. And I'm usually not fond of those, but it's a little bit cuter when it's a real person. Claiming insanity is risky and socially destructive claim for the defendant. Also true, also true. If the man who was thought to have killed Edgeworth's dad was found innocent due to temporary insanity, then why couldn't Edgeworth be found innocent on the same basis? It is socially destructive. It would basically ruin his career as an attorney. The same way that it ruined the defendant's career. Fuck you, Hannah. This tweet makes me look cunty. That is absolutely can be a good thing. Absolutely, no. Modern slang is so funny. Modern slang is so funny. The words, depending entirely on context, it can be either insults or compliments. You are so well. This is so cute. This is so cute. It's lovely to see you. Lovely to hear of your adventures. Like, I'm aromantic, and I'm not all into the concept of love, but you know what? Seeing people be happy is kind of adorable. The argument against Edgeworth is also that he rented a boat with the victim, went out with a gun, shot him, and then dipped. That's premeditated. Yeah. That is also a thing. However, I'm afraid the damages that the DL6 hasn't done will never be eased. Okay. Anything else we have worth talking to you about? I don't think we have anything else for you. I think we just need to go back to the detention center? Do I have anything new with you? No. Nothing new with you. We've already talked through most of this. Nick? No. That's a photo of his father. Don't show him that. You're right. Now probably isn't a good time to dredge up those memories. What is it? Nothing. Okay. It was that case that changed my life. And tomorrow, on December 28th, its statute of limitation runs out. Tomorrow. Could that be a coincidence? But even if my case is finally closed on paper, it will never be erased from my memory. Never. Poor Mr. Edgeworth.
Dredge up those memories. Dredge up those memories.
Okay. I don't think there's anything else we can get from here. I'm not sure what our next goal is. Do I have anything from you? What do you think we should do now, Maya?
You would know best, Nick. Just do what you do. That should work.
I hate you. You'll ever just casually dredge up all of your painful memories? You'll ever intentionally dredge up all your trauma? This is a joke. This is a funny. This is a funny. I promise this is a funny. Don't do that to yourselves, chat. Anything over here? Okay, we triggered something.
There's hardly anyone here.
Everyone must be out looking for the old guy, Yogi.
Oh, it's you! I don't think Gumshoe will be coming back today. He's staying out late looking for someone. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's pounding the pavement for real. We were wondering if we could check out the court records room again? Well, now, I can't have just anyone wandering around in there, but I guess Mr. Von Karma's in there now anyway. You can go in as long as he's in there.
Von Karma?
Yeah, he just arrived, actually.
Von Karma's in the records room.
Nick, let's hurry.
Folks, there will be an ad hitting in about a minute. Not a whole lot I can do about it. Twitch just forced me to run ads, but don't worry, I'll still be here when the ad is over. You won't miss too much. In fact, feel free to take this off as an opportunity to stand up, stretch, do whatever you need to do. He's definitely, no, he is definitely messing with documents right now. He's fabricating evidence or something. His father was the victim. There were never any charges against him. Exactly. I think they're saying why couldn't Edgeworth be absolved of potential guilt for potentially having killed his father? Because it would ruin his career. Because it would ruin his career is what it is. Why do people trust the sociopath? Good question. I mean, think about our, the real life justice system in your world, chat, for a moment. It's really not that much worse than this. I would say there are a lot of comparisons that could be made. It might be worth making those comparisons even. It's not quite this bad, but when you really think about it, I think no one really wants to confront it, but there's definitely a lot of falsified evidence that happens. There's absolutely a lot of people that get harmed by the justice system. It is not an uncommon thing by any means. Hot take, but mods and VIPs should never get ads on a channel. If only. But unfortunately, that is not the world we live in, Robin. Unfortunately. I sleeps now, behave, take care. Robin, it was lovely having you as for always. Have a lovely rest of your evening. Get some good rest, okay? Get some good rest. Good eves, Robin. Good eves. How's everyone holding up? How is everyone holding up? It's really nice getting to sit and watch like a friend's event stream for several hours straight. I don't know, I was really happy getting to do that. I just really enjoy seeing people in my circle, especially people I care about, create. There's so many people I know who are doing incredibly cool stuff, and I want to see them continue doing that stuff. Still vibing, hell yeah. Like to check in every now and then. Managing a RimWorld save, really convenient, and OP roll gen, hell yeah. I've seen people play RimWorld sometimes, and it seems like a game that might be fun, but also one that would frustrate the hell out of me, you know? Doing a lot better now here, I'm glad, Shadow Sylveon. Lovely. Having a smoothie, chocolate and banana, and something else that I forgot. Nice restoration. Nice. Oh god. I used to get mango smoothies on occasion, and by get mango smoothies, I mean there's this elderly couple that lives not far from me that has a mango tree. And every year, while they were alive, they would give me mangoes. The wife is still alive, but I haven't seen her in a while. I actually haven't checked to see if she's still around, I'm gonna be honest, I haven't checked. But she would give me a bunch of mangoes off of this tree. And I would use them to make smoothies. It was very nice. I'm a Snuggle the handsome fox, bites you, 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 bites you. So what happened is I get a mountain tile where a big old clearing generated, completely surrounded on all sides by mountains. Natural wall. Oh hell yeah, that does sound like convenient world gen. That's sweet as help. She's doing alright. I hope so. It kind of is a beat, you know, like this would make really good background music for a stream, and I should note this for a future stream. Just use Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney music for my background. I think that'd go hard, actually. I think that'd be very cool. Is fertile soil, guys, are for hypothermal power. Okay, you just got insanely lucky, and that is wonderful. I am so happy for you. Good on you for getting insanely lucky. Jesus Christ. In conjunction with Cases Loop. Oh yeah, like I use Cases Loop some days, and other days I use video game music. Really whatever I'm feeling in the moment. Apologies for that. Some days I'm feeling more in the vibe for like a specific soundtrack from a game. But also I do really like Cases Loop, so it's whatever I feel like using at a given point. Speaking of case, you hear the news? What news specifically? The live show that's happening at a con in Europe? Question mark? Or the Zine? There's a few pieces of news I've heard. That one, hell yeah, I've heard about it. I mean, it's not in the country, so I wouldn't be able to go, but... I mean, the Bites You was a beat. Chat, what if on the EP that I will eventually release, what if there was an entire track that was just me yelling Bites You repeatedly? Speaking of Hannah, I guess my interest wasn't one-sided based on the picture I just received. Oh dear, hello cards, congrats. I'm free to watch the Hot Fox. Welcome back from the ad, everyone. So Case is a musician that I like. Case is a musician I enjoy. They also stream on occasion. They haven't streamed in... Sorry, dear God, my throat is not happy with me. They haven't streamed in a while, but they are a musician I really enjoy. I can sneakily do a little shout out. You can find them streaming over there. They'll occasionally do like music production streams or video game stuff. They are a really, really cool furry musician and VTuber. Someone that I've been looking up to since I was like 16. I have been looking up to them for like 6-7 years now. And being even vaguely in their circle is kind of cool. I'm not friends with them or anything, but they are big inspiration. Did a stream with Swinny last week? Yeah, it was another Lupin Doodle, right? Because I did get one of the first Lupin Doodles. Also, an EP means extended play. It refers to like a shorter album, so something around like 4 to 6 tracks kind of deal. That'd be my favorite song, hell yeah. Alternatively, release a track that's unironically fire, but only lyrics are bites you. I would do that. I would do that. That'd be really funny. There is a song I'm working on, that's literally just titled Bite Risk, and it is about my personal journey to embrace anger and allow myself to experience it, because for a long time, anger was an emotion that I denied myself. I did not let myself experience or express anger because I felt like it was inaccessible to me, but also that doing so was a bad thing. And I've been on a journey to fix that, because anger is a valuable tool, especially for protecting yourself. I oftentimes would not push my own needs and do what I had to protect myself because I didn't know how to experience or express anger. And this song deals with that theme. It talks about hitting your breaking point, lashing out, being willing to use anger as a weapon, and then forgiving yourself for it. Remember where you're almost with the investigation phase? Hell yeah! Alright, let's see how much progress we can get on this. Do you think we're finishing the case tonight? Do we think we're finishing it? Hi, Zelda, welcome back. Welcome back. Dusty as always.
We were only here just yesterday. I'm sure they just haven't had the time to clean.
What's wrong, Nick?
Nothing. I was just noticing that he isn't here. Von Karma.
There's an open drawer.
Huh? One of the drawers here is open.
Someone must have been looking through it recently.
The label says unsolved cases evidence.
Unsolved cases.
Nick? The file for DL6, it's completely empty.
What? What are you doing in here?
Von Karma?
You? How do you know my name?
Huh?
Have we met?
But what are you saying? We see each other every day, don't we?
What is happening? Also, front-facing Von Karma? I hate this. Forward-facing Von Karma. Does it really spend another 2 hours then maybe? Oh god, no, yeah. I'm not letting myself go past 7. I went 8.5 the other night, and nope. Nope. Dementia. As your emotional support Zelda, I must remind you that you're amazing, wonderful, talented, and handsome. Bites you, 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 bites you. Oh, I see. I see. Never mind.
We see each other every day, don't we? We're Miles Edgeworth's defense team.
Defense team? Ah, I beg your pardon. You see, I rarely remember defense attorneys. They're like bugs to me, a needless thing to be crushed.
I can see how this guy was Edgeworth's mentor.
Why does he look like that? Why does he look like that? Von Karma's such an asshole. Oh, of course he is. Of course he is. The hate front-facing Von Karma more. Oh no, it gets worse. Oh no. He is my source of old man yaoi. He's too old for the old man yaoi. He is too old.
Mr. Edgeworth was your student, right?
Romanticist who still can't shield that veneer of amateurism. Just like his father, always second-rate. Mr. Von Karma, you had an axe to grind with Mr. Gregory Edgeworth, didn't you? Me? A grudge against a mere defense attorney? Why? Because he dealt a blow to your otherwise perfect trial record? So you did. What I don't get is, why did you take his son under your wing afterwards? The son of your most bitter rival. That, my dear attorney, is none of your business. I really want to see Karma's design get cut up and turned into a VTuber model. What if I made This is a terrible idea. I'm not going to do it. It is purely a joke. What if I made VTuber models for all the Ace Attorney characters? If it's really for the second game I really want to talk about. Probably should not, given I want to eventually play through all of them, but oh god, I'm mad at how long they take me to play. Tomorrow's trial will be the last trial. Tomorrow will be the last day of this trial. It's been a while since I've had a defense attorney last this long. Still, you will lose in the end. Miles Edgeworth will admit his own guilt. His guilt of 15 years ago, you mean? You're quite the researcher. If you've done your homework so well, then certainly you must understand. You know what Miles Edgeworth will tell in the courts tomorrow. You were right. So Von Karma is going to bring up DL6 in court tomorrow. A streamer I watched a musical cover in his Von Karma voice. He's so memeable. He does seem very memeable. I'm mad that I don't have a better range of like mask voices. Mr. Von Karma, have a look at this. This was you, wasn't it? You instructed Yanni Yoga to commit murder. Yanni Yoga? How many years has it been since I've heard him called by that name? He's a fool. I told him to burn it after he read it.
So you admit it? You wrote Mr. Yogi this letter?
Yes, my dear defense attorney. Thank you for taking the trouble to bring it to me. You've saved me a lot of needless hassle. What?
Nick? What is that thing?
A stun gun for self-defense, usually. Indeed. 600,000 volts will course through your body like a dog touching an electric fence. 600,000. Oh, don't worry. People don't die from it, usually. Now, give me the letter. No!
No!
What are you?
Nick, run!
Ah! Maya? Out of my way! Ah! Are there not cameras in here? Are there not cameras? You should bring this up in court. They've invented those in Japanifornia, yet we've dealt with multiple cameras. Told you not to show him that letter. We'll try to. Was it possible to progress the plot without it? Is it? I don't think you can progress the plot if you don't show it to him, can you? Remember in the last case when I was like, if I had a nickel for every time Phoenix presented evidence to a criminal and then immediately got punished for it, I have 2 nickels? It's not a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. Literally the next case shows there are cameras in the evidence room. What the fuck? Low-key chat, I really enjoy these games, but I'm mad at how long they are, if I can just say that. I love them. Why are they so long? It's partially because I yap through them, but why are they so long? He got us. The letter's gone, of course. And he took the DL6 evidence. All of it.
Back to having no clues. Wait. Maya jumped first. Maya, is she okay?
Believe it or not, this will get addressed in the next case. It's because I yapped through them. I know it's because I yapped through them, but I need to do the yapping. I need to do the yapping. Where the hell is Detective Gumshoe when you need him real, Kinsoro real? I'm gonna break Carpa's skull in twain. We really should bring this up in court. However, the next case was a bonus for the DS release made years after the game was initially developed. Okay, I'm playing this on Steam. Do I have that? I'm playing the Steam version. I hate the fact that Maya just died and will never again show or be mentioned in another Ace Attorney game.
Maya? Maya, open your eyes. Maya!
The letter, did he take it?
Oh, yeah. Are you okay?
I couldn't stop him. I jumped as fast as I could, but one shot from that thing knocked me out cold. I'm useless. I'm no good as a lawyer or a medium. I can't even call my sister. And not even now when we need her the most. I wish I hadn't woken up at all.
Maya! There has to be some way I can help her. I better do something about her self-confidence first. Huh? Maya. She's holding something. What is that? A bullet? DL6 evidence number 7. Taken from the heart of Gregory Edgeworth. I remember. Von Karma was holding this when Maya jumped him. I'll prove it to you, Maya. You're most definitely not useless. I'll prove it to you in court tomorrow. To be continued.
Now the question, chat, is what do we do? Why do these never end at a good ending time? I wanted to end at like 6:30 to 7. Do we continue on? Do we continue on and try and push through this trial, chat? Or do we pivot? We could rig for a while, or we could continue doing this. Maya's absolutely goated. She saved so many cases. Jam says dome to continue. It takes a long time. I hate how long these are. I don't want them to be this long. Can they become shorter? I know it's because I yap through them, but can they be shorter? Especially as the first playthrough. I see. Okay. Your sleep schedule will not forgive me. Understood. Alright. Yeah. Sorry. 6.5 to 7 hours. That's what I meant. Listen, I'm dumb. Just wait till the next case. I'm scared. Thank you, Hydelian, for the bark boy bark for the... I'll put up a poll. The twink can't handle Phoenix's length. You just ain't Edgeworth. Shut up. Alright. What now? Continue Ace Attorney. Rigging. Do we put anything other than rigging on here, or do we just do rigging? Do you guys want to put, like, conlanging on here, or something of that nature? Gonna step away, but I'll leave the stream on the meanwhile. Lurk, thank you so much, Lunar. Take care. This is the case after the final case. Oh, God. Don't get me wrong, I'm enjoying the game. I do really like it. God, why are games so long? I know it's because I yap through them, but why are they so long? Conlanging and Hades, we could put, alright. We'll put you and Hades. I'm not sure about putting on just because we only have 3 wins left. And I think that's really good length for another stream, but we can put Ashi on there. If you want to stop in an hour, don't do Conlang or Hades. I think Conlang I could reasonably do. I think we could reasonably work on Ashi. So Ashi is a language that exists in my world, the Fey language of my world, that I've been working on a little bit in the background. You will not stop? You don't know that. You don't know that, Arrow. You don't know that. You don't know that. You don't know that. I want to get more of these done in a night, but I also want to yap just as much as I do. Actually, I think the final day of Trial 4 isn't that long. Really. Keep in mind this is me we're talking about. Keep in mind this is me we're talking about. Anything else I want to put on here? We'll just leave it to this, and we'll end with in like an hour. There you go. Y'all have 5 minutes. An hour will not be enough with yapping involved. Understood. Understood. Okay. If you really don't want to play the other games, you can just stop after this. No, so here's the thing. I wanted to play them. I just wish they didn't take this long. I'm gonna DM you tomorrow because tomorrow's your day off. I'm gonna say, hey, AE, how you doing? And you're gonna say, ugh, I'm so tired. And I'll go to bed late and you'll say yes. Shut up. Shut up. So let me show you this. I can pull this up real quick. Make sure one note is visible as a source. Okay. So conlang, it's short for constructed language, but I'm gonna be working on, if we do that, Ashi. Ashi being, good thing it didn't automatically capture, because that page has secrets that y'all can't know about. Thank God the automatic capture didn't work. Okay. I'd be working on this, Ashi. Ashi being the Fey language in my world. We'd just be, like, talking through it and doing some work. Boy, wait till you get to game 3. Why are you booing me? I'm right. Shut up. Shut up. I know I'm a hell of a yapper and I love yapping, but I do wish I got through games faster, and I need to get better. Unfortunately, Ace Attorney is just one of those things, because I'm voicing through it, I can't speedrun, or I can't play while yapping. That's one of the things I like about Hades. And I'm using that to kind of experiment with my ability to yap, while also playing a video game, but... Absolutely love Game 3. Use the main Ace Attorney as an online PFP, because he's at the same time, a genius and the biggest dumbest of all time. Valid. Wanted to be productive today, but the vibes were not with me. If you're gonna be productive, make sure to compensate for my inadequacy. Will do, Arrow. Will do. It happens. Were you too busy watching Cell to be productive? No, lighthearted. You have a degree in Yapology, right? I'm actually entirely self-taught in Yapology, actually. I'm entirely self-taught in Yapology. Just what you said. Constructed language. This is Ashi. It is the Fey language in my setting. Shadow Sylveon. Apologies. Oh. So far, Ashi is winning. Oh. Ooh. Wild and respected. Thank you. But yeah, go for another, like, half hour, see how we feel type deal. I'd be happy to do some work on Ashi. I'm not entirely sure how to display that kind of thing on stream, but we'll figure it out. We'll make it work. Well, yes, but that messed up my workflow, which I got a handle on pretty easy. I'm talking later. Ah, I see. Fair. It happens, Arrow. Trust me, a lot of days are like that. For me. Alright, we already saved, right? We saved, I saved successfully. I saved the game. The video game? I think so. Not the dam? Suffer. Get fucked. Suffer. Die mad, even. Die mad. Can I get to the... Alright, there's the options menu. Title screen. Yay! Gotta be hitting the hay for today. Take care, Pog. Get some rest. I know I stream helplessly late these days. Always lovely to see you, though. Hope to see you again sometime in the near future. I'm sure I will. They just hit me with the damn with the period. Yeah, I did. Yeah. What? Are you mad? It's a joke, Shadow Sylveon, don't worry. It's Arrow and I are being teasing back and forth. Alright, pretty much last call for the votes, chat. Not a whole lot of time left. Looks like so far, we got 3 for rigging, 4 for Ashi. What do you want to see me do for the next half hour, whatnot? No one's mad. No one's mad. Hey, I'm already suffering, so now I just need to get... No worries, everything's okay, everything is okay. And the timer ticks down. The timer ticks down. Tone is difficult to read on the internet, but I think folks rarely mean poorly. It happens to the best of us. Oh, there was a tie. Oh no. Chat, what do I do if there's a tie? Chat, we didn't discuss the possibility of a tie. Flip a coin? Coin flip? Okay, second vote tiebreaker. Do you guys want to do a second tiebreaker vote, or are you guys going to intentionally tie it? I'm gonna do a second poll, but this time you guys have 1 minute, okay? And you know what? I'm gonna allow points on this one. I'm going to allow points. Capitalism, chat. We're doing capitalism. Can I get my coin again? Nah, we're gonna let capitalism control this. I voted rigging and I'm your rival, so my vote shouldn't count. Nah, your vote still counts. You're allowed to sabotage me. What's the second choice? It is a conlang. It is a conlang, a constructed language. Basically, I'd be doing a bunch of weird linguistic stuff on stream. I'd be doing a bunch of weird linguistic stuff, okay? We would be talking about weird linguistics. It will go over most of your head, but I'll react very funnily to things. I will sit there being like, what is this? Why is it like that? Wait, let's tie it again. Guys! Guys! If you tie it again, we're turning to the coin flip. If you guys tie this, I will opt for the coin flip. Oh, people really want Ashi. Understood, understood. We're doing some Ashi. Alright, cool. Let me get all that set up real quick. Alright, let's move over to just chatting then. Linguistics go burr. Just chatting. Yay! The same thing as it all goes over my head. Fair enough, Kea, fair enough. How big is the dictionary? Not much so far. Very small, very small. Don't worry, I'm slowly working on documenting all of this. It's a big work in progress, and it'll continue to be a work in progress for a while. Let's also change out the music, chat. Or do we still want the Ace Attorney music for conlegging? The people want Ashi. No, one person with 50,000 points. Sylvian did it accidentally? Oh, we can't refund them. No, I'm sorry. Apologies for that, Sylvian. We'll close out of Ace Attorney. What am I gonna use for music right now? What are we thinking music? We can do PMD, we could do the loop. I could open up Spotify, but that'd be a horrible idea because anything that involves words will trip my brain up. We're basically just gonna be working on some noun declension charts here. You vote case? Alright, we can do the case loop. I need... Why did I shove that in my pictures folder? I'm not normal, chat. And we are chilling. We are chilling. How's the volume? You vote cheese platter. Alright, so what we're doing here, let me explain a little bit of what we got so far. So this is Ashi. Ashi being the Fae language of my world. Let me just read up the history section, why not? Ashi is the primary language spoken by the Fae. It bears many similarities to reconstructions of the Proto-Celtic language, likely being derived from the same roots. It has undergone various mutations over time, but these changes have occurred more slowly than is seen in human languages due to long lifespans and relative isolation of the Fae. As such, many root words and grammatical features have remained similar to those found in early Celtic languages. Etymologically, ashi derives from as and she, referencing connections between the Fae and death, as harbingers of death, protectors of souls, lost spirits themselves. Locations associated with death, such as ancient burial grounds, often act as intersections between the otherworld and the living world, and the otherworld can function as a transitional space between life and death. The term ashi can also sometimes be used to refer to the whole Fae as a whole. Can I speak? Written records of ashi are uncommon, as it is primarily an oral language. What written exists are largely found among high fae and fairy courts. Ashi is most commonly found written in Ogham, known in modern times as the Ogham alphabet, which exhibits a high level of phonetic orthography, which just means that there is strong consistency between phonemes and letters. In rare occasions, it may be written in the Gaelic script, with spellings being very irregular when this is the case. I'm compiling this guide in ashi in an attempt to document and preserve a language rarely spoken outside of Fae circles. It is worth noting this guide only reflects my personal experience with the language and therefore cannot account for regional or species-specific terms and dialects which I have not encountered. I will make note of these differences when possible, but this guide will focus primarily on documenting ashi as I am most familiar with it. Also bear in mind that any Anglicizations of ashi terms do not necessarily reflect how the language is spoken and may reflect my own stylistic choices. Please forgive any errors or inconsistencies. Welcome to ashi. Hit a button and thought I was trapped with subscreen and went, damn, feeling Twitch is calling me broke. Oh no, Kaya. Small screen moment. Yeah, I can try and zoom in. I can zoom in. That's a bit too much. This is about as much as I can zoom in. Does this work? Spelling. Yes, spelling. We also have already set up a... Oh, is this page specific? Oh, is this... Oh, the zoom is page specific. Why would you do this to me? Alright, we're just gonna do this for the moment. Here's the phonetic inventory of ashi. You can see here, we have our phonetic inventory documented. So these are the phonemes, the sounds that exist in the language. So we've got a ta, we've got a ba, we've got a da, we've got a sha, we've got a kwa, or a gua, a ng, a ng. We have a ha. This is probably the most unique phoneme in ashi. It's not in all variants, but the variant that I speak is a aha. This is a... what's it called? This is a voiced uvular trill. Aha. Fancy spelling, indeed. Aha. Here we have the vowels. We've got basically pretty standard long and short vowels that you would expect to see in most languages that have long and short values alongside a handful of diphthongs. And we have an alphabet. This is Ogham, which was an alphabet that was actually used to write primitive Irish. There's very little records of it. It was primarily like carved into stuff like stone or wood, and you know, all of the wooden carvings are gone, so we just have a handful of stone ones left. There's like 700 remaining carvings in this particular script. But it was also what ashi used. And what we have for now, we have our syntax. Up above here is just a rough chart documenting how syntax connects, what types of, verbs, nouns, parts of speech are indicated, or rather impacted by various grammatical features. So you get your verbs, your nouns, your adjectives. There are adverbs. The adverbs exist. They're just kind of unique. Let me scroll down to adverbs. A phrase or word that modifies or qualifies an adjective, verb, or other adverb in a word group expressing a relation. So these don't get inflected in any way. In grammar, there's this thing called inflection. You might be familiar with one form of it being noun conjugation, if you've ever been taught Spanish. That is one form of the inflection of a word. It basically refers to how words are changed when they are around other words, or when they are to indicate how they are functioning within a sentence. So adverbs do exist, but they are not impacted by things like gender, or number, or tense. Now, important things to note, so some terms you might not be familiar with. Like gender, you obviously know what gender is in terms of language. Case, however. Case is not something that exists in English. Lucille's password, thank you for the follow. How are you doing tonight? Pleasure to make your acquaintance. Yeah, they're not modified. Exactly. How are you doing tonight? We're talking about some linguistic stuff. So case is something that does not exist in English aside of pronouns, and even pronouns use a very simplified case system. Ashi does not. Ashi has, I believe, 7 cases. Yes, 7. Case will represent the purpose of a noun in a sentence and its relation to other nouns in the sentence. It is fascinating and terrifying. It does not make sense if your only spoken language is English. Then that science shit in kindergarten, but still suck at it. No, valid. Haven't done a lot today, but got some tea. That's lovely. Always good to start your day off with some tea. Is it early for you then? Because it is not early for me. But not. So you got like the nominative case, which identifies the subject of a sentence. The vocative case, which identifies when someone is being called for or directly addressed. The accusative case, which is the direct object of a statement. The genitive case, which denotes a relationship, usually possession. So when we would say like apostrophe S after a noun or after a name or whatnot to denote possession, that's essentially how genitive case would function as well. What type of tea? I'm a tea addict. Valid. Ah, it's very early for you. Valid. Well, good morning. Welcome to the land of the awake. Get that tea. And don't worry about not doing a lot by 8 a.m. I'm usually not awake at 8 a.m. yet. Ooh, green tea. Nice. I'm a sucker for some good tea. The genitive case. Dative case is an indirect object, most commonly the recipient or beneficiary of an action. Instrumental case is an object that is being used. So like, I wrote a letter with a pen. The pen in this case is the object. It is the instrument. So it is being used to perform the action of writing. It therefore gets put in the instrumental case. I wanted matcha today, but there was none, so I got some later today. Well, that's still lovely. Hope you enjoy your green tea regardless. I'm very much an herbal tea fan myself. I cannot consume too much caffeine. My body doesn't like it. Forgive me if I've already asked, but what languages do you have experience in? I mean, English is the only language that I am fluent in, but I have a little bit of experience with Spanish, Irish, and Greek. I think those are it. Oh, I have a little bit of experience with Chinese. And a little bit of experience with French. But none of that's at a point of fluency. I love chamomile, it's the EPT. Valid. I'm really big on, like, fruity teas, particularly. This is also not my first time working on a project like this, but this is Ashi, this is the Fey language of my world. It's what I grew up with. Number is pretty obvious, that's the amount of something. Tense? Now tense, I actually haven't gone and checked. I need to do some research and figure out exactly what tenses I'm going to be using for this, because I don't want to do that. Person. So person distinguishes between and references the participants of a discussion, usually between the speakers or listeners and other parties, you know how you have like first person pronouns being like me, like I did this thing. That's first person. Second person is you. Third person they. You should probably be familiar with those. Mood. A feature of verbs which expresses modality or speaker's intention. I don't know if I've actually filled all of this out yet. I need to work on that. Because right now I've got written down here indicative, subjective, which is hypotheticals, operative, which indicates a wish, or imperative, which is requesting or ordering an action. And then there's voice. Matcha smoothies are yum. Wawa's has good matcha smoothies. I know we have Wawa's in Florida, but I haven't actually ever been to one. I need to one of these days. That sounds delicious, though. Can formally say how you are in French and no so Italian. So bad spelling Brandon shut down. No, you're valid. You're valid. Here's the thing. I know I learned a little bit of French at one point. I cannot remember any of it. Indeed, we're doing a little bit of linguistic stuff. So good, you should try it. We're just chilling out with this after Ace Attorney, because we hit a good stopping point and I didn't want to end stream yet, so we're continuing on a little bit longer. I like to hit minimum 6 hours with streams. So good, you should try it. Maybe I need to go visit a Wawa then. Maybe I need to go visit a Wawa. And then there's voice, which describes the relationship between the action that the verb expresses and the participants identified by its arguments. So active is when the subject performs the action, passive when the subject receives the action, and middle. I don't recall if there's a distinct middle voice in Ashi. I need to think on that. And I don't know if it's a speaker is both a subject and object situation. I need to look into that as well. I am humbly native English and A1 in Spanish. Valid. Hey, better than me. And here we have some noun declension charts. When we inflect nouns, we call that declension. And you can see here that nouns are inflected from case and number. That's relatively simple. Verbs are going to be hell given they are declined on number, tense, person, mood, and voice. But only having to worry about case and numbers relatively easy. Except for the fact that instead of just singular and plural, Ashi cares about dual and trial categories. These are their own meaningful categories that, yes, have unique words. So you can see here some rough declension charts that I put together for different noun stems. I have complete ones for I stems, for O stems, and for U stems. I want to cry. I'm hearing from a hot box. I'm complete. Aww. Thank you. So actually, people managed to figure this out. People did manage to figure this out already, but on my 2.0 model, there is a little detail. Let me grab it. Please work with me. Chat is being mean to me. There it goes. There it goes. Almost. Please? Oh, please stop lagging. Oh, please stop lagging. It'd be really cool if you didn't lag on me right now. Okay. On my 2.0 model, there is this sticker on the guitar. This is in Ashi, and it has been translated, and I will tell you right now that the first word of this is the same word over here, ku. Specifically, though, it is in the vocative case, so kuna. So it is the listener being referred to as dog. Learned from a song my friend who takes French taught me, and that's all I remember from the song. Hey, that's plenty, honestly. Like, knowing even a little bit of a lot of languages is very cool. Okay, I'm a sleepy little chaos gremlin. Good night, good night. It was lovely seeing you, Shadow Sylveon. Hopefully I'll see you again sometime in the near future. Always lovely seeing you during Ace Attorney and all that. Hope you're well. I can't be mean to you. It can't be mean to you. That's our job. Yeah, my laptop isn't allowed to be mean to me. That's illegal. That's illegal. Good night, good night. So what I think I want to do right now is finish the verb chart for the A stem. I need to figure out what I'm doing for E stem and the rest of these, or I could just start a new one. I could start a new one. We could look at an R stem. We could find some R stems and mess around with them. This language, for those who are unaware, is very, very similar to Proto-Celtic. So we're going to be staring at a lot of Proto-Celtic for a bit, okay? We're going to spend a while staring at some Proto-Celtic. I need to close a bunch of tabs. Okay. Let's see. I need Proto-Celtic Wikipedia. Thank you. Firefox. Hopefully water to the face will wake brain up. You sleepy? Hey, I hope it helps. I hope it helps. I do. Alright, so I need to go down to the morphology page on here. Here we have a bunch of our noun declensions from Proto-Celtic. You'll see Proto-Celtic has actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cases. So there's one more case here than exists in Ashi. So Ashi actually lost, I think it was the ablative case. The ablative case, which represents or indicates motion in some way. I don't really understand how that one works, to be honest. But we are interested right now in, I think it was R stem nouns. Yes, R stem nouns. So R stems are rare and principally combined to names of relatives, which is really fascinating. This is used to define like relationships between individuals. So I don't actually know how relevant this is going to be to Ashi, but we're gonna find out together. So I need to get to Wiktionary. Welcome to Wiktionary. How much of the language is something you're working on now for something that's been cooking for a long time? This is something that's been in the back of my head since I started streaming. This is something I've been wanting to work on since like May 2022. I only started actually working on it like 2 months ago, and it's been very on or off. I will sometimes work on it for like an hours straight one day because I just get a sudden burst of inspiration, and then sometimes I will just not touch it for months. Which it happens. So I'm interested specifically in Proto-Celtic R root nouns. R stem nouns, there we go. I haven't been super great at getting myself to work on it. I want to find one of these that's like very simple. Okay. Daughter. We do not have many preserved words with R stems. This might be a problem for me. This might be an issue. Because if R stems are only used for familiar relationships, I might not be able to actually work with that. I might have to cut that out. So glad it's not fly fish season. Oh, why is that? In that case, we'll just work on S stems most likely. But we're going to, in that case, we need to go find Shios. So we're gonna go try and find our way over to Shios. Linguistic fork. Unfortunately, sometimes linguistics are funky. The road gets crunchy. What do you mean the road gets crunchy? I'm sorry, what happens during fly fish season? Or fish fly season? Well, I don't know what the difference is. Alright. So we are interested right now in Shios. Which is... Let's see, okay. Do I not have an EO? Do I not have an EO in Ashi? There is no EO. Okay. So I guess we do stick with the Cheeto. I don't like having the harsh D there. I don't like having the harsh D there. How does this... Because it becomes, it just becomes silent as the language evolves. It just becomes silent. So we get from, Sidos to eventually just she. Shire, she, Shiros, They like light. Oh, are these bugs? Are these bugs? Are you talking about a type of fly? Because I read that as fly fishing, as in the season in which people do the activity called fly fishing. What are the design principles? I mean, it's the language of the Fae, more or less. It's a method of communication among the Fae. How do I explain? I'm curious exactly what you mean by that. It is primarily an oral language used for communication among Fae, because that has a handful of linguistic features and whatnot that are not present, and has some interesting conjugations and whatnot. I don't know. If I can be honest, one of my insecurities with working all of this is that it is far too similar to Proto-Celtic, but I can work on that later. I can fix that later. I can fix that later. Maybe... I need to stop being insecure, though. I need to stop being insecure. That's half my issue. There's also... We could work on the end stem as well. Yeah. I need Irish, Proto-Celtic, there we go. Amen. So, this is one word here. You can see the end stem, amen here, which is coming from over here, amen. And I'm debating if I actually want to keep that word exactly like that, but... When the flies reach maturity, they have no mouth. That is terrifying. Fish fly says mayfly. Oh, okay, yeah, I'm not at all familiar with these. I've never heard of these before. Are they regional? One sec, now I need to look up fish fly. Now I'm getting distracted. It was inevitable. Fish fly. Oh, I don't like how those look. Oh, I don't like those. Warning for pictures of bugs. No, don't apologize. Don't apologize. I'm being silly. Purely being a silly. Why do you look like that and where do you live? They're mostly distinguished from the closest species. Well-known species in North America. I've never heard of them before. I don't know these. We don't have these here. Either my world has been blessed to not have fish flies. Either my world's incredibly lucky and we don't have fish flies, or they do not occur in Florida. But I don't like them. Wrong fly. Wait, wrong one? This is not the correct fly? I mean, like, is the language spoken and written? Ah! I mean, so it is, So it is primarily an oral language. Most of the written records exist among high fae and fairy courts, and most of those written records are, you know, contracts between individuals, agreements, political documents. It is not a language that gets written much, it's primarily spoken. And not sung either, just mostly spoken. Most fae speak it, but it is very, very rarely written. The second image at the top? Okay. I don't like you. I don't like this thing. I'm always distracted though, that's normal. That's pretty typical. Alright. I've been debating how I want this particular word to go, because it might not be a terrible idea to either make it more or less complicated. Right now I have it simplified down to a man. But Animan is kind of badass. What about cricket spiders? Do I want to know? Do I want to know what a cricket spider is? I am arachnophobic. I'm not gonna freak out from pictures. Oh, that's... I don't know how I feel about this. I don't know how I feel about this. I can see where it gets its name, but I don't like it. That's pretty bad. I'm not a fan. If you throw the fly right, they pop. That's terrifying, Ginga. That's terrifying. I don't like that. I don't like that. I do not like that. Not a fan. Not big. Not big. More fan art? No, I don't like bugs. I do have arachnophobia. Not fond. Not fond. I'm tempted to find a different word for this, but also this one I picked for very thematic reasons. I wanna peek back at maybe I can compare to maybe Proto. Ooh, let's see how this looks in Proto-Hellenic. It has like no inflection. Why is there no inflection? Okay. I want to see, though, more about the inflection over here. Once protocol's like, interesting. Non-abulating. Breath. So this just meant breath. Interesting. Because I'd imagine this is pronounced something like, enemos. Enemos. Yeah, that's pronounced enemos, roughly. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, enemos, okay. For some reason, I'm also afraid of caterpillars. Interesting, because for me, it's spiders and ants, and also jellyfish. The jellyfish are entirely disconnected from the spiders and ants. I'm just terrified of them. So maybe I go like more of an enom. Maybe enom is the move. Enom. I like that. Now, what's gonna be really, really funky with this? These get very, very repetitive. Mana. Or Anamana. I love that so much. Anamana. It just gets worse from there. And we are going to play around with that. We're going to have that be very, very fun. And why? I am terrified that they're going to burrow under my skin and make a home inside of my body. Straight up. I'm scared. Genuine fear of mine. Genuine fear of mine. Alright. So we've got our basic word of enom. Or, amon. Amon? Should I go with amon? I think amon works. So I need to update these actually, because I did just change the word. Amon. Amon. Come on. Why do I do this to myself, chat? Why do I enjoy this? So we've got, Amon. New fear unlocked. Congratulations. In Japanese, little kids are taught to address ants as ant because they work so hard. That's actually adorable. It's actually adorable. Oh, Menomenon. Exactly. welcome to Ashi doll. How are you doing tonight? Lovely to see you. Bite you. How are you? Hi. I've been live for 6 hours. I'm not going for 8 hours tonight, I promise. Lovely to see you though. Hey, Chad, that's my friend. They're cool. We like doll. Now, a lot of, the conjugations involving this are a bit different and finicky. Hey, you missed the bugs? We do not want to talk about the bugs. I love this model. Thank you. This was made for me by the wonderful Prince Aaron. It's a very, very cute little scuff model. And also, Aaron's a wonderful, wonderful person. I have too many models. I'm going to... Okay, chat. One day I'm going to be like Iron Mouse, where I have too many models, except I'm going to have made most of them myself, and the rest of them are going to be meme models. Also, there will be an ad hitting in about a minute. Sorry, folks, not a whole lot I can do about it. Twitch just forced me to run ads, but don't worry, I will still be here when the ad ends. You can't escape me. You cannot escape me. Okay. Because I think actually doing like a Monet works really well here. Mamie, yeah, Mamie models, exactly. Hang on into the ads, folks. Apologies. I don't know how I want to handle vocative for this, because it's just identical in the root language, and I tried not to make any of them identical, because I like to be stupid. Coming up with languages 6 hours into the stream seems like a fantastic idea. You definitely won't have a lot of revisions to do later. Oh, it'll be fine. We just switched over from working on from playing some Ace Attorney. This is how I chill from Ace Attorney. Nah, I'm actually pretty good at keeping my head on my shoulders through a stream, which I don't say that as like an insult to anyone. I'm just honestly pretty good at keeping myself put together post-stream, and I'm a little bit proud of that. Just a tiny bit. Also coming... Oh, I already read that. Dietive. What do I have for like the instrumental going on here? Ooh. Because the genitive here is actually interesting. In that it has an S. It ends in an S. And I find that fascinating. Because that's not usually how I associate S's and Ashi. Fascinating. But we could do like an E there. Instrumental will probably also be a bit weird. We can also have that one be a bit funky. I'm on... We'll have like a... No. That doesn't fit with the general vibe of everything else we've been doing. Because dual, trial... We have... What do we have dual and trial associated with? We've got the N and the T here. We've got the N and the M here. We've got the D and the T here. And I think associating them with vowels would work really well. Associating them with vowels, I think, would be smart. But I'm trying to figure out what vowels would work best here. Because we already have the E eaten up. We could do the I, the O, or the U. Do I have O or U associated with anything in particular at the moment? A monet, a mono, a mona. I guess we can just... We also don't necessarily need everything to be completely distinct, but I like it when it's completely distinct. I like them being distinct because I'm not normal. I do go a little bit stupid, a little bit feral with a lot of the stuff that I do with Ashi. How have I always done this in the post? Okay, usually by adding some kind of suffix. Usually adding a suffix. I'm on... So we got like ino, onam, But I feel like... Do I have anything for... I don't have pronouns yet. This would be easier if I had pronouns already decided. It's usually associated with an E, but I don't want that to be universal. Hi, welcome back from the ad, everyone. Hope you're all doing well. I'm insane. In case you needed to hear that. I am not normal. Let me peek at some other stems like this. Let me look at some other end stems. I want to peek at some. We've already looked at NM. Have I looked at Amban? What are some... Let's see what like Sarman. What do you mean? Stream. Cool. How do you decline? Interesting. So like an OUS there. Just realized I don't get a Hot Pop stream tomorrow. Aw, sorry, Ginga. Don't worry, don't worry. I'll be here on, when am I gonna be here? I'm gonna be here on Friday and on Saturday, don't you worry. I need some kind of night off, you know? I need some kind of night off every now and then. Strowman's... Interesting. Strowman... Sorum... So you can end things at an N there, and I kind of like that. So we could say, Omon N. I think that works. I think Omon N works fine there. That I need for the dietive. What do you do for dietives? Yeah, you just do an NA. And I kind of like that, actually. I'm on NA. I'm on Ino. I'm on NA. But how's the relationship between dietive and genitive? Because dietive is direct object. No, that is not direct object. That is indirect object. It's fine. They don't necessarily have to be. Yeah, I think actually connecting dietive and genitive that way is not a terrible idea. Had to leave the stream after the taser nonsense because I think my brain imploded. No worries, Mel. Welcome back. How are you doing? We are not going to be live for too much longer, but figured I would hang out and chill and do some linguistic stuff for a little bit before we end. How are you doing? But no, Fox does need rest at some point. I don't want to push myself too hard tonight, so I'm probably not going to go past the 6 hours 30-minute mark. We'll probably close out then, but I do love streaming. Like, there are a few things I love more than doing this. May I offer a backseat idea? Oh, feel free, Array. I would absolutely love that. Like, and I think I've spoken to this before, one concern I have is that everything is too regular, too consistent, and there's just not enough weird, wacky stuff that doesn't make sense. But also, I want it to feel artistic and also naturalistic at the same time. But also, this is a language spoken by, like, long-lived folk. Hello, Embry! We're working on Ashi! We're working on Ashi, doing some linguistic stuff. This is a language spoken by, like, long-lived folk. And I should be a bit braver with some things I do, shouldn't I? I should be a bit more willing to mess with things like, there's, in Irish, the whole concept of, slender and broad consonants. I should be more willing to be like, okay, these things, these consonants or whatnot shift in these directions when they are, around these vowels and whatnot. I should do that, but I'm scared to. Hey, I'm surviving? How so, Dr. Cruiser? I hope you're more than surviving. You deserve more than just to survive. Staying awake. Oh, hang in there, hang in there. No less than 18 minutes left. Thank you, JM. Thank you for keeping me on task and reminding me that I'm supposed to go to sleep in the way. Only listen half the time. God knows, I have spent the entirety of today completely off because I stayed up way too late. It completely wrecked my flow today, which, you know, it happens. But I won't lie, I'm a little bit mad about it. But yeah, we're working on some noun declension charts because I'm not normal. I do this for fun, but I also agonize over it. We probably should, because the whole bomb and bis thing is so unanimous through these languages that I have to keep the bus and bis and whatnot. So this has to end in os, this has to end in is, I think. Got distracted and have watched 10 minutes of a 20-minute vid on coconut crabs. That is so valid, Tuesdack. Why are you watching a 20-minute video on coconut crabs? But no, I'm very, very curious to know what Araya is thinking. I'm very, very curious to know what Araya is thinking. Once I'm back home, we'll be an EP Wobot boy. Valid. You better get some good eves when the time comes, alright? God, you FTD folks have been celebrating so much, I'm sure. And you've had a lot to celebrate. You deserve it.
can afford to just make some stupid shit that isn't internally consistent and doesn't make sense. I can do that. I'm allowed to do that. I would suggest including loanword sound shifts and grammatical derails from the languages of supernatural beings the Fae may interact with, like witches and spirits. True, and that's absolutely stuff that I can and should do. I think I need to, you know, have a vague idea of how things work here before I build those languages, but trust me, I've got a lot of stuff going on. There's a lot going on. A lot of it is still in the very early stage because I only started filling all of this out pretty recently, but trust me, I've got a lot going on. So would a non-long-lived Fae speak like common? I don't think it would actually change how they speak, but the nature of the language, like, it is going to change more slowly when folks live forever. Part of the reason why slang can come and go so quickly is because of different generations picking up different linguistic features and whatnot. The same people who have lived their whole lives, yes, they are going to pick up slang and have the way that they speak the language shift eventually, but they are not, it's not going to shift as quickly when there aren't like new people coming and going and reinventing a language in the way that they speak it. Older folks, yes, they'll pick up slang words, but they still speak oftentimes in ways that feel a bit older. You might notice this if you speak to a lot of elderly folk. They'll still use a lot of older terms, and they might use some older grammatical features that have really fallen out with the younger generations. Just by its nature, it is going to change more slowly. But yeah, I would love to do stuff like that. Don't get me wrong. I absolutely do hope to eventually. I'm just overthinking everything right now. I need to just put things out on the page. I'm not entirely set on having the A ending here, but it's kind of consistent with how everything already works, so we're gonna go with it. Amonenis. Amonenis. Okay, that works. Amon... Actually, Emonos and Emonis kind of go hard. I kind of like that. Yeah, I am become death. That you were... Hey, I've done that before, actually. I've done that before. That's why I started learning how to do this, actually, because I wanted to use it for a D&D. And I did actually have a D&D setting with, like, 3 half-finished conlings in it at one point. And I would pass players handouts in conling. That was a thing that I did. It is such a good feeling, by the way. Would recommend. Would recommend doing that to your players. It's a lot of fun. Nos. I want to have an OUS somewhere. Or an OU. Amanewo to Amenenom. Okay. That got me excited. It is such a fun thought, and actually something totally worth doing. If you don't want to build a whole conlang, like your easiest substitute is using a phonetic cipher or something of that nature, but I adore this stuff. I adore getting down into the weeds with it. I'm just incredibly indecisive, and the thing with calling, you're oftentimes constantly changing things. There are a few words that I cannot change now. There are a few words I can no longer change because they're put into various things, but... What do you call the, pulped remains of an end? What do you, Xander? What do you? I'm on... Ene? I could just do it the easy way like that. Amon... Amon... Ano. Amanano.
I just want to have those, like, a couple of variants of this that are stupidly long, like banana type words. Gotta hit the hey, good night array. It was wonderful having you as per always. Thank you for hanging out. Excellent materials for mage paper. Ooh, hell yeah. Anonena. Oh, that is so horrible. I love it. Emonena. That is terrible. Perfect. Perfect. Emoneno. That's so good. That is so good. That is so good. I love languages. It is 2:15, so I'm gonna be EP because I was planning on going to bed for 2 a.m. Good night, Kaya! Was absolutely lovely having you, as it always is. Hope to see you again sometime in the near future. Don't forget, folks, that I'll be live on Friday. This is just a chill little way of relaxing after a long stream, you know? At least for me. It's a bit more chill and idle, and I like that. I like being able to do something a little bit more chill and idle for a bit. Whoa. Then I need to decide what I'm doing here. Just imagine there having been an entire industry of end processing just to make one wizard's book in D&D. That's insane, honestly. That is insane. That is a kind of scary thought. Okay, I'm gonna do this thing that I do sometimes, Druidi. Which one's Druidi, which one's Druidi? Druidi. Okay, so Ene, Druwi. Okay. So, Emin. We're just gonna let this be NM, because I can. We're going to actually edit the root word, because I tend to do that for the locative. Locative specifically throughout Ashi tend to actually change the root word. Why? I can't tell you, they just do. That is just a thing that is done. Has to be magic paper and well enter magic tree so the logic flows. So it does flow, it does flow. But that's terrifying. Only have 6 hours till I get to EP. Hey, you got this, hang in there. Way too tired, I forgot to copy pasted something. Good night, Tuesday. Good night. Have a lovely rest of your evening as well. Blaha. Everyone get some good rest, okay? Everyone get some good rest. Always a pleasure to have each and every one of you, and I'm biting you. I'm biting you so hard. I'm biting you as hard as I can. So it's just the instrumental that I do make a call of some sort on. And it looks like most of them go for an N ending, but I can also do whatever I want. I'm allowed to do whatever I want. So I'm just a 1. Emon. I mean, we could just do like an Emon-y. Yeah, we can just do that. Now I'm wondering what it would sound like to sing your language. One day I do actually want to release a song in Ashi. I think that'd be a really, really cool thing to do eventually. But it's not something that I'm rushing to do anytime soon. It's like a far out future thing. I would need this to be in a pretty finalized state before I can do something like that. Emononem. Why did I do that? Why did I do that? I know why I did that, but why did I do that? That is insane, AE. You aren't normal, AE. I would love to do a song in this. I think it'd be absolutely incredible. I'm gonna actually maybe on M's maybe. Because it does need to be a little bit less regular. There we go. just having a little bit less of a regular feel to the language, I think, can definitely pull some details out. I think it'd be interesting. I think it would increase the vibe a little bit to have things feel a bit less put together. I don't know, that's always a weird phenomenon. Like, something feels in a way a bit more complete when it is not all organized and put together, but I think there's definitely an amount of truth to that. Ironically, there is. Okay. Well, I would love to sing in this someday. So far, I've only been able to write out basic phrases, but one day. I'm gonna go with, let's see. I'll figure that one out later. When the sketch looks way better, exactly. Sometimes it's better if things are a little bit messy. Emanewe. Emowi. I don't know how I want to handle that one. And what have I not used? I don't think I've used a K yet. We could do a K if we want to put K as an opposite to W, but it doesn't feel right. We could do an H. H. 3 minutes and 6.5. Thank you, JM. Thank you. I think maybe an H. No? How do I feel about H? We don't really have anything on W's level except maybe a Ja. How would like, Emon Ejo? I don't have like a ya, do I? I don't have a ya, unfortunately. I also haven't messed with W's much. Emon Asiam. Emon Asia. Emon Asia. Emonje. Maybe. And we have Anim, which becomes Emine. Oh my god, it's Amine. Okay, I'm fine. Emino. Emin. Please. Emina. We're gonna pretend that makes sense, chat. We're gonna pretend that makes sense, and we did a noun declension chart, and we're gonna go to bed. How do we feel about going to bed, chat? It's sleepy time. The fox needs sleepy time. The fox needs his sleep. The fox needs his beauty rest. Alright, folks. We're gonna find someone to raid. Do we go for someone new or someone we already know? Do we do someone new or someone we already know? Ooh. Catboy Owie is doing a subathon type thing right now. Do we want to say hi to someone doing a subathon? There's also you. I don't remember who you are. We could go to someone who's doing a subathon type of deal, in a partner push. Owie, what are you up to? Let me see what Owie's up to. What are you doing? You got a Google document for this event, hello? Oh, okay, interesting. I mean, that seems cute, but it's a bit of a heavy event, I think, to just pop into out of the blue. Let me see who all shows up on my little raid channel button. Because we could do someone new. People doing some jamming. Actually, let me make sure I go all the way through my list and make sure there's no one on here that I'm gonna be like, oh, why didn't I raid them later? I haven't raided Jol in a bit. We could raid, do you guys want to raid like the most chaotic guy I've ever seen? That's an option. I haven't rated Ravel in a hot minute. And HDZKY is on. There's too many people! Chat, there's too many people on. There's too many people. I'm being indecisive. I'm being indecisive. I wish I just had like a random raid button. I wish I could just hit a button and be like, oh, go for a random person. But no. Had a hag on in the background. Who would that be? Who would that be? Feel free to throw on my way. I'm down to raid a stranger. I'm just being indecisive and I'm like half tempted to raid Jal, but I'm scared to raid Jal. If I don't get any suggestion, I'll probably go with a Jal. But if we do get a suggestion. Alright, let me peek and see what this person's up to, see if they appeal. If not, we'll go after Joel. Raid lottery would be fun. I would love to do just an absolutely, completely random raid. Ronin? Hostoria. Who are you? Oh, you're cute. Okay, maybe. I'm a little bit shy, but they're cute. Do we raid a complete stranger, chat? I think let's give it a shot. Why not? Let's give it a shot. I'm shy. Hate that I can't check who's live in my feed without leaving stream on mobile. Now I noticed that earlier and I despise it. I despise that. Alright, we're gonna check out this stranger here. I'm feeling a little bit shy, but we'll pop in, say hello. Hope that they don't have one of those, show a clip of the streamer when they raid type things. Anyway. Lovely having you as per always. I will next be live on Friday at 8 PM EST. You can catch me then. If I don't see you then, hope to see you again sometime in the near future. Signing off from an undisclosed location. It has been a pleasure. Wait, are you ending? Wait, are they ending? Okay, I don't think they're ending. Cool. I'll next be live on Friday. Hope to see you then. If I don't see you then, hope to see you again sometime in the near future. Good night, folks.